pretty big for me, your man, Louie Tee. Welcome to the 2025 Louie Tee Network Draft Party. We've made it. We finally arrived, and it couldn't get here soon enough. I told you I was busting down some pizza. I'm still in the process of handling that, but I wanted to get to y'all and start the process of asking everybody what we eating tonight, what we snacking on tonight, what we drinking tonight, what we sipping on tonight. For some of y'all, what y'all smoking tonight. Whatever the case may be, whatever your vice is, welcome. Come one, come all. We're going to chop it up for the next 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 hours, however long it takes. Looking forward to doing this with you guys. This is always a ton of fun. A lot of rumors swirling about what's going to happen in this draft. I want to kind of have those conversations before, the draft actually gets kicked off. So I'm going to try to continue to crush this pizza, and then we'll start to have those conversations, because a really interesting tweet was put out by Jordan Renan, who covers the New York Giants, talking about the Giants' desire to come back into the first round after they make their first selection at 3, most likely to get a quarterback, and what that means for a team like Washington Commanders. So let's have those conversations. But before we do that, let me finish busting down this pizza. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Hey, Mike, that's that Denzel from Malcolm X. That brother's starving. All right. So let's have this conversation. I'm almost done with this pizza, so we can get it. Shout out to Gabe Taylor. Shout out to Gabe Taylor. Big shout out to Gabe Taylor. In that small time frame, I just ate 4 slices of pizza. I wouldn't consider myself a slow eater, but to each its own. All right. Last order of business. I got to pull up. That'll make the cipher complete. Oh, yeah. You know it ain't a party. Not a Louie Tee party without an adult beverage. Cheers, everybody. It's draft time. Cheers. All right. Y'all know the rules. Leave down in the comment section what you sipping on, what you eating, what you snacking on, whatever you got going on. Put it down in the comment section. Keep it PG, please. All right. So, let's start with some of the rumors circling and flowing around right now. So, Jordan Renan, who covers the New York Giants, put out a tweet today that basically said the Giants are looking to get back into the first round. Now, again, this is all speculation, all hearsay. This is what you get this time, you know, right before the draft. Things get real. And I do believe that there will be at least one, possibly 2 teams looking to get back into the first round. So there will be potentially an out for some of these teams. Now, there could be a monkey wrench thrown in all of this, right? All it takes is for New Orleans to say, stop the presses on Shador Sanders or stop the presses on Jackson Dart at 9, and voila, you've had a monkey wrench inserted into all of your plans, right? All it takes is one team to not cooperate with what the teams in the back end of the draft who are looking to get out are trying to accomplish. All it takes is one team to blow that whole plan to smithereens. Now, with that said, should the plan go according to the way it's been set up, you'll get all the way through to 21, right around that area. I think the Steelers are going to have to trade up if they want Shador Sanders. I really, truly believe that someone is going to hop in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. And I don't know when that time is. Like, when is the time where you have to decide, all right, time to go get Shador Sanders if he starts to fall? I'm assuming that Shador Sanders is going to be on the board right in that 18 to 21 range. And I think that's when teams start to, if you're interested, if you're the Cleveland Browns, if you're the New York Giants, the Giants have done a ton of homework on Shador Sanders, and you're interested, that is the time that, because Jordan Renan's tweet, so let's talk about his tweet. Jordan Renan's tweet pretty much said that the Giants wanted to come back into the first round in the 20s. If it's the high to mid 20s, then it would require a trading out of the second round, so their second round pick and their third round pick, right? If it was a little bit further back, it would require their. Let me just pull up the tweet. instead of me trying to make sense of it. Put his food on it. So let me just pull the tweet up, and I'm gonna read it to you. So his tweet said the following. All right. Oops. All right. Said, spoke with several teams in the bottom half of the first round yesterday. It would likely cost the Giants pick 34 and 65, their third round pick, to at least get into the late teens. Expectation is it would be for Jackson Dart. Later in the 20s, probably more in the range of 34 plus 99, later third round pick. So they have the 65th pick in the draft. Roger Goodell's coming out on the bike to kick this draft off. And then they have another third round pick. My assumption is that is a compensatory pick, is my guess, for maybe losing Saquon Barkley last year in free agency. It's just a guess. I could be wrong. But nonetheless, that first third round pick at 65th overall is what they would have to give up, assuming that they get into the teens or the early 20s. If you get into the mid to late 20s, which is where the Commanders lie, then it's 34, which is moving back out of the first round to that second round pick. And then the later third round pick of 99 overall. Either way, if you're a Commanders fan, you just want in the third round. Shit, we don't have any in the third round. So anything in the third round makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside. So we could theoretically be sitting here for 3 hours just to watch the Commanders trade out of the first round. And I don't think any of us would be upset about it. Okay. But the likelihood, I'm going to keep it a bean with y'all. The likelihood is that we will make a pick tonight. I've seen a lot of people say that they don't think that the Commanders are going to make a selection tonight. I disagree, because there are two teams that may be interested in coming up for a quarterback: Cleveland Browns, New York Giants. And in my mind, the Giants are going. So you heard that Jordan Renan said it's likely for Jackson Dart. I believe everything he says in that tweet except the part about Jackson Dart. That is the part I do not believe necessarily. Like, I think that could easily be a way to, throw the attention off of the fact that they may be hunting Shador Sanders, right? If they put the word out with their beat reporter that, hey, yeah, we're going to try to come back in the first round to get Jackson Dart, that may make other teams think, okay, Shador isn't a priority for the Giants. Meanwhile, Giants are working the back channels trying to get the 17, 18, 19 to get in front of the Steelers to get Shador Sanders. They've done the most work on Shador Sanders. It would make perfectly good sense if they were to go up there and get him. I'm not buying that this is for Jackson Dart. I think it's for Shador Sanders, but I still think there is a Jackson Dart team out there, Cleveland Browns, or the New Orleans Saints. So there may still be a way to get out of the first round, even if it's not with the Giants. But again, I wouldn't hold my breath, because all it takes is for one team in front of the Commanders, because you want to wait the longest that you can before you trade up, right? Because theoretically speaking, once you trade up, right, you're going to have to pay a hefty price if you're trading back into the first round. The further back you wait to get into the first round to trade back in, the less you have to give up, as we just talked about, as we just illustrated with what Renan said. If they trade for the 18th pick, if they trade for the 22nd pick, they're probably going to have to give up 65, right? If they trade for the 27th or the 28th or the 29th pick, they probably have to give up 99 in addition to 34. So it's a big difference, right? So you're going to want to wait. But how long can you wait before someone else beats you to the punch? And I think 29 might be a little too far back, right? The Rams are always a team looking to get out, right? They don't mind trading out of the first round. They're right in that range where I think a team would be definitely interested. And we call him trader less for a reason, because it's not because he's just always wheeling and dealing, moving up and trading for guys. He's also willing to move back. So there's a lot of complications with this, but I've told you guys from the get-go, and I told you this last night, that Shador Sanders is going to be one of the keys to this draft and how things go. And so the Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock. We are off and running in the 2025 NFL Draft. We know what's happening here. They could turn the pick in right now, but for TV purposes, entertainment purposes, they're going to allow this thing to drag out and, allow these 10 minutes to elapse. But they could turn the pick in right now. They're not trading. Their GM, Brian Borgonzi, has already said, Mike Borgonzi has already said, we're not trading out of the number 1 overall pick. We feel comfortable with the decision that we've made. We've come to a consensus, yada, yada, yada. Translation, Cam Ward is the selection. And so they're going to go ahead and do that. So we'll just wait for them to announce that the pick is in, and then we'll move forward. So let's get to some of the comments. And I want to get to some of these comments about what refreshments we taking in. All right. What's up to everybody in the chat right now? Do me a huge favor. Over 400 of you guys out there, and guys and gals, do me a favor. Hit the like button if you haven't already done so, as it greatly helps this channel, and it is also greatly appreciated. So let's see. I appreciate that, Jorn. It is going to be a long night. Cheers to that. Hopefully a long and productive night, Jorn. Valerie says, I'm not drinking because I'm at work. Wow, 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 wow. However, I appreciate you still tuning in while at the gig. And guess what? Cheers to you, Valerie. I'll take a sip for you, okay? No worries. I got you. We definitely need that spillage, Miss P. We definitely need that spillage tonight. And we're going to get some. I am assuring you there will be spillage at 29. The question is, can we get out, or will we have to stick and pick? But there will be spillage. That is definitely going down. What up, Nick at Night? What up, baby? What's good? What up, Shadow Striker? What up, Ree? All right. Nick says, got some wine. Oh, Nick, you on the wine crew? What up? What it do? All right. Cheers. And some Wingstop and some Tree. Ooh. Ooh. You got the trifecta. Okay. I can't fool with you. You got the trifecta going on. All right. KP Flex says barbecue, ribs, rice, collard green. Damn, is it Thanksgiving? Damn, is it a cookout? Sheesh. That sounds good. As long as it's vegan, of course. Carson, ATTR Carson says, I got my 1 week expired milk. What did I tell you? You know the rules. You ain't ish for that. Jefferson Montenegro says, what type of pizza am I eating? Okay, don't clown me. Bad Dog always gives me a hard time because he claims that no real pizza contains pineapples. I vehemently disagree. So my pizza, it's a very simple pizza. I get it from Wegmans. I love their pizza. It is simple, right? It's not much on my pizza because with every topping that you put on it, you pay money, and I'm cheap. So it's just tomato sauce, mushrooms, pineapples. That's it. No cheese, none of that extra stuff. Mushrooms, pineapples, tomato sauce. That is it. All right. Darnell Kelly, how dare you? How dare you? Most pizza is vegan. I don't know if you knew that already. The pizza you eat, you probably got all kinds of meat toppings and all kinds of bullshit on there. Pepperoni, sausage, chicken, all kinds of shit. But You remove all of that, it's probably a vegan pizza you're eating. Will Digg says watermelon spears, sliced peaches, salad, maybe. Maybe either you're eating it or you're not. What is this maybe stuff? Oh, you're saying maybe you might grab a salad too. Okay. I like the peaches. I'm not a big watermelon guy, though. Like the peaches, though. Mr. Pink, you know what I got. Now, this is a special edition right here. This is a 21 right here. So y'all got to bear with me. The kid might be a little loose tonight. All right, this is 21 edition. All right. You should be saying to yourself right now, uh-oh. I'm going to try to pace myself. No worries. Miss P got that Starbucks iced coffee. Okay. Starbucks iced coffee. So you're a Starbucks girl. I didn't know that. I didn't take you for a Starbucks girl. Thought you was more Dunkin' Donuts. Nah, I'm tripping. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Okay, the pick is in, guys. The pick is in. All right. We know what it is. We know what it is. All right. All right. All right. They already know what it is. I'm gonna get you when I get to that super chat. All right. The Pollard says nice cranberry juice. Okay, hold on. We got the pick in. All right. So one down, 31 to go. Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami, is your first selection. All right. So as we go through the night, we're going to be keeping tabs on all of the selections. And we are going to input them into the scroll. So if somebody just randomly pops into the chat, they will be able to know what's going on. All right. So, oh my God, we got a trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Wow. We had heard rumors of the Jaguars potentially trading up the number 2 to get Travis Hunter. I didn't believe it was going to happen. The Browns had said they were open for business, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have indeed come up to get the number 2 pick, presumably to select Travis Hunter. Oh my God, the draft has now begun, folks. Wow. For a draft that people like myself, quote unquote, said wouldn't be a high activity draft, not a lot of trades. Wow, I'm shocked. I did not think we would see a trade with the first 3 picks. Unbelievable. Wow, 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 indeed. Okay. Wow. Unreal. I am shocked. I'm not even going to hold you. I'm not even going to hold you. All right, so this is the trade. Jacksonville gets the 2nd overall pick, a 4th round pick, a 6th round pick. The Browns get the 5th overall pick, 2nd round pick, 4th round pick, and a 2026 1st round pick. Wowzers. You knew it was going to take a lot. You knew it was going to take a lot. So it took a 1st, a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's 1st round pick. So they swapped first round picks, took a 2nd round pick, and next year's one because they swapped 4th round picks as well, right? So I'm assuming they swapped 4th round picks, assuming that Jacksonville didn't have an extra 4th rounder that they had to give up. Wow. Travis Hunter is about to be a Jacksonville Jaguar. Unbelievable. So guess we got to trade. We got to change the we have to change this to Jacksonville. Wow, wow, wow. And looks like they now have the 5th pick overall. Wowzers. Whoa. Them draft hats are so ugly, bro. Yikes. Those are some ugly lids. Swear. All right. You want to say hi?
Hello.
The camera's over there, man.
Oh, hello.
All right. Go finish eating.
Okay.
And take your bath so you can go to bed. Yeah, the draft colors this year are trash. I agree. I kind of tried to go with the theme of the draft colors, but yeah, they're not the best. And just so you know, oh, the pick is in. Pick is in. I'm going to get him an edge up this weekend, man. He's going to get a cut. Pick is in for the Jaguars. We know what it is. Like, we don't got to guess around here. Wow. I'm still in shock, bro. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Unbelievable. SPR 3472 says they're drinking bourbon. All right, cheers. Cheers to that. Heavy on it news says chips and dip and a glass of wine. Cheers to the wine crew out there. Look like we might be deep tonight. Mr. F y'all up. I'm about to get you out of here. Door Gunner says Crystal Light and strawberry. I don't even know what to make of that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know what to make of that. All right. Raj has Big Eric Armstead, the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year, with him to announce the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's take a listen. Burger the Butcher says Grey Goose half got. Woo! You trying to be done before we even get to the Commanders pick. A pilot says Guinness now and popcorn. It's 1 a.m. here in the UK. Got to stay awake. Okay. Makes a ton of sense. Let's see how long you can hang, man. That's a little bit rough. You know, I try to put on my Sunday's best for the draft. I try to look a little clean. You see, I cleaned up a little bit for y'all. Draft time, you know what it is. Peter V says, red wine. Salud. Salud, Peter V. Skins21 says, Tito's pink lemonade. Ooh, that actually sounds really good. That sounds really good. We love 40 burgers, J5, white Hennessy. You ain't playing no games tonight. None whatsoever. All right. J Moose says he's drinking other half IPA. Got you. Word up. SPR says to be exact, Walcott bourbon. All right. Oh, Lord. Law says he ain't drinking, but he took a bong rip. You're going to be done before pick 29, too. Travis Hunter is officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. No surprises there. You trade up for a generational, and when we throw that word around very loosely, generational talent, but this is really a generational talent. I mean, it's not often. I've been doing this for now 13 years, covering drafts. I've never seen a guy rated number 1 overall at 2 positions in a draft. I've never seen that before. So, this is a unique set of circumstances. So he's a different breed, man. He's a different breed. He's a different breed. So Travis Hunter, now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Big trade. Jags going for it. And I'm glad that he's playing in a warm climate. I think it's going to allow him to continue to shine, even though he was in Colorado. Not that he can't play, but he started out at Jackson State, warm weather climate. I think he's a warm weather kid, and I think he's going to thrive, man. I think he's really going to thrive in Jacksonville. And they got a nice little young nucleus in Jacksonville when you think about it. Because we saw what the LSU receiver did last year, Brian Thomas Jr. And now you add him to the mix, and Jacksonville still has enough draft capital to get some good football players. That's a hell of a pick. Richard Walker says, Gentleman Jack on ice. Look at that. Cheers to that. See that? See that list? Players to start at wide receiver and cornerback in the same game. Antonio Cromartie, Champ Bailey, and who was the last guy? See who that last guy was. Burger the Buncher says, I'm finna be lit the time we hit 29. Yeah, you damn right you are. Deion Sanders. I should have known. He did it 8 times in 96 with the Cowboys. So, like I said, he's a rare specimen. You don't see this come into the NFL very often. He's a different cat. Darnell Kelly says, Lunazul Blanco. Yeah, buddy. You trying to be ripped. Jeep Commander says Crown Reserve with the glass. Interesting. Cheers to that. I'm on NFL Network. I'm an NFL Network guy. I'm an NFL Network guy. Hey, I get it. Hey, if you're a real bourbon drinker, you ain't drinking Crown. All right, I get it. I understand. I understand what's going on. All right. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to the comment section. All right, Jorn says, smash that like button on the way in. Appreciate you, Lou. Appreciate you, Jorn, man. Thank you for the love and the support, man. And y'all heard the public service announcement. Smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Ree, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ree, writes, I always watch on ESPN. It makes me feel like a kid again. The nostalgia is amazing, and nothing beats the pre-pick jingle. Well, I'm going to play that for you tonight. So even if you ain't getting it there, I got it for you here. But the pick is in for the New York Giants. So we know what this pick is going to be. Abdul Carter is going to be the pick here. ESPN was definitely the move when I was a kid, but it feels like I've outgrown ESPN. Not that they don't still produce great content, but you know, I'm a more of an NFL. I've graduated, I feel like, to an NFL Network guy now. John Perez, my guy JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. JP writes, we finally made it, Lou. Let's do this. Let's do this, JP. We finally made it. Cheers to that. Ree, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Abdul Carter is a New York Giant officially. Third pick overall out of Penn State. I think we all understood what was going to happen in the first three picks. We didn't understand that the Jacksonville Jaguars were going to be a part of the mix and insert themselves into the mix. But we understood what the situation was going to be. Abdul Carter was going to be the third pick in the draft. This guy is reminiscent of another former Penn State, Nittany Lion. Michael Parsons. I don't think he's quite Michael Parsons, though. And I like the Von Miller comparison from DJ a little bit more than, but I'm telling you, he's the closest thing we've seen to Michael Parsons. I think Michael Parsons is a unicorn. I don't think there's another guy in the league quite like a Michael Parsons. He's not quite that. His bend is better than Michael Parsons, though. But I don't think he's a better athlete nor a better player than Michael Parsons. But he's going to be really, really interesting. Oh, look at that. He done taught Roger a handshake. Look at that. You know, I'm getting a little jealous. I'm gonna be honest with you. So you know, when you start having a couple of adult beverages, you start being a little introspective and you start to you become a little bit more forthcoming, we'll call it, with information. I'm going to be fully transparent. I knew they were going to get them one. And I'm a little jealous now. Because now it's just us in Philadelphia who don't have one of these athletic freaks defensively, like that can run, move, go, chase, hit, that kind of thing. And I mean, technically speaking, we're the only team without an athletic freak on defense. Now, I love me some Frankie Louisville. And I'm going to ride with Frankie, and, you know, I'm going to ride till the wheels fall off. Because I told y'all when he was in Carolina, when we went and got him last year, I said, y'all going to love him. He's like the Tasmanian devil. And he didn't disappoint, right? I wasn't wrong, right? But Frankie Louisville ain't Abdul Carter. Frankie Louisville ain't Michael Parsons. Frankie Louisville ain't Jaylen Carter, right? Now, Carter Jalen Carter ain't Abdul Carter, and he ain't Michael Parsons, but he's a disruptor, right? We don't have a disruptor. I would really like to get one of those. And again, it takes time. Maybe next year, maybe the year after that. Maybe this year we get a disruptor. Who knows? But boy, would I like to get one. Reed says, Lou, I was here for your very first ever draft party. Wow. That was with Cox cable internet hookup. That was the worst. But it's also the biggest draft party I've ever had. Back in 2018, I believe it was 50,000 views on that video. For the longest while, it was my highest viewed video on my channel. And the internet was awful. I think I might have disconnected once. It was choppy, but y'all kicked it with the kid. Y'all held me down, man. I really appreciated y'all because it wasn't anything like it is now. I got stable connection. I've got better quality. Everything's upgraded. But those of you who were there back then, you drove me to be here now. And I appreciate y'all, man. Because it's at the beginning, it's dark. When you're not sure how many people are watching, and you're not sure if you're talking to yourself, and it was viewers like you, Ree. And if he's out there, damn, what's my man name? Damn, I can't think of his name. He was a Bills fan. He gave me so much advice when I first started. I can't think of his name. Yikes. I feel bad. Because that's my guy. All right, the Patriots pick is in. Patriots pick is in. He was awesome, though. And he gave me a lot of advice that really helped me on my journey. You took me off? So I appreciate you being here as an A1, day one. My guy, Ree. And we have conversations all the time, bro. You're going to always be one of my A1s, bro. Cheers. Voices of Martians. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what up, Lou? Got the TV at work, tune in. Let's effing go. HTTC. Let's get it. Let's get it. You at work? I appreciate you tuning in while at the gig, getting that bread. You always know bread comes first. Get that money. Get that bread while it's hot in the oven and there to be got. You know what I always tell you. But I'm going to hold you down while you at the gig making that money. I'm going to keep you informed. Really appreciate you tuning in. Ree. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm injured, Lou. Oh, hold up. Fell off my e-bike 2 days ago. I have a bruised ribs and road rash. So I'm mending, but I'm here. Let's effing go. Be careful on those things, man. You know, it looks like it's all fun and games, but it don't take much to have your ass flipping over the handlebars on that shit. Or flipping, just falling off of the hole. So, hey, be careful. All right. Glad you're okay, though. That's the most important part. Bumps and bruises are gonna come and go. But as long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Glad you're here still, holding the kid down. Tony P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tony P writes, hey, Lou, let's have some fun. I'm predicting a trade back for us tonight. I hope you're right. I want the capital in day 2 more so than I do in day 1. I say that now, but if we get to 29 and there's some stuff there that I want, I'll be like, about that trade, I'm good, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I'm telling y'all, I think we're going to pick tonight. I think we're going to stick and pick tonight. I don't think we're going to get out of 29, but we'll see. So who are the Patriots? I think the Patriots are going to draft Will Campbell, tackle out of LSU. Let's see what they decide to do. Nothing has gone off the rails quite yet. Everything has gone status quo, except for the Jacksonville Jaguars, of course. But in terms of players being selected, everything has gone chalk to this point. let's see if we get some something going here with the Patriots if they go off brand. Right now, Will Campbell has been almost the consensus across the board as to who the Patriots are going to select. So let's see if they stick with the here comes Raj to announce the pick for the New England Patriots. Let's take a listen. There it goes. Will Campbell. Yeah. Tackle LSU. You got to protect your investment. They drafted Drake May last year with the 3rd overall pick. You got to protect him. Will Campbell is seen as the best tackle in this year's draft class. The only thing that was a knock on him was his shorter arms. But outside of that, people felt really good. And you know what's crazy about the arms thing? He measured in at just a shade under 32.5-inch arms at the pro day. And then, at the combine. And then at the pro day, he measured in at like 33-inch arms. So I don't know how you stretch your arms to be longer at your pro day, but whatever. He was going to be the first guy off the board at the tackle position, and the Patriots needed a tackle. And so this isn't a surprise. So far, every pick that most people had on their mock drafts have come to fruition. I told you guys that the draft started at 4. Will Campbell goes to the Patriots. We didn't expect the Browns to be drafting right now. We expected this to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. A lot of people are saying that the Browns traded back so they could get a tackle in front of the Raiders and the Jets. I think Jeanty's in play for the Browns. Who's their starting running back right now? And did I miss something? Because last time I checked, Nick Chubb is no longer a Cleveland Brown. They don't have a bell cow running back. I know it's a deep running back draft class and the tackle position isn't deep. So if you want to take a guy, you should do it now because you can still get a good running back. But I've already said this multiple times. There's only one Ashton Jeanty in this draft. You can find different tackles. There's one Ashton Jeanty in this draft class. One. So we'll see what they decide to do. Let's go ahead and input Will Campbell into the database of the scroll. And now the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Ree, I hope you're resting up and you're feeling better, my man. The great Watubi. Been a member for 43 months. Ha! Salute. Who writes, let's get a dog tonight. Let's get one. Let's get one. Or, wait for it. Let's trade back and get a couple of dogs tomorrow. And I ain't looking to get the kind that bark. I want the ones that bite. Right? Right? We on the same page? Not the ones that bark. I want the ones that show you their teeth. As Richard Pryor once said, this look like I'm smiling, mother. I want the ones that show you their teeth like, yeah, I'm finna get in your ass. Pause. Maybe we get one tonight. Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou seems like a pineapple on a pizza guy. Shame. So we got to talk about this. You damn right I'm a pineapple. And this was before I actually told you what was on my pizza. You said that. So you predicted correct. Pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. We're going to get to this because we're going to discuss this. Most people have them taking an offensive lineman. I'm not ruling out Ashton Jeanty here. I think they're going to try to get back in the first round and get a quarterback. So they've picked up draft capital to have the ability to move back into the first round if they so choose. Just keep that in mind. What they just did effectively is they picked up draft capital to allow them to have the flexibility to move back into the first round if they so choose. All right. Let's talk about this because you violating right now, Door Gunner. And I won't stand for the disrespect of pineapple on pizzas. Now, I'm not a pineapple on and ham on pizza. That's Hawaiian pizza. That's not me. Obviously, I'm vegan, but even before I was vegan, I don't like ham. I wasn't a ham eater. I didn't eat pork. Okay. So I gradually became a vegan, right? I didn't eat pork pretty much my entire life. No, I'm not Muslim, but I just wasn't. We didn't grow up eating pork. I only ate pork when I went to my friend's house, and it was cool. Bacon was cool. Like, you know, like ribs were cool if they were pork ribs. But I wasn't a bacon. I mean, I wasn't a hold on, Browns pick. I'm gonna go with Banks Jr. if they're gonna take a tackle. Mason Graham. Okay. Sheesh. Mason Graham. Okay. I think somebody in the comment section said Mason Graham was going to be the pick, and you were spot on. Mason Graham off the board. And I remember Daniel Jeremiah saying, look, don't complicate things with Mason Graham. Nah, he don't look like he's supposed to be whooping your ass, but he's that dude. He was like, his teammate looks like Adonis, right? He looks like, but this dude is a monster, bro. You watch Michigan, and he stands out. Like, you can't watch Michigan games and not notice 55 in there blowing shit up. He's quick off the ball. He's got a great spin move, swim move. And that spin move wins in terms of pass rush. It wins in terms of the run game. He's a disruptor. Mason Graham is definitely a guy that's going to help on that defensive line next to Myles Garrett. And look, I think this is a smart move, and here's why. If you're the Cleveland Browns, because you don't know who the hell your quarterback's going to be right now. Don't know what the quarterback position is going to look like. But here's what you do know. If the defense returns to form of 2023, which allowed you to make the playoffs with 4 different starting quarterbacks, you're going to need guys like Mason Graham. You're going to be carried by your defense. They're going to need a beast running back at some point, because you don't know what the quarterback position is going to look like. But what you do know is you're going to have to be able to keep teams from scoring points. Mason Graham's going to help you do that, along with Myles Garrett and the rest of those guys on that defense. And so I understand the pick. I totally get it. I totally get it. Grant looks like he's supposed to be the guy, but Mason Graham was the guy at Michigan. Grant's really good too. Don't get it twisted. So, all right, the disrespect for pineapple on, like, Bad Dog. Every time you talk about pizza, you know, because he's Italian and he lives in New York, he thinks he's a pizza aficionado, and he's like, if you have pineapple, it's not a real pie. Like, so me and him have those discussions all the time. Shout out to my guy, Bad Dog. But F that bullshit he talking about. Pineapple is a real topping on pizza, and this shit makes it taste better. And I don't give a damn what you're saying. And I've told anybody that will listen, ranch makes everything taste better. I don't give a shit what you put it on. Put ranch on it and it tastes better. You got ice cream, put ranch on that bitch, it tastes better. Ranch makes everything taste better. You want to know why I'm talking about ranch? Because pineapple is very similar. It ain't nothing you can't put pineapple on that ain't gonna make that shit taste better. So the hell with what you're talking about. Pineapple on pizza is a real thing. And that shit is delicious. Delicioso. Raiders are on the clock. And a lot of people think they're going to take Ashton Jeanty. I don't. I think they're going to take a tackle. I think they're taking Kelvin Banks Jr. tackle out of Texas. It could be Armin Membo. They're taking a tackle, though. I think it's Kelvin Banks Jr. Or you know what? I think they're taking Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan. So it's either Kelvin Banks Jr. or Will Johnson. It's not going to be Ashton Jeanty. Jeanty's going to fall to number 10. Jeanty's going to fall to 10 to the Bears. The Bears are dying to get him, and he's going to fall right in their lap. Hold on a second. Pick is in for the Raiders. That was quick. You know, Jeanty, if I'm the Raiders, I'd take Jeanty. My buddy doesn't want Jeanty because, you know, the conversation has been, all right, here comes the pick. Let's see if it's Jeanty. I hope it's Jeanty. Look at that. Ashton Jeanty. My buddy's not going to be happy, but it's the right move, man. Like, you got Geno Smith. You don't have a number one receiver right now. You're trying to compete in a division that is loaded with the Chiefs. Obviously, the Broncos are now a contender in that division. The Chargers went to the playoffs as well. All three of the other teams in the division went to the playoffs. The only team that did not make the postseason was the Raiders. Jeanty is a difference-making back. He's one of the best backs in college football. He's one of the best backs to come into the NFL in a while. Like, I would argue he's the best running back to come in the league since Saquon Barkley. I can't think of another back that I thought this highly of since Saquon Barkley. His contact balance, you know how big I am on contact balance. His contact balance is next level. It's the best contact balance I've seen since Alvin Kamara, who I think has tremendous contact balance. I'm telling you, I wasn't the biggest Bijan Robinson fan when he came out. So Barkley was the last back where I went, whoa. Ashton Jeanty is that guy. He's that guy for me. Everybody in the chat that said Ashton Jeanty was up next, go ahead and put another check mark next to your picks because you are killing it right now. Because I didn't think Jeanty would go. Their general manager, John Spytek, was talking about how his son told him to take Ashton Jeanty and how he loves Jeanty. And I thought he was really talking to pick up to get somebody to come up here and come get Ashton Jeanty. And no, he was serious. My son said take Ashton Jeanty, and I plan on doing just that. And that's exactly what he did. Don't overthink it. Like, if you got a stick and pick, you're at 6 for a reason. Get something elite. Ashton Jeanty is elite. Like, don't. As a wise man once said, be smart. Don't be a retard. What's that? What's wrong? Didn't think I remembered? I'm going to kill you, temper. Sean Moore. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what it do, bro? What's going on, Sean? You know what it is. Cheers. I'm feeling this wine already. This that 21. Damn, this shit already starting to kick in. I might have to eat a couple more slices. Matter of fact, let me get some water. That's what I need. Let me get some water up in me. Y'all trying to have me plaster that pick 12. Not gonna get me. All right. Tony P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who says, hey, Lou, eating wings and Diet Coke. I love it. Can y'all explain to me what diet does? I've never really understood the diet piece. So could somebody explain diet to me? Like Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, Diet Dr. Pepper. Can you explain to me what that is? The pick is in for the New York Jets, excuse me. CJ Shoots Photos. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, cheers, Lou. Xmas is here. I'm eating brisket barbecue. Damn, you the second person eating barbecue tonight. And cream corn. Excited, but I know we ain't picking tonight. We will have 3 picks tomorrow night. Look at you trying to speak it into existence. I'm not buying it, but I hope you're right. But I'm not buying it. Hey, can we take a timeout? Can I take a 30-second timeout real quick? Y'all seen this Madden commercial, right? With the Commanders all over this shit, right? Hey, y'all put the word out. We back up. Dan Quinn is the coach on the phone. He got the Commanders jersey. We back up. Man, they really used to hate us. They used to take our logo out of like full NFL graphics. They never mentioned us. We weren't on commercials. They didn't talk about us. Now we in their mouth. Every time you turn around, somebody talking about us or they talking about our quarterback. Now we in Madden commercials where our coach is on the phone, the whole damn near half the commercial. He's holding up the jersey. It's only one us. If you're a Commanders fan, stand up. We in the building. It's only one us. They hate us because they ain't us. Y'all put the word out. We back up. Ha! Kevin, my guy, Kevin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Let's see if your Green Bay hosts a great NFL draft. So far, so good. Happy draft day, Lou. Happy draft day, Kevin. Hope my cornerback is my pick is a cornerback or Harmon. I mocked you, Maxwell Hairston. It feels like the heat around the Packers is Maxwell Hairston. It makes sense because I think you're trying to move Jair Alexander. So it makes a ton of sense. I pray it's not Landon Jackson. Not in the first round, it won't be. You're not taking Landon Jackson. That would be one of the classic one of the classic reaches that I can remember in recent. Like, nobody's taking Landon Jackson in the first round. You got nothing to worry about, Kevin. Trust me. People need to give up the wide receiver dreaming. Trust me, Kevin. I'm with you. Stop it. What was the last receiver you drafted in the first round? What's my man out of the Florida State that had some beef with Brett Favre for a little bit because Brett Favre was talking on his Javon Walker. Isn't Javon Walker your last first round pick at the receiver position? What's that, 2003? Man, come off that shit, man. The Packers ain't drafting no receiver in the first round. You know they philosophical beliefs. It's a corner, bro. I'm with you, Kevin. We here. Kevin, look at me. Look at me, man. We here. Come on, Kevin. You know, I do this, Kevin. And me and you been doing this for a while. Kevin, you know what it is. Hey, Will Johnson, hey, he about to be chilling for a while. He needed to be drafted at 6. He didn't go at 6. So he's going to be chilling until Tampa Bay at 19. That's his best bet. Hey, if y'all don't want him, I'll take him. What she say on Coming to America? If you're really a cornerback, I'll take you. I'll draft you. Hey, if y'all don't want Will, I'll take him. The Bucs will take him if he's there, though. He won't get past Tampa Bay. Jets pick is in. This feels like a tackle. I'm going with Armin Membo. Yeah, Armin Membo. Tackle out of Mizzou. That one felt like, because they drafted Olu Fashanu last year, played him at guard, knowing that they had 2 veterans last year. Both of those veterans are gone. So they're going to slide Olu Fashanu out to left tackle. Now you got Armin Membu at right tackle, and now you got bookend tackles. And now you're giving Justin Fields. They said they're going to give Justin Fields the best opportunity to succeed. Now you do that with Armin Membu. So makes a lot of sense. Saw that one coming a mile away. All right, let's input him into the scroll. All right, Carolina's on the board, and this feels like Jaylen Walker to me. This feels like Jaylen Walker, the linebacker / edge. I think he's going to be more of an edge, but he could be like a Frankie Louvu type out of Georgia. That's what this pick feels like to me. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm working tonight, so refreshments will be coffee and various unspecified snacks from the vending machine. I love it. I love it. Unspecified refreshments from the vending machine. I love it. Good one. Good one. I love it. 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 I'm at the party, but I'm chilling in the cut. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You don't got to be out in the forefront. You could be holding up a wall, being cool, right? Checking out the ladies as they walk by. You could be doing that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Just as long as you in the building, that's all that matters. Really appreciate you. Ethan Dykes, my guy. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Louie, got my drink. Cheers to that. Let's go. Let's do it. Time for my top 5 sleepers this draft. And they are R.J. Harvey, Noel Williams, Torrey Horton, Antoine Powell, Ryland, edge out of Virginia Tech, and Terrence Ferguson. Let's get it. All of those guys will not be drafted until tomorrow. And I think APR actually gets drafted in day 3. But all the other guys that you mentioned, and Torrey Horton is probably a day 3 guy too. But the rest of those guys, R.J. Harvey, Noel Williams, and Terrence Ferguson, are all day 2 guys. They will hear their names called. Well, RJ, he's on the fringe, right? I could see him being one of those compensatory 3rd round picks. That's why I have him, but it wouldn't shock me if he goes in the 4th round. That's where it feels like he comes off the board, 4th or 5th round. Let's get it, E. Let's get it. Logan Lodo, been a member for 31 months. Bay. These parts, great job. They look good. What up, bro? What up, Logan Lodo? What's good, bro? What's good with you? Yeah, whatever, like this. Yeah, that's good. Love, TM. Been a member for a month. Really appreciate you, Wrights. Finally a member after all these years, bro. Hey, look. A wise man once told me, listen to me, because this is some good shit. One of these things I've taken with me and I never let it go. Wise man once told me. Oh, and the word I was looking for earlier, when you get a little bit of this and you get sentimental. That's the word I was looking for. He said, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. I don't care that it took you years to do this. You're doing it now. Cheers to that. Tony P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou, my PFN mock, trading back twice, pick 40, Maxwell Hairston, pick 61, Femi Oladipo, pick 75, Charles Grant. I love him out of William and Mary. 132, Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle out of Maryland. 205, Jaden Blue, running back out of, look, you're trying to get me on your side. All of the dudes you naming are guys that I'm like, yo, I like these dudes. Jaden Blue. 206, Jalen Smith, cornerback, which, they met with out of USC. And 245, Nick Martin. All right. You got a lot of picks there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we came in with 5. You left with 7. That's a hell of a draft. Hell of a draft, my friend. Pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. All right. I've already told you what I think this pick is. I think this is the Georgia linebacker, Jaylen Walker. Let's see what Carolina does. Ethan Dykes. Hold on. The pick is in for Carolina. Hey! Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I was high on Noel Williams and Ferguson before you ranked them. Glad to see you think highly of them too. Nice. A draft is a nice distraction after a long week. Here's the pick. We're going to talk about that here in a second, E. Woo! Tet McMillan. Whoa. Surprise, surprise. He was a really interesting guy during this draft. A lot of conversations around Tet McMillan, a lot of conversations around where he would be, who would take him, how far he could fall. To me, Tet McMillan is one of the better talents at the receiver position in this draft. I don't think he's the best receiver in this draft class, but he's Drake London. I didn't love Drake London. If you recall, I didn't want my Commanders, who were looking for a receiver that year, when Drake London came out, to take Drake London. I'm not saying I thought Drake London was going to stink. I just didn't want him. He wasn't my cup of tea. He wasn't my flavor at the receiver position. Pause. But Drake London, I've watched him in the NFL, and I have a greater appreciation for Drake London. He's Drake London 2.0. He's Drake London 2.0. I think he probably is a little bit faster than Drake London. But ultimately, when you watch Carolina, Xavier Legette is cool. He's not a number one, I don't think. This guy is a true number one receiver in the NFL. They got one now. And now I think you just helped out Bryce Young. I'm surprised. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't see this one coming. I did not see this one coming. Let's input this into the scroll. So, as far as Noel Williams and Ferguson, great minds think alike, Ethan. Great minds think alike. Those are two dogs. Well, especially Ferguson. Noel Williams, I like him a lot, but I don't know if he's a dog. I like him, though. Ferguson is going to be a stud in the league. You can't convince me otherwise. Noel Williams might not be what I think he's going to be. He has limitations. He's a 4.5 40 guy. So he doesn't have the top end speed you're looking for. It's not like he's 6'2 with long arms to make up for the lack of speed. So I have my doubts. He's not quick twitched or anything like that. So, he's got good ball production. But if you watch those interceptions, I watched a lot of them. They were tips and overthrows in right place, right time. It's not like he was D'ing somebody up and then pause and then jumped a route or something. So we'll see about Noel Williams, but I like him. I like him a lot. Voices of Martians. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, got my butt in out of the ramp, but don't tell. You super chatted. I just told everybody. Hey, it's okay. Bud is allowed here on this channel. I can't speak for other channels. You can crush it up, roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Nobody's stopping you here on the Louie Tee Network. Do your thing. Do your thing, Wody. Do your thing. Wody. Zacchaeus Majet III. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, defense for the first two picks. I've seen mocks where the pick is in. The pick is in for New Orleans. He's smiling. Shador's smiling too hard. Like he got the call already. Like he finna be a New Orleans Saint. I think he playing me right now. Because he got a cup in his hand. He trying to drink away his sorrows because he gonna be here for a little bit. He ain't going off the board yet. Pick is in though for the New Orleans Saints. So you know what that means. Play the jingle. Play my theme song, as a wise man once said. So pick is in for the Saints. This feels like they're hugging each other. They're in the war room, giving some love. Here comes Raj. Who did I have them taking? I forget. Oh, a tackle. Kelvin Banks Jr. was who I had them taking. That's who they took. So yeah, I didn't get the sense that they were going to go Shador or any quarterback for that matter at 9. If anything, they double back and get the quarterback. But Kelvin Banks Jr. Is the pick, and again, I love it because they don't believe, and this is what I talked about last night on our draft, our final draft video, that I kind of did a makeshift mock. I wasn't expecting to do a mock, and then I just broke out a mock, right? And I picked Kelvin Banks Jr. for the Saints, and I said the reasoning behind it was the reasoning behind it was they declined the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning, which means they're admitting that, and we already knew this. If you've been watching the Saints, I know a lot of you haven't, but he wasn't what they thought he was going to be, and I thought they overdrafted him when they took him in the first place. But I liked his nastiness, I liked his demeanor, but just because you're nasty as an offensive lineman doesn't mean you're good, and he just hasn't been good. And so they declined his 5th-year option. They picked up Chris Olave's. And that told me that they were ready to move on from him. And Banks probably starts this year, right, at the tackle position. So whoever's playing quarterback, whether it's Derek Carr or, someone else, he's the real deal. Kelvin Banks is the Jr., the real deal. And the Bears pick is in. That didn't take very long. That did not take very long. All right, so now they're starting the Shador show, right? Now we're seeing them put the camera on him in Texas. They're going to keep going back to him. You see what this is going. And they're going to do this until he gets selected. So I told you it's going to turn into the Shador Sanders show. Bears pick is in. In my mock, I had them taking Jeanty. Jeanty is already gone, as you can see. So they're walking out now to do the pick for the Bears. And so it's gotta be, it's not a tight end, which no one's taken. This, look, if you're a Commanders fan, this is great because you want the Colts to have a tight end on the board. Well, a tight end is going to be on the board. I'm guaranteeing you at this point that a tight end will be on the board to distract some other teams that may have gone in directions that you didn't want them to go. Because if you wanted Ezraku, if you want now Shamar Moore, if you don't want him, you wanted the tight ends gone because it's more likely someone takes Shamar Moore. But if you want Ezraku, if you want Jahad Campbell, if you want more options available, Mike Green, you want the tight ends available, right? You want, because the Colts are taking the tight end, right? Assuming that one's available. And right now, it feels like Tyler Warren is going to get to the Colts. They're going to take him. That means Colston Loveland is going to fall all the way to the Chargers, who might have taken an edge rusher or a defensive tackle, if there was no Colston Loveland. So you want more options, not less. We weren't taking a tight end. Or if Loveland gets there, I already told you, I'd take him. So, but we're not taking the tight end more likely than not. So we weren't really thinking about the tight end position. We expected both of them to be gone. I expect both of them to be gone, no matter what happens. But the further back Loveland goes, the better it is for us to have some spillage. We talked about spillage. That's how you get spillage, by having other guys that could have gone not go until a little bit further back in front of you, so that, because most teams are thinking, okay, that guy's going to be gone, and then that guy's there. Well, shit, it forces them to pivot, take that guy because they didn't expect him to be there, and now the guy that you were thinking about taking is still there because they had to pivot and take a guy that they didn't think was going to be there. So the Bears aren't going to take a tight end. They're not going to take Tyler Warren. I say it's not a tight end, and literally DJ just said it's a tight end or it's a tight end. So this probably is Tyler Warren then. Jesus Christ. I just talked to you for 3 minutes about how it's not going to be a tight end. Mongo McMichael. If you're a wrestling fan, do you know Steve Mongo McMichael? Rest in peace to Steve Mongo McMichael. Blessings up to him and his family. He was a hell of a football player, and in them WCW days when he was a part of the Four Horsemen, come on now. If you know, you know. Steve Mongo McMichael, he'd been struggling with something. He was in the hospital for a long time, man. Oh, 50th anniversary of Walter Payton getting selected in 1975. That's a great stat, and it's a great thing, but you in Green Bay, you think the Packers fans are going to be cheering for the Bears, Walter Payton or Steve Mongo McMichael? Hell no. If they were in Chicago, they would have went nuts just now. Wrong year, wrong time. But rest easy, Mongo. Yeah, see, here come the boos, right? They're in Green Bay. I mean, it makes sense, right? Colston Loveland. Shit! Colston Loveland before Tyler Warren. I told y'all Colston Loveland he's a dude. He's a dude. He's a dude, but I didn't think he would go before Tyler Warren. Wow. But he's an athlete, though. Warren isn't the athlete that Loveland is. He's different. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. For some of you who had kids 10 years ago, wow, wow, Wubsy. Remember that? Wow, wow. Yikes. Zoink, scoop. Didn't see that coming. Colston Loveland. Damn, boy. They got so much, man. If I'm going to tell you right now, if your boy don't kill it this year, I got questions about him. Because I saw flashes last year with Caleb. They got too many weapons, man. You get Jaden all the shit he got? Man, what? Damn. What's his name? Golly. Charles Davis just comped him to the same guy I comped him to. Tyler Eifert. Shit. I do this, y'all. I do this shit. He just comped him to the same person I comped him to. Tyler Eifert. That's exactly who he reminds me of. First time I watched him, I said, and you know I'm a Notre Dame fan. I said, that's Tyler Eifert. Oh, shit. He was a minor then. I was like, what? I had to cover my eyes. He's a minor. I don't want to be like Shannon Sharp. Right? I had to cover my eyes. I know she wasn't a minor, but damn, she was close. But I said, man, he's going to be a hell of a player. And he reminded me of Tyler Eifert. They got them a stud there. The Chicago Bears just did. I'm shocked though. Before Tyler Warren, well, the Colts aren't complaining because Warren is going to the Colts at 14. Zacchaeus McJack the third, the 2 picks, defensive picks. I've seen mocks where it's just let's help the defense. We've done so much for the offense in the offseason by trading for Deebo Samuel, trading for Laramie Tunzel. Let's do something for the defense. Let's go get the defense some help. That could definitely be the case. Pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. One of our hated divisional rivals, the Dallas Cowboys, will be on the clock. They're officially on the clock now. The pick is in for the 49ers. Y'all see what I'm doing, right? If you out there drinking, make sure you're doing the same thing too. Take that water break because I'm telling you, this 21 kicking my ass. Right, you tell me. You turn the light on? You need it? You need that light? I'm just saying. Trying to help you out. I need you to go get the other bottle. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I dropped the cap. See? Come on now. Be a team player. Yeah, you got the rest of it. Yes. Put it in here. Love me. Come here. So I've seen mock drafts where people have focused in on the defense. I don't think they're going to go like, okay, we got to get defensive players. I think if it happens organically, they will, right? It could happen where on the board at the time of 29 and 61, the best value are 2 defensive players, and they'll take both, right? It could happen. But I'm not telling you that that's what their focus is, you know? We'll see. Got any grapes? Been a member for 44 months. Right. What up, Lou? What's up? Got any grapes? It's been a little while. If we manage to get Porter and Kevin Winston Jr., whew, you asking a lot. You asking for Kevin Winston Jr. to be available in the 4th round as of right now. Obviously, we could trade back and pick up a 3rd round pick somewhere in the mix. But as of right now, I think he's out of our range. Now, Porter at 61 makes a ton of sense. An explosive running back and a true number 2 wide receiver. The team is back in the NFC chip. Hashtag HTTC. Porter, it could be available at 61. Winston, I think you miss him. I think he's a 3rd round pick. So I think you miss him if you don't pick up another pick. I don't think he's there at 118. An explosive running back, you can get that at any point in this draft. So we got plenty of draft capital to do that. That 4th round pick that I just talked about, that'll get you an explosive back. You can get one in the 6th round. I think Jaden Blue might be there in the 6th round. I'm hoping. My fingers are crossed. And a true number 2 wide receiver, I don't know. Now that I don't know about. I don't know if you find a number 2 receiver in this draft. You'd have to draft that at 29, I think. You could get it at 61 too, but you're not going to get Porter if you have to draft Porter at 61 if you want that corner, right? 49ers are clapping it up in their war room. So their pick is in, as we talked about already. I think I already played it for them, but let's play it again. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. And it was important too. Normally when I forget something, I'm like, oh, it wasn't important. What I was about to say was very important. But to substitute it, cheers. All right, here comes the pick for the 49ers. I think I had them taking a defensive tackle. Okay, so they're doing a special message from the army, the military. $250th anniversary. All right. Military. Shout out to the military, man. I think this is a defensive tackle. Harmon, or the Michigan defensive tackle, the other Michigan defensive tackle. I think they want a defensive tackle here. Michael Williams, edge. Okay. Damn it, man. One of the guys that I was hoping would be on the board, I knew he wouldn't be. He's too talented, man. He looks like Daron Payne, but he plays like Jaylen Carter. I think he's going to be a problem at the NFL level, like a big, big problem. I know the production wasn't tremendous at Georgia, but he's one of those dudes that I just look at him and I say, yeah, he's going to be a problem. He got Daron Payne teeth. When he got his helmet on, he looked like Daron Payne. Cowboys are now on the board. And now that Ted McMillan is gone, I think they're going to take an offensive lineman. That would send Cowboys fans into a tizzy. If they took Tyler Booker here or Josh, even though I think Josh Simmons is going to be really good. I really would not prefer them to take Josh Simmons, but that's who I mock them taking. Because they always take care of their trenches. And their trenches took a hit this year with Nick Martin retiring. So if they took Tyler Booker, it wouldn't shock me. If they took Josh Simmons, it wouldn't shock me. They feel like a team that would take an offensive lineman because that's what the Cowboys do. They take care of the trenches. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know Cowboys fans want the shiny toy, but there's nothing wrong with continuing to fortify your offensive line, which is what the Cowboys seem to always do a good job of. Cowboys are now on the clock. Bottled Squatch. Thank you for the super chat. All right. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 39 months. Okay. Hey, it's Jay Sauer 90. What you doing with this new name? Cowboys made their pick. They on Jerry's on the phone with that pick right now. Hi, how would you like to be a Cowboy? Sipping on proper 12 whiskey. Oh, I stay away from whiskey, man. You got me on that one. Hands up. Hands up. You got me. I don't do the whiskey. Only in desperate situations does whiskey come into play. You got me on that bottled squash. Sean Moorer. Uh-oh, pick is in. Pick is in for the Cowboys. This feels like an offensive lineman. What I tell y'all? Tyler mother effing Booker. Zach Martin retired. He's a future Hall of Famer. I said he's a big, physical, space-eating offensive tackle that mauls people. I said he feels like a Cowboy. Did I mock him to Dallas? No, Josh Simmons. I mocked Josh Simmons, but I told you, I said Tyler Booker feels in play here. This feels like a Cowboy. That's what the Cowboys do. They take offensive linemen in the first round. They take offensive linemen in the first round. Look at that. He's so excited. Good for him. Good for him. And guess what? We just kept another explosive playmaker out of the division. So, yeah. LB was making fun of Cowboys fans because Cowboys fans are probably look. They're going to put a positive spin on this, and he's a good football player first and foremost. Like, let's not trip. They didn't draft a bum here. This isn't like when they drafted the Michigan defensive tackle who was ass. They drafted a good football player here. However, Cowboys fans wanted a skill player, right? They wanted a running back. They wanted Jeanty. They wanted a receiver. They wanted Tet. They wanted something tangible that they could get excited about. They draft first-round offensive linemen every year, it feels like. Cowboys fans are tired of it. Guess what? I'm not. Yes. 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 You remember Coming to America when he was screaming out the window? To be loved. To be loved. Oh, what a feeling. Yes. The Cowboys got another offensive lineman. Yes. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Cheers to the Cowboys getting another offensive lineman. To be loved. To be loved. Oh, what a feeling. To be loved. Someone to kiss. Someone to miss. When you're away. With love and despair. The Cowboys got another offensive lineman. Yes. All right. All right, let's get it. Sean Moore says, I got a bottle of Vivu Clico. Woo! Woo! You sure you want to open it for this? For the 2025 NFL Draft? That was already open. You open that in the playoffs, bro. You open that in the playoffs. You open that in the playoffs. You just, you slipping on that slow. Enjoy, my man. Cheers. Cheers. Duncan Wright. Hey, right now, we on the same wavelength. We both drunken right now. Nah, I'm kidding. I ain't drunk, but you are. I know you are already. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Jacksonville has had so many number one picks, yet Khan doesn't know how to use them. This pick is a waste. By the way, vodka rules. Viva la drinking, a great night. Oh, yeah. I look, first of all, can we get a clap up for Duncan Wright? That was one of the most coherent super chats he's ever sent. And it's after 9 o'clock at night, East time. I'm proud of you, man. And yes, vodka is the best. I agree. Sip slow and sip responsibly. And you're not wrong about Jacksonville. They've had a lot of good picks. Haven't done anything with it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Extraordinary Life. Been a member for 7 months. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I hope we get a cornerback, but I'm down for the ride cheers. I don't think we get a cornerback in the first round, but I do think, okay, if Hairston is there at 29, there's a chance. I think Hairston goes off the board at Green Bay. I think they're 23rd overall. I think Hairston goes off the board then. So if Hairston isn't there, I don't think they're in, or Jahdae Barron. I think Jahdae Barron goes off the board here, right? Right here. Or you know what? Let me bring it back. Bring it back. All right. Let me Hold on a second. Will Johnson is still on the board. This is Will Johnson here for the Dolphins. This is who the pick is. Pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. So I think this is Will Johnson right here. I thought it was going to be Jahdae Barron, but I thought Will Johnson would have already been gone by now. He's not. So this is Will Johnson. So if Jahdae Barron is on the board, he could be an option here. Jahdae Barron is on the board. He's an option here, and so is Will Johnson. I think it's a corner because, again, they're looking to trade Jalen Ramsey, meaning they feel like they're going to replace him. This is the time to do it. This is not a great cornerback draft class. If you're going to replace him, now's the time to do it. And I can't think of a better corner to do it with than Will Johnson. So I think that's what's going to happen. Now, don't rule out Jahdae Barron because he's so versatile. Inside, outside, blitz, all of that good stuff. Can tackle, ball production. But I think this is Will Johnson. He gives you a bona fide outside corner, which is what you would be replacing if you were to move on from Jalen Ramsey. So this feels like Will Campbell. Or excuse Will Campbell. Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan is what it feels like. The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. You know what that means. Play me my theme music. Dion he talking that good talk to his son, like, hey, this is a blessing. He giving him that good talk, like, hey, you finna go to a good football team. The further you fall, the better team you going to. You're gonna be all right. Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Door Gunner writes, double up, thank you for doubling up. Here comes Raj with the Dolphins pick. Will Johnson is my guess. Wow, they went defensive tackle. Like I said, we were doing a mock draft on the Commanders Kings channel, and I said, there's no way Kenneth Grant doesn't go in the first round. He looks like Hercules, right? He's 330 pounds. He carries it well. He looks like he's 310, right? He's 330. He moves like a ninja. And he's explosive. He gets in the backfield. He's disruptive. He's strong. He's everything you're looking for. He was the Robin to Mason Graham's Batman. And while Mason Graham got a lot of the attention, Kenneth Grant was doing work. He was doing work, right? He was a guy taking on a lot of double teams so Mason Graham could eat. Because Mason Graham ain't 330. So they didn't have to double team him, right? They had to double team the 330-pound guy, and he still won, and he still made a difference. It makes sense from this standpoint. They allowed Christian Wilkins to leave in free agency last year, right? Went to the Vegas Raiders, didn't re-sign him, and it was the right thing to do. He wasn't worth the money that he got from the Raiders. That was crazy money. But they didn't replace him in free agency, and it was kind of a void in their defense. And so now, you know, you play against the Bills twice a year. Presumably, they're going to get something done with James Cook. That man's talking $20 million. I don't know if you saw his tweet on X, but the Colts pick is in. Duh, it's in. Tyler Warren is on the board. You think they were going to delay on this pick? They turned that shit in instantly. All right. I could put in I honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in right now. This is how confident I am. I'm being bold right now. This is the first time I did it all night, and I knew who was gonna be the number 1 pick. I knew who the number 2 pick was gonna be. I knew who the number 3 pick was gonna be. Shit, I felt like I even knew who the number 4 pick was gonna be. I didn't do it all night. I'm this confident. I'm putting Tyler Warren's name right here. I'm putting Tyler Warren's name. They turned that pick in so quick that should have make your eyes spin. You get knocked out like Mike Tyson. This is Tyler Warren. I put the shit in already. I might be wrong and I'm gonna look like a fool, but I feel confident the Colts are taking Tyler Warren right here. They thought they were gonna have to take Colts and Loveland. They didn't think they were getting Tyler Warren. Hey, clap it up. Clap it up. I know a little something. Just a little bit. I don't know a lot. I know a little bit. All right, Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, fought in wars for nearly 20 years so Lou could make the horrible decision of no cheese and pineapple on your pizza. So tragic. Oh, you're not gonna go there on me, man. When you phrase it like that, you make me feel so bad. Really? Like, come on, man. You fought so I could choose to have the right to put pineapple on my pizza. That's how you were supposed to phrase it. Not make me feel bad for putting pineapple with no cheese on my pizza. You were supposed to say, I fought 20 years in wars so that you could put pineapple on your pizza. I'm disappointed in you, Door Gunner. You know what you're going to make me do? You're going to make me sing and make your dog bark. You real close. I don't want to do it. It's 9 o'clock at night on the East Coast. I don't know where you at, but I don't want to do it. But you're this close to making me do it. Be careful. You tread lightly. Be careful. You walking on thin ice, my man. J Mart. Hey, let's talk about Tyler Warren real quick for the Colts fans that are out there. This is a monumental pick. You just stole at 14. There's no way you were supposed to get the best tight end in this draft. I love Colson Loveland. Love him as an athlete. Love his size at 6'6". Love everything that he brings. He is not Tyler Warren. Now, I will tell you, Warren needs to work on his blocking a little bit. I don't think his blocking is up to par for his size, but boy, is he a physical specimen. He can catch it. He was a former quarterback, so you can do trick plays with him. This guy is a load to deal with the ball in his hands. They did jet sweeps with this guy. They did wide receiver screen or tight end screens with this guy. They did wheel routes. They did seam routes. They did everything you could think of under the sun with Tyler Warren. He was the offense at Penn State. You're getting a complete tight end that can come in and be better than Dallas Clark. Yes, I just said that. I know how good Dallas Clark was for you. Tyler Warren has Hall of Fame, Rob Gronkowski type of talent. I don't know if he will realize it with your quarterback situation being the way that it is. You got Daniel Jones and Richardson battling for the quarterback position, but he's got Hall of Fame type talent. Cheers to Colts fans. You just got a real one at the tight end position. Cheers. All right. J Mart, been a member for 41 months. What's good, LT? What's good, J Mart? J Mart, excuse me. I saw Mob and I was, yeah. He says, what's good, LT? Mob. It's that time again. HTTC. You know what it is. After the draft, it's the schedule release. Like after the party, after the club, it's the after party, right? After the draft, it's the schedule release. We ain't done yet. We got more to go. After the schedule release, though, that's it. It ain't nothing else. We done. Then we waiting on Terry's extension at that point. That's what we waiting on. Falcons are taking an awfully long time. This is the longest we've seen a team take to make their selection. They're thinking long and hard. This feels like Mike Green. They're debating in their war room. They're trying to see if they can get out of this pick. No, you can't get out of the pick. Nobody's trading, right? We've seen all the trades that we're going to see until somebody comes up for Shador Sanders right around 18, 19, 20. You got to make a pick. You got to pick one of these edge rushers. Is it Ezeraku? Is it Mike Green, right? Is it Jaylen Walker, who I did not think would be here? It's one of those guys. Zacchaeus Majet III. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Got my grilled chicken on the barbie. From the Outback. I love it. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. I love it. Take a sip for me, Lou, since I gave up alcohol 4 months ago. First of all, shout out to anybody who doesn't drink. It's a great habit to have. All right. It is such a good thing if you don't drink. Practice abstinence from alcohol if you can. And cheers to your 4 years of sobriety. We love it, man. We love it for you. ZM3, cheers to 4 years or 3 months, or 4 months, of sobriety. And I will absolutely take a sip for you. My guy. Grilled chicken. You know what it is. Q-Bone. Q, what up? Y'all made a splash in this draft. Shit, you created a tidal wave with your trade. Whoa. Did you see it coming? What up, Lou? What's up, Q? Recovering from being sick. Glad you're feeling better. I am. So glad to hear from you, first and foremost. And secondly, I'm glad that you're feeling better. Hype for Travis Hunter. Duval! You should be. You should be. You should be. That's a power move. That's a boss move. Now, what y'all gonna do with it? What y'all gonna do with it? All of a sudden, Jacksonville Jaguars have become marketable. And now I want to see the Jacksonville Jaguars. I want to see Travis Hunter playing offense. I want to see Travis Hunter playing defense. All of a sudden, that Thursday night game, when the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing the Tennessee Titans, and normally I wouldn't want to see it. I want to see Cam Ward, and I want to see Travis Hunter. Now that's a game I want to see. Christopher McLaughlin, my guy, C-Mac. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Really, truly do appreciate you for all that you do for the Louie Tee Network. Who writes, hey, Lou, what's up, Chris? Hope all is well with you and the family. Likewise. 2 questions. 1, who is the one player that scares you the most if the Eagles draft him in round 1 and why? I hate answering questions like this because there's over 1,000 of you out there. And I know that at least 50 of them are Eagles fans hiding in the shadows. And they love when we talk about them. Pick is in. Hold on a second. We're going to pick up that conversation. Put a pin in that. We're going to pick that conversation up where we left off at. I don't know which one, but this is the edge rusher for the Falcons. I don't know which one, but this is the edge rusher. I'm going out on a limb and saying it's Mike Green. That's why it took so long. They were debating back and forth which one they wanted to take. No. I'm tripping. This is Jaylen Walker. Jaylen Walker, Georgia. Stay at home. Jaylen Walker. Jaylen Walker. That's the pick. Wait a minute. You open this and you took some more? You don't know what I need. You don't know what I need. All right. Jaylen Walker, Mike Green, one of the two. I'm going with Jaylen Walker. Boom! Hey, I'm hot right now. I'm feeling like Kobe. Somebody cool me off. I'm hot right now. That's 2 in a row. Huh? All right, let's put him in. I figured they're gonna take an edge rusher. I figured Atlanta want to be safe. Mel, not Mel Kiper. Todd McShay talked about the Falcons being willing to take a risk on a guy with some character concerns. But guess what? You don't have to do it if Jaylen Walker's available. He was available. I didn't think he would be available. I thought Carolina would take him. They didn't. So now that he's available, I'm like, that's who they're gonna take. They're gonna be safe. So makes sense. All right. Hey, that's funny. J Moo said that because my wife said, "Hey, you better be careful. You might get fined." All right. All right. So, Christopher McLaughlin writes, who's the one player that scares you the most? And I talked about this already. The Eagles fans, I know they out there. Boy, they love when we talk about them. Boy, they love it. Anytime we talk about them, oh, we living rent free, right? Out of here. Ain't nobody thinking about y'all. I mean, we are, but we not. We not like y'all. Like y'all win the Super Bowl, and yet y'all clocking us. If I win the Super Bowl, I ain't thinking about Nathan. None of y'all. Y'all win the Super Bowl, yet y'all thinking about us. We ain't win the Super Bowl. So we should be thinking about the team that beat us 55-23. But that's another thing. That's another conversation for another day. I don't want the Eagles to come away with, so they didn't get any of the elite tight ends. So that's good, right? Good. I don't want them to get Nolen, Nolen, the defensive tackle out of Walter Nolen. I don't want them to get him out of Ole Miss. I just don't. Like, there are not too many players that I'm like, yo, don't let the Eagles. The tight ends were one of those guys. And then Walter Nolen is the other guy. If they get any of the edge rushers, cool, whatever. I'm not tripping. Because somebody's going to fall. Just like somebody's going to fall to us, somebody's going to fall to them. There's a lot of talent that's going to be available. Whether it's a receiver, whether it's a tight end, or not a tight end, excuse me. Whether it's a receiver, whether it's the edge rusher, whether it's, I just don't, want it to be. They already are loaded on defensive tackle, defensive line. They let 2 of their guys hit free agency, and they left. I don't want them to be able to replenish them with elite guys. But if they do, so be it. It is what it is, bro. Like, you can't. It is what it is. I'm not tripping. But Walter Nolen is a guy I would really like to not end up in Philadelphia. I would be really happy if Arizona right now took Walter Nolen. I would be really happy. And then you write, 2, how many trades do you expect total in the first round and why? So we've had 1 trade, right? Jacksonville coming up. That's it. I don't expect a lot of trades. I've already told you. Jeanty was one of the few guys worthy of a trade in this draft. You're going to get another trade. I think somebody's going to trade up for Shador, and I think you're going to get another trade. Somebody's going to trade up for Jackson Dart in the first round. So you're going to get 3 trades altogether in the first round. That's it. Pick is in for Arizona. So you're going to get 3 total trades in the first round. Because this is not a draft where you should be trading up. Picks 10... Tyler Warren went at 14. Picks 15 through 45, you're getting players that the difference between them are very negligible, right? And see, here comes the Shador Sanders narrative. If the Steelers don't take him at 21, you just heard Joel Klatt say, there's no backstop if you're watching NFL Network. If you watch ESPN, you didn't hear him say that. But if you're watching NFL Network, Joel Klatt just said, there's no backstop. And I was listening to a guy on social media who said, if the Steelers don't take him at 21, where the hell is he going to go? Right? Like, at that point, he might be out of the first round. He might be on some Drew Lock shit, right? We thought Drew Lock was a first-round pick back in 2019. And once he didn't go at Washington, once they took Dwayne Haskins, he was out of the first round. Cardinals pick. Walter Nolen. That's 3 in a row. Boo, 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 boo. You can't see me now. I'm on some John Cena shit. You can't see me now. That's 3 in a row. I'm hot. I'm hot. Somebody cool me off. I got a little water right here. Whoo. Whoo. I'm hot. I'm hot. Somebody stop me. Paparazzi, somebody stop me. Let's put him in. Walter Nolen, pick for the Cardinals. I love it for them. He, to me, is the most dynamic and explosive defensive tackle in this draft. Sometimes he has a trouble finding the football, right? Not always ideal, but when you talk about a guy with talent, he's a disruptor. He's a force up front. And when he's locked in, he's a problem. He's a problem. Glad the Eagles didn't get him because they would have maximized Walter Nolen. Oh, best believe he would have went there and became an all-pro. Now in Arizona, I don't know what he's going to become, but he might become all-pro there too because he got that kind of talent. But at least he's not in Philadelphia. Now the Eagles can draft whoever the hell they want. Bless you. I don't care. They're not going to get an elite tight end, not one of the elites. They could still get, a Harold Fannin Jr. and he would be a problem, right? Or they could get a Terrence Ferguson. That's the next guy. Don't let them get Terrence Ferguson, right? I like any of these other tight ends, even Harold Fannin. I'm not tripping. Don't let them get Terrence Ferguson, please. Any of these other tight ends, have at it. Terrence Ferguson is going to be a stud. I've already told you this. I've already told you this. That's 3 in a row. I'm hot. Bengals on the clock. They need edge. I've already talked about it, right? Trey Hendrickson once out last year of his deal. They just had Sam Hubbard retire. This is an edge. Now, which one? You got Donovan Ezeraku. You got Shamar Stewart. Jahad Campbell hasn't been taken yet. This feels like Jahad Campbell. What do you say? Let's make it 4 in a row. Jahad Campbell is my selection for them. Mook. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mook 3. Or Mookie. See, I'm getting better. Mookie. Wait, since you got the 3. Mookie. Appreciate you. SPR 3472. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super. Daily Grind. Thank you for being a member for 43 months. I feel the jealousy, Lou. Mike Tomlin said it best to Chase Young. I never want to lose enough games to get a guy that looks like you. Hey, this is our new existence. This is our new norm. You better get used to this daily grind. This is what we asked for. You can't renege now. You can't go back now. This is what we asked for. We want this. Get used to this. All right. They can hear it though. I'm glad we can't get a guy that looks like Chase Young. Or maybe, wait a minute, wait for it. Wait for it. Maybe we can at 29. We'll see. All right. Seahawks have been the trade back kings of the last decade. Nobody trades out of the first round quite like the Seattle Seahawks. That I'm telling you, I said from 18 to 20, that is the window for Shador Sanders to get traded. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Where's my theme music? Seattle loves trading out of the first round. John Schneider is allergic to first round picks, and he's awful at it. When he does make a first round pick, they stink. His best bet is getting out of the first round where he does his damage. The only first round pick I can think of in the last 5 to 7 years that was any good was Devin Weatherspoon, the cornerback out of Illinois. All the rest of them dudes they took, Collier and what's the running back out of San Diego State that they took in the first round? They took a lot of bums in the first round. This is a blessing for them if they can get out. If the Giants come calling at 18 to get Shador. We got 2 more trades, right? My guy Chris McLaughlin asked me, how many trades? 3, I told you. 3. 2 more quarterbacks are getting traded for. Giants are coming up, Browns are coming up, or Saints. One of the 2. Shamar Stewart off the board. Commanders fans, rejoice. Celebrate. Celebrate. One more time. Celebrate. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. No Shamar Stewart for the Commanders to select. You don't have to worry about it. Hey, spillage, Jahad Campbell still on the board. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I like it a lot. You like when a plan comes together, right? I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put him in. Let's put him in. Let's put Shamar Stewart in. Yeah. Uh-oh. This ain't Friday. You can't do what I do. Oh, I love it. I love when a plan comes together. I love when a plan comes together. Yeah. Mock. Yeah. Bird. No. Ing. Yeah. Bird. Yeah. 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 Mockingbird. Don't everybody have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard? Shamar Stewart is gone. I feel so good. My streak is broken. That sucks. But Shamar Stewart being gone is worth the streak being broken. Cheers to that. Ha! This is like the Atlanta Falcons taking Drake London when we didn't want him. Cheers to that. Ha! Ree, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, writes. Lou, you're my brother. Likewise, man. You my guy. You know that. Always. Never met you in person, but you're one of my favorite humans. Will Johnson at 19. We're getting close. And Will Johnson is there. What did I tell you yesterday? What did I tell you last night? I said, Will Johnson, or during the podcast, when you asked, I said, Will Johnson at 19. That's what I told you. Now, when I did my little mock draft, he wasn't available. But I told you, it felt like Will Johnson would be available. And here we are. You're one pick away from Will Johnson being available. And the Seahawks aren't taking Will Johnson. So he's going to be available at 19. And Todd Bowles isn't passing up Will Johnson. And we talked about Will Johnson a month ago. And you was like, if Will Johnson falls, and I said, he ain't falling. But I said, if he does, he ain't getting past your Bucks. There you go. There you go, Ree. There you go. Todd Laborer. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Todd. Right? Hey, Louie, it's Todd. I wouldn't have guessed it was you, Todd. Only except your name is Todd. My guy. Happy NFL Draft Day. Yes. Happy Draft Day to all, and to all a happy draft day. I'm watching my Pistons and Knicks. Oh, well, you just sparked me to find out if the Pistons pulled it off at home in game 3. This is the pivotal game 3, right? You're at home. You're trying to protect the house. Did you get it done? I got to go look. You made me go look. You made me go look. You made me go look. Oh, you lost by 2. Oh. You let them steal home court back. Damn. Ooh. No, we not. Just started. Oh, shit. Don't be talking to me like that. We at home. We got the crowd. Grizzlies at home. We're going to lose this game by 12. Seahawks pick is in. Oh, shit. That was fast. Damn. Seahawks pick is in. This offensive lineman. This is shit. It's the offensive line. Yeah, Gray Zable. There you go. Offensive lineman. I knew it was an offensive lineman. I was trying to on the fly think of that pick came in quick. Yeah, Gray Zable. They needed an offensive lineman. They have to revamp their offensive line. They lost a bunch of offensive linemen in free agency last offseason, like 2 or 3 of them boys last offseason. Gray Zable, one of the few guys that come out that's a 5-tool. I call him a 5-tool offensive lineman, can play all 5 positions. Last year, we saw Graham out of Duke come into the league, be able to play all 5 positions, ended up sticking at center for the Bucks. It's a rare thing to see a guy be able to play 5 positions. Gray Zable can do that. I think they're going to try him at tackle first, but more likely than not, he's going to end up being an NFL guard. But you know how I feel. I'm going to give a guy every opportunity to prove he can until he can't. So Gray Zable is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. Not a surprise there. I knew they were taking an offensive lineman. I just didn't know which one. So now the Bucks are on the board, and I think this is Will Johnson. I mean, shit. This is what you dreamed of. This is the scenario that you prayed happened. It happened. Now go get your guy. What you waiting on? Turn that pick in. Your Knicks your Pistons lost by 2 at the crib. Damn. My Grizzlies are up 10 right now. They're going to lose by 12, right? So I'm going to tell you how this is going to go. Real quick, NBA talk. Ain't going to be too much of this tonight. So we got blown out in games 1 and 2, right? We lost by 19 in game 2. We lost by like 800 in game 1. Game 2, we're going to lose. This is the game where you come out, your crowd is involved. You got energy and juice because you're at home. You feed off the crowd energy early. You fight like hell. You're in it for 3 quarters, the 4th quarter. Maybe it's the 3rd quarter. The 3rd quarter has been nasty for us this season. So maybe it's the 3rd quarter. But you fight like hell for, 48 minutes. And you ultimately let go of the rope. And the 4th quarter, you lose the game by 12. I'll say, okay, this is going to be the most closely contested game because, this is what the psychological thing is. You tell yourself, we going home. We got the home crowd. We're going to go home and we're going to take care of business, right? So you fight like hell. You come out. There's intensity. The crowd is in it. And you feed off of that early. It doesn't last. You end up losing the game. This will be the closest game of the series, but we'll still lose by double figures, right? Because they're just better than us. If we were to get a game, it'd be this one. If we lose this game, which I anticipate us doing, then in game 4, that's when it's over. You lose game 3, it's done. You let go of the rope. So you come out, you try to have some intensity early, but it doesn't work. You understand that it's over. OKC exerts their dominance and they pull away and they win that game by 24 in the final game of the series. So we get swept. I have no confidence in the Grizzlies to even win a game. And so the Bucks pick is in. This feels like Will Johnson. I don't really know how. Might as well take him. He's here. Get her done, right? Todd Laborer says, I'm watching your channel tonight for the Commanders coverage during the game, HTTC. I'm so disappointed y'all didn't get it done. I felt like this was a big one because if you could win game 3, then you were kind of playing with house money. Now the pressure's on you to win game 4, right? You win game 3, and now you got a chance to, really have home court advantage if you win both your home games. You lose game 3, they've stole back home court advantage. So now they're playing with house money. You win game 3, now you're playing with house money, right? Because even if you lose game 4, at least you're going back to New York. And it's a 3-game series at that point, tied at 2-2. Now you got to win game 4 or else you're going back to New York with a chance to have the series be done. So that's a tough one. But I'm glad you're here, Todd. Thank you for being here, man. I really appreciate you doubling up, by watching the Pistons and this draft coverage here on the Louie Tee Network. Bilbo Baggins. Like the name. Hit the like button. Look at that. Yeah. Lost to the Commanders. 23-20. Yeah. Get it. Yeah. Lost to the Commanders in the playoffs in the wild card weekend. 23-20. I like it. I like seeing that on the screen. Shador still waiting his turn. Look at Gilly. What the hell Gilly monkey ass doing at Shador's goddamn draft party? What the hell is he doing there? Gilly, take your monkey ass home. The hell you doing at the damn draft party? Shit. Although, and like Bilbo Baggins said, hey, y'all hit the like button. Public service announcements from Bilbo Baggins. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hey, for my guy, Ree, we going to hit the theme music one more time since he's an ESPN guy. Will Johnson. Bop, 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 bop. Will Johnson. 2 times for my guy. Bop, 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 bop. Will Johnson. Mr. Streeter. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Will Streeter writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Will? Or, excuse me. What's up, Mr. Streeter? Says, you see the new NCAA Madden? Yeah, I talked about it. The commercial came on. Hey, we all up in that bitch. We starring in that hoe. Say something. I don't see the Eagles in that bitch. They say we on their brain, right? I don't see the Bears in that hoe. Eagles won the Super Bowl. I don't see the Chiefs in that bitch. Bucks pick in. Wow. Receiver Emeka Egbuka. Wow. I love it. I'm shocked, though. I'm shocked. I'm not upset about it. He's a dog. I said, Commanders fans, you should be looking at Emeka Egbuka. I think this taps into their whole Chris Godwin thing. He's a professional, like Godwin was coming out of Penn State, ready to come in and have 1,000 yards in his rookie season. And Godwin's injury, I think it scared him, right? Like last year, it was literally Mike Evans, the tight end position, the running backs, and you were hoping that your rookie wide receiver, McMillan, was able to do damage. They can't trust Godwin coming off the injury, but they just gave him a contract. So it is what it is. You got Evans getting older, Godwin coming off an injury. McMillan is cool, but he ain't like that, right? He's a deep threat. He's got speed, but he ain't like that. Emeka Egbuka is like that. And so, wow. I didn't see it coming. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought about receiver because in my mock draft, Ted McMillan was still available. And I thought about it. I was like, nah, they ain't taking no receiver right here. Not after they just signed Chris Godwin to that extension. But shit, they took Emeka Egbuka. But Emeka Egbuka fits that culture in Tampa Bay. Again, he's a Chris Godwin type. Like, he's a guy that doesn't get the appreciation that he deserves. This man left Ohio State as the all-time leader in receptions at a very prestigious university that has birthed a lot of top-tier NFL talent at the receiver position. He is that dude, and I wanted him in Washington. Like, I was cool. If the Commanders would have taken him at 29, I was with it. So I'm shocked that they took him and passed on Will Johnson because I knew Todd Bowles wanted to reinforce his defense. But to go and get them a receiver the caliber of Emeka Egbuka is pretty damn exciting if you're a Bucs fan. So I'll say that. Wow, that was a shock. Let's go ahead and put him in the let's put him into the scroll. Wow, that was a surprise. I haven't been surprised too many times tonight. Maybe 3 times or so. The Jags trading, the Bears taking Loveland over Warren, and this one. I haven't been shocked too many times. This is a shocker. I didn't see this one coming. Have not been shocked too many times tonight, but here we are. I'm shocked they didn't take Will Johnson. I'm shocked. I'm telling you, and I said this to Will. I said this to Will when he didn't run his 40. I said, Will, you tripping, bro. Not running your 40 is scaring teams because you got run by in 2024. Dudes was running by your ass. You needed to show people, hey, this 4.48, I can run. And by you not running, you confirm what everybody said, which is, hey, this dude is a 4.53 dude. He a 4.52 dude. He can't run for real. And you not running, oh, I got a hamstring. But I'm gonna do everything else. All these agility drills, stop, start, jump, explosive. I'm gonna do everything else. But oh man, I can't run the 40 though. Oh, okay. That means you slow. Because I already told you, fast guys run fast, slow guys run slow. It's only a story when the opposite happens, as a wise man once told me. If you fast, you ain't trying to hide. You want to showcase your speed. You want to show people you can run. When you slow, you hide. And guess what? When you got the ability to do that, if you can hide, you can hide. Like Jeanty ain't have to run a 40. Why? Because he's the most dynamic back we've seen since Saquon Barkley. I don't count Bijan Robinson because I didn't think he was dynamic, and he hasn't been dynamic since he got in the league. Saquon is that guy. Jeanty is next up, right? he didn't have to run a 40 because he's that dude. Will Johnson ain't like that. You're not that established. You're not that good. You're not that much better than everybody else in the draft class where you can say, nah, I'm good. I told you this is a nasty cornerback class, right? I told you that. How many corners we seen taken in this draft? I'm going to wait. I'm listening. Y'all let me know. Tell me right here. I'm listening. My ears are open. You might see some earwax. It's open. How many corners we done seen in this draft taken? You want to count Travis Hunter? Go right ahead. I'll let you. I'll allow it. How many corners we done seen taken? I'm waiting. Y'all tell me. Mr. Streeter says they're trying to inception us into taking Matt Golden. I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't be glad at it either, but I wouldn't be mad at it. So right now, we are into pick 20, and the pick is in for the Denver Broncos. I feel like the Denver Broncos Amarian Hampton, running back out of North Carolina. They don't have a dynamic running back right now. They want one. Javonte is gone. He's in Dallas. So now that the Steelers are on the board, I think this is where Shador Sanders goes. Amarian Hampton feels like the pick here at 20. Jeep Commander, been a member for 43 months. Commission's coming out. He's got a guest with him, so it's going to take a little bit longer. So I'm going to read this or this comment. All I know is whatever happens tonight, stick and pick or trade back, I trust AP will make the best choice for the team. In AP, we trust. And that should be the mindset of every Commanders fan out there. From shining sea to shining sea, right? From the widest shore to the longest sea. That should be the mindset is whatever AP decides, just roll with it. I already told y'all, I may not agree, and there's nothing he can do because Shamar Stewart isn't on the board. He's no longer available. So there's nothing he could do tonight that I would be like, oh, man. Even I'm not a big Maxwell Hairston fan. I don't love him. But even if they did go Maxwell, and I think the Packers are going to take him personally. But even if he did take Maxwell Hairston, if he's available, I wouldn't be tripping. We could use a corner. See what Make-A-Wish fan Samuel. Janae Barron is the pick. So they didn't go running back. They went cornerback. I asked y'all how many corners have been taken. Janae Barron goes before Will Johnson. Janae Barron is a dog, right? And you know what's crazy is I comped him to a former Denver Bronco, really good player in Chris Harris Jr. because of his ability to play both the slot and outside corner. I think he's better as a slot corner, but he can also play out wide like Chris Harris Jr. could. Chris Harris Jr. for about a 3 to 4 year stretch was the best nickel corner in the entire NFL. I can see Janae Barron being that as well. And I love this pick. He's got ball skills. He's had the ability to blitz. He tackles. Again, he can play outside. I think he's a menace inside because of all the things that he can bring. He's quick twitched. You can get on top of him and get vertical, but anything underneath, this guy's all over it. I've always said that the corners in this draft aren't elite in terms of their ability to cover down the field, but their ability to really jump things underneath, see it and react to it and break on it is elite. A lot of corners in this draft have that ability. It's when they get beat or they try to get up press and the guy's able to get on top of them and stack them, they're not able to really recover in this draft. And Janae Barron is one of those dudes that doesn't do a great job of, he doesn't have elite makeup speed, which is why I think he's a nickel. But I think this guy's a stud. If you're a a Denver Broncos fan, you should be elated. This is a really good football player that I didn't think would be available at your pick. This feels like Shador Sanders. Ian Rappaport just said that there was a lot of back and forth between what would go down in the Steelers' war room. They were going back and forth with each other as to what they should do. They were kind of split on Shador Sanders. Looks like they're on the phones working with some, like they don't look like they're necessarily calling Shador, and Shador's not on the phone right now. They look like they're on the phone with another team trying to work out the details of a deal to move out of the pick. The pick is in, so shit, never mind. The pick is in, and they're not on the phone with Shador. You just saw the Steelers on the phone, and Shador is not on the phone, so clearly the pick is not Shador Sanders. And if they don't take him, Shador might be out of the first round. That's what it feels like right now. Or the Giants might be coming up to get Shador Sanders in the 20s at some point. The pick is in for the Steelers, and it doesn't feel like it's Shador Sanders. Sanders. This does not feel like, and you know what was funny? I was reading a mock draft, and they said Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, feels like a Steeler or a Raven. And I was like, watching them, I'm like, you're not wrong. This I could see Harmon, Derek Harmon, being out of Oregon, the defensive tackle, being a Raven or a Steeler. And if it's not a quarterback, and it doesn't feel like Shador right now, I think it could be one of those guys. It could be Derek Harmon. What I tell you? What I tell you? Look, and here's why I say that, right? Here's why I say that. So keep in mind that now let's put him into the scroll. Here's why. How much longer is Cam Hayward going to be able to play, right? He's got to be approaching the tail end of his career. They need a guy. And this guy, Derek Harmon, feels like one of those Cam Hayward, Cam Jordan, even though Cam Jordan is a defensive end, it's one of these disruptors. One of these guys is going to be a really good player for a long time, underrated. People aren't going to be talking about him, not going to be singing his praises or calling out his name all the time. But when you look at him and you look at what he brings to the table, you're like, yo, this dude is a dog. When you watch him at Oregon, he gets off the line fast. He gets into the backfield. He penetrates. He stops the run. He can get after the quarterback. He's a guy that definitely feels like a Steeler and a Raven or a Raven, that AFC North type of player. And look at that. Look at that. Shador Sanders is in danger of not going in the first round. Now, there's still a chance that somebody trades up for him. So I'm not going to rule him out, but that felt like the landing spot. He didn't land there. So now I'm like, uh-oh. Unless somebody trades up for you, there's no cushiony, soft landing spot for you. There's none of these teams at the back. All these teams now, we dealing with all playoff teams, right? Most playoff teams have a quarterback. The Steelers were the last playoff team to not have a quarterback, right? That's a testament to Mike Tomlin that they made the playoffs without a legitimate signal caller. They don't have one. Everybody else does. The Chargers do, the Rams do, the Ravens do, the Commanders do, the Lions do, the Chiefs do, the Eagles do. Like, everybody else has quarterback. So is somebody trading back up? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Shizzle P. McNasty Yeah, I like it. Shizzle P. McNasty. Been a member for 15 months. Who writes, AP is going to do the right thing tonight, Lou. Cheers. Whatever he does is the right thing. He could take a squat on the 29th pick and just drop a load on it. It'd be the right thing. Obviously, he'd still have to pick a player. He couldn't just – remember when the Vikings took too long and their pick got passed? Remember that when the Chiefs ended up selecting and they didn't get a pick in the first round? You can't do that. But he could do whatever he wants short of not making a pick. It doesn't really matter. After going 12-5 and going all the way to the NFC Championship game, he's a made man in this town. He can do no wrong. I've seen a lot of people like, AP, make me proud, and they had a list of players that they wanted. It was like 5 players long, and I'm like, okay, so what if he doesn't take one of your players? He won't make you proud? Out of here with that bullshit. Whatever he does, you should be, at this point, he's built up enough equity where you go, okay, whatever he does, even if I don't agree, I'm with it. That's where you should be right now. He's going to do the right thing. Like Spike Lee. Todd Laborer. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Louie, who will the Commanders draft tonight, in your opinion? Mike Green. I've already told you. I told y'all this on X. Oh, if you're not on that, you might not be on X, Todd. I said the Commanders will draft Mike Green in the biggest upset since the Commanders beat the Lions in the divisional round, since Mike Tyson was defeated by Buster Douglas, right? Since the New England Patriots were ousted by the New York Giants in 2007, the biggest upset you've seen. You think of whatever that looks like for you. Mike Green is a Commander tonight. He ain't off the board yet, and ain't nobody else taking him because he's got character concerns. You know what our general manager said? One of the guys in San Francisco that had character concerns ended up being one of the best guys in the locker room, one of the best players in the NFL. He told us, without mentioning a name, but the name, I'm telling y'all, this is the psychology background right here. I'm telling y'all, the person insert Mike Green, the name he had in mind when he was talking about that stuff was Mike Green. That's the pick tonight. Chargers. Boy, that draft room looks real like stoic. They on the phone right now with the guy that they drafted, but goddamn, they just look like no excitement, no buzz, no energy. Daniel Jeremiah says Travion Henderson is the pick. They bought in Najee Harris. That's a 1-year deal, though. Will Johnson is a Michigan. I'm telling you, I said this yesterday on the show. I said with the Chargers in particular, if there's a Michigan Wolverine available, and I didn't think there would be. With the 3 Michigan Wolverines, we thought the 2 defensive tackles and the defensive and the cornerback would be the 3 Michigan Wolverines that would go in the first round. I said if any of them are available, they're taking them. Harbaugh took Junior Colston when nobody else was thinking about him last year. Ooh, okay. So Will Johnson's knee is the situation, which is why teams are passing on him. His medicals might not have been clean. Ian Rappaport just reported that his medicals weren't clean. The knee, there's a knee issue there. He's missed time in each of the last 2 seasons with some sort of lower body ailment. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, we've seen this play out before, right? We've seen this play out before. But I'm until you prove me wrong, the Chargers are obviously the Chargers are fielding calls right now, and they're talking about it because we haven't seen a team go down to the last, like literally there's 40 seconds left on the shot clock for the Chargers right now. We haven't seen a team go down this low into the shot clock yet this year in the draft. So they're clearly entertaining trade offers for this pick. But I think when it's all said and done, they stick and pick. And I still think it's Will Johnson. He wasn't on the phone because I think they were on the phone with other teams trying to see if somebody wanted to come up to trade for a quarterback. But I think it's going to be Will Johnson. Harbaugh loves the Michigan guys. Man, the Chargers are taking this thing all the way down. Reed, thank you for the super chat. Great. The pick is in. The Chargers are making a selection. I told you I didn't think they were going to get out because their general manager was on the phone and he was making calls, and then he passed the phone over and they to the owner, and the owner was talking to somebody. I said, okay, that's a pick. That ain't a trade. That's a pick. And I think it's Will Campbell. Till you tell me otherwise, it's Will Campbell. Reed, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm going to message you. Okay, well, the pick is in. First and foremost, the pick is in. You know what that means. And tell you the details of my injury. I was on my way to work, still got up and rode my bike and worked my shift. Hey, you know what that's called? You know what that's called? Being a warrior, or AKA being a thug. Is it because I'm a thug? Is it because I'm a thug? All right. I love it, Ree. But you know what? I don't expect anything less of you. That's what you do, bro. You go to work. You go to work. I puts in work. That's what you do, Ree. This, hold on. Viscount. I got that right, I think. Viscount. I think I got that right. I hope I got that right because I'm sick of getting it wrong. That's for sure. All right, Chargers pick is in. Here comes Raj. Will Johnson. And I thought Amari and Hampton, they need a running back. I thought Amari and Hampton, but I was like, But that Will Johnson was sitting there and that phone did not ring. He was not on the phone. Amari and Hampton is gone. I told Commanders fans he wouldn't be there. And I didn't want him anyway. And I don't think they would have drafted him. The vision is a problem for me. You know, after watching our running back, Brian Robinson Jr., struggle with vision, I didn't want another running back that struggled with vision. But he's got everything else. He's got the ability to run. All right. Let's put him in. Let's put him in the scroll. So Amari and Hampton is the pick. Yes, please. Yes, please. A minute. Is it because I'm a thug? All right, so this one, I almost feel as confident as I did with the Colts and Tyler Warren. I'm not going to put it in like I did with them, but I feel that confident that this one is Maxwell Hairston. But I also didn't think Will Johnson would still be on the board at the time of this pick. So that's why it was easy to just say it was Maxwell Hairston. Being that Will Johnson also is on the board, I think it's between the two of them. I still think because if the Will Johnson knee concerns are real, then I think it's still Maxwell Hairston. Right? I think it's still Maxwell Hairston. First of all, if you're a Chargers fan, I love the pick for you of Amari and Hampton. It gives you a difference-making back. Yeah, you drafted Najee Harris. I don't give a shit about that. That's a one-year deal. He's a rental. He's not a long-term solution there. Like, Javon Walker, 2002 wide receiver was the last time they took one in the first round. A lot of people have mocked them. Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden here. It ain't happening, in my opinion. This is a cornerback all day, every day, because the Packers don't draft wide receivers in the first round. Haven't done so in over 23 or 22 years. This will make it 23 drafts that they haven't drafted the first-round wide receiver. Cheers to the Packers staying true to who they are and not drafting a first-round wide receiver. At some point, that streak has to be broken. I don't think it's this year. Jair Alexander on the block. They're non-committal on him. A corner feels like it's in order here. Tee up Will Johnson or Maxwell Hairston. Viscount. Been a member for 40 months. Right. I reckon we stick and pick with an edge at 29. That's what it feels like. And Nick Green. Don't tell nobody he's still available. Don't tell nobody he's still available. Nick Green is still available. What I tell y'all on social media? It could happen. Remember the Burger King commercials? Hey, it could happen. Thank you. Why you trying to peek in? They can't see you again. Night. All right. Got me some more pizza. So y'all know what it is. Because y'all know what type of time we on. You know what time it is on. We get an edge, I think, at 29. I don't think we trade out of the pick by count. I don't. Redneck Rocker 01. Hey, they heard us.
Good night, guys.
My wife said good night. She said that we hear them smooches. Hey, she said good night, y'all. She going to sleep. It ain't no extracurricular activity going on. She got work tomorrow. Okay? So y'all cut it out. She's going to sleep. I'm going to be on with you guys for the next 2 to 3 hours. She's going to be asleep. So cut that foolishness out. All right. Redneck Rocker says, I've been here since the draft party of 2016. Wow. I thought my first one was 2018. That's how far back we go. He says, almost 10 years, Lou. Best draft coverage, hands down. Much love, brother. I really appreciate you, man. That's a long time to be rocking with me. Like, you in the infant stages. Like, I wasn't comfortable going live until like maybe 2015. So, and that wasn't good. The 2015, 16, even 17 streams probably weren't even stable. I didn't know when I was going to get dropped. Cox is trash. but you were rocking with me anyway. Pick is in. I'm going with Maxwell Hairston, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Matthew Golden. I wouldn't be surprised, but until the Packers pick a receiver, I'm not believing it. But this is the year. If there was ever a year the Packers finally take a receiver, it'd be this year. But I'm sticking with Maxwell Hairston. I'm sticking with Maxwell Hairston. But this is the year. Like, Golden is that dude. They need a number one. And even their running back came out this offseason, Josh Jacobs, and said, we need a number one wide receiver. When players on the team are coming out and saying that, you probably need to address the position. You know, the Packers ain't big on free agency, so they take care of these type of issues in the draft. Let's see what they do. Oh, shit, they took a receiver. Oh, shit. Matthew Golden is a receiver. Oh, shit. The Packers took a receiver. Oh, shit. The Packers took a receiver. Jesus Christ. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. I'm coming to join you. The Green Bay Packers took a receiver. That's the big one. Oh, shit. Oh. This the big one. I'm coming to join you. Lord have mercy. The Packers took a receiver. I love Matthew Golden. I love him. I think he's Stephon Diggs. I think he has a chance to be an elite NFL number one wide receiver. They've been searching for one of these, and Josh Jacobs, I think he did it. He went on a public forum on a platform that was all over social media and said, we need a number one wide receiver. Like, hey, it's cool to have all these number twos and three. They got 22 twos in Green Bay. Now they got a one, finally. I love it. I love it. Wow. Hey, you know what? Who I am. Until you do it, you ain't doing it. Well, they did it. I didn't think they would do it. Uh-oh. You know what this means? Maxwell Hairston might actually be on the board. I'm not a big Maxwell Hairston guy. he might actually be on the board, and they may actually take him at 29. Uh-oh. He needed to be gone right here, and he's not gone right here. Uh-oh. If you're not a Maxwell Hairston fan, uh-oh. This isn't good news for you. Because I don't know if he's going to go in these next couple of picks, but uh-oh. Uh-oh. Minnesota Vikings on the board. This feels like a safety. Ain't no safety been taken, which not a surprise. Safety position isn't one of those positions that usually goes quickly on the board anyway. That first round safeties are a rarity. So you got to have elite talent to go on the first round. There are two safeties that exhibit some of that. I only think there's really one, Nick Emmanwori, that should go in the first round. I'm not a big Malachi Starks guy. Not in the first round, at least. I think he's an excellent safety. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think he's a first round safety. But so we'll see. Red Rocker, number 01 says, hey, I really appreciate you, man. I think we read this one already. Really appreciate you. Wow, the Green Bay Packers, the hometown team, finally did something different. I guess if you're going to break a streak of over 2 years, I guess the best time to do it is when you hosting the draft. That's dope. I can respect that. I respect that. All right. I had to get back in the game. I needed something to soak up this 21. This wine ain't no joke, y'all. I ain't drinking your normal average, wine over here. There's some real deal stuff over here. You talking about? All right. Red Wings 01. Thank you for this. Oh, the Vikings pick is in. It's one of these safeties. I think it's Nick Emmanwori. I'm going to be honest with you. That's who I think it is. But it could be Malachi Starks. But the likelihood is, the pick is in. Let's play one more. It's a safety. You damn best believe it's a safety. Nick Emmanwori. Damn. Wow. Vikings threw me a curveball. Donovan Jackson. We were on the Commanders, Kings. And we were doing our mock draft. And I remember me and Rico in particular were like looking at where the Commanders, we were on the board at 29. And Donovan Jackson was all the way down as like the 40, like 3rd or 42nd or 45th prospect on the Pro Football Sports Network site where we were doing the mock draft. And trade. The Giants are up. We got to trade. We got to trade. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. We got to trade. Giants are now on the clock. You know what this is? You know who this is for, right? So any Commanders fans out there that wanted, this is it. This is the trade that you were hoping was going to come to the Commanders. It ain't coming. This was the one. I'm starting to feel like more and more the Saints, the Steelers, none of those teams are coming back into the first round for a quarterback. There's going to be 2 quarterbacks taken. And in my mock, it was 2 quarterbacks taken. Now, I had them going at 21 to the Steelers, but the Giants did so much work on Shador Sanders. They're back in the first round, and it ain't for Jalen Milroe. That's for damn sure. So this is for Shador Sanders. So let's first give the Vikings their pick of Donovan Jackson, who is an elite offensive guard. I don't think he's a tackle in this league. But they upgraded their offensive line. But the real story here is the Giants trading up via the Houston Texans. And I'm going to go ahead and put it in because they're not coming up for anybody else but Shador Sanders here. They did too much work on Shador. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in. Big trade. We're going to play. Let's sound it. Let's just keep sounding 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 it. All right. Y'all think it's Jackson Dart? You think it's Jackson Dart? I see a lot of darts in the comment section. It could be Dart. Like Jordan Renan said it was Jackson Dart that they were coming back up for. It could be Jackson Dart. And if it is, Shador is still in play for somebody to come up into the first round to get. Jackson feels like the one that could slip into the second round. If it's Jackson Dart, then Commanders fans, don't go away just yet. They could still be getting out of the first round. Y'all think it's Jackson Dart? I think it's Shador Sanders. Let's see who wins. So here's the context of the trade. Giants get the 25th overall pick. The Texans get their second round pick, which is 34th overall. The 99th pick, which is what Jordan Renan said, is if it was later on in the 20s, which is 25 is right in the middle, it'd be 99th overall. And then they also get a shit. Damn, I did not mean to do that. Here we go. Put it back on. And the Shador cheesing, but that don't mean that's he going to the Giants. I mean, he could have already talked to the Giants on the phone. And a 2026 third round pick. So you get a third this year and a third next year. And a second this year, obviously. All right. So Giants are getting a quarterback here. The question is now, which one? Shador was cheesing. He's dapping people up. He looked like a guy that just got a phone call that he's going to be. But again, we don't know. We don't know. We can't say for sure, right? So let's find out what this pick is. I'll put Shador in. Let's see if I'm wrong. A lot of y'all think it's Jackson Dart. All of you think it's Jackson Dart. I haven't seen anybody saying Shador Sanders. All of you are saying it's Jackson Dart. So if you're wrong and I'm right, I'm going to let you hear it. If y'all right, I got a double O. I got to offer up a double O tonight. In the meantime, let's pour up some more wine. This is the perfect time to do it. Oh, Atlanta is. Oh, shit, we got another trade. Hold on. Here goes the Giants pick. Okay, this is big. Oh, it was Jackson Dart. You guys were right. Jordan Renan, I apologize to you. Every fan out there watching this stream, I apologize to you. Here you go. This is what you were waiting on. Okay. I was wrong. My mouth feels dirty. Let's wash it out. Oh, not that I care. You know, Jackson Dart doesn't scare me at all, but neither does Shador Sanders, by the way. But wow. Jordan Renan said that they were coming up for Jackson Dart, and that's who they came up and got. I think his mobility and his ability to throw the football, that combination of the two things, you don't get the mobility with Shador, and you don't get the ability to throw the football with Milroe. And so he gave you a solid combination of the two. So the Giants draft, let me change it. I was absolutely wrong. Yikes. I thought this would be Shador Sanders. Shador is not going in the first round, guys. Unless the Pittsburgh Steelers or somebody else comes back in the first round. It doesn't feel like that's going to happen. You know, a lot of times when we feel like there's a guy that could fall, they usually do fall. Like last year, we thought that, or 2 years ago, rather, we thought that the Mayo King could fall to the second round, and he did. I wasn't a big fan of his. People said he could go number 2 overall to the Texans, and the Texans was like, man, y'all tripping. And he fell all the way to the second round. And he hasn't. And now the Tennessee Titans are drafting a quarterback in number 1 overall. So that tells you how that situation went. But wow. Jordan Renan, look, let that be the last time that I go against a beat reporter that covers a team, right? If John Keim says something, I'm listening. Like, I'm not going to go against John Keim because he's locked in. He covers the team, and I should have known better. Jordan Renan isn't just talking out of his asshole. Jordan Renan is talking because he's got contacts, he's got sources, people that won't steer him wrong. He's not going to post some shit on social media for clickbait or for likes. He's posting it because he's heard this. Oh, so let's pivot now. The Falcons have traded up, right? I told you, what did I tell you about Trader Less? What did I tell you about the Rams, right? What did I tell you? I said Trader Less is called Trader Less for a reason. Not because he just trades up and trades for other players. I said he's Trader Less because he's willing to deal whenever, however. And I said this is a spot where a team wanted to come up. So 26th overall pick the Falcons get, along with the 3rd round pick, 101st overall. Rams receive a 2nd round pick. Obviously, they're trading out of the first. They get the Falcons 2nd round pick, 46th overall. A 7th round pick this year, 242nd. and a first-round pick next year in 2026. Ooh, that's a hefty price. That means the Falcons are coming to get an edge rusher. You better not be coming to get Mike Green, you dirty sons of a bitches. You better not be coming to get Mike Green. You better not. Well, they already took Jaylen Walker. They're not doubling up. This has to be for a receiver, right? Has to be for a receiver. Sounds to be for a receiver. See what they're doing. Oh, shit. Doubled up on edge rush. Double up. Damn. James Pierce. They said we gotta find a way to get to the quarterback. They not playing. We gotta find a way to get to the quarterback. We not playing. Remember Todd McShay said the Falcons are not afraid. Falcons and the Bengals are not afraid to draft a guy with character concerns. Well, they traded back in the first round for a guy with character concerns. They didn't just draft one. They traded back into the first round to get a guy with character concerns. They said, F this shit. We tired of this bullshit. We get into the quarterback. They drafted two dudes that they think can get to the quarterback. Hey, hell no, I ain't mad at you. Falcons, don't you know I love you? Hey, I ain't mad at you. You are appreciated. Hell no, I ain't mad at you. You are appreciated, though, because I didn't want James Pierce on the board because I didn't want to hear Commanders fans bitching and complaining about, oh, Pierce was on the board. He ain't on the goddamn board. Shamar Stewart ain't on the board. You got to worry about that. And now Pierce ain't on the board, so I ain't got to hear all the Commanders fans bitching and complaining about, oh, we should have took James Pierce. F that shit. You are appreciated. The Falcons always do me a huge solid. They took goddamn on Drake London off the board when I didn't want him. Now they take James Pierce. You are appreciated. And guess what? You took two edge rushers in the first round pretty much? Hell no, I ain't mad at you. All pop. All right, so let's go ahead and input him in here. All right, so now the Baltimore Ravens are on the Clizock, and I'm going to keep it a bean with you. This feels like an offensive lineman. This feels like Josh Simmons, some kind of interior offensive lineman. They lost an interior lineman in free agency this year. This feels like an offensive lineman. But I'm not going to just assume that that's what it's going to be. I don't think they're going to draft anything that the Commanders are interested in. Like, so many of you were worried about Donovan Ezaraku. I told Rio, I said Donovan Ezaraku is going to be on the board. Now, I say that right now with all the confidence in the world, and the Ravens could definitely take him right here. Because he's a 3-4 outside linebacker. And it's not like the Ravens run a 3-4 like they used to back in the day. They play a lot of different looks. Mostly, they do play 3-4 a lot though. But they play a lot of 4-3. So, not sure if he necessarily fits what they're looking for. They felt like more of a Shamar Stewart type guy team. So we'll see what happens. But in any event, the pick is in for the Ravens. All right. Red Wing 01 writes, thank you for being a member of this MOBB. Diet soda basically has artificial sweeteners like aspartame and the sugar alternatives like stevia. They have no sugar or calories, made for people who have diabetes or want to reduce sugar intake. I feel some type of way about that, but okay. All right. So now I get it. It's still sweet, but it's not actually, producing the actual calories that if you're a diabetic or you're someone who's trying to watch your sugar, it's not going to hurt you as much. And I'm one of those. I told y'all the story, if you watch my podcast, that I was pre-diabetic as a vegan because I was just eating all kinds of bullshit. I had a health scare. So I get it. I'm a calorie watcher now. Like I look on the back of not necessarily calories, more so sugar. Like what's the sugar intake on this one, right? How much sugar? You got a whole bunch of added sugar. I'm good. I'm not doing that, right? I cut out all juice. Like I'm a straight water guy at this point. Like if I'm thirsty, drink water, right? Like I don't drink. I was an apple juice, a simply apple guy. I don't drink any juice at all. Like when I was thirsty and I didn't feel like water, I would drink apple juice. Simply apple was my go-to. I stopped doing that because a wise man once told me, hey, don't drink your calories. Don't do that. You eat enough of them. Don't drink them. He was right. So I stopped drinking my calories. Makes all the difference in the world. So I guess I understand what the diet thing is about when you explain it that way. I still don't love it, but I get it. So they took the safety. Malachi Starks. I really didn't know what the hell the Ravens was going to do. So you're going to get to 28. The Lions are going to take an edge rusher here. So if you're a Commanders fan and you're one of those fans that wants Ezeraku and all these edge rushers on the board, this team should scare you because they're going to take an edge rusher. I feel like they're absolutely wired to take an edge rusher. You got Aiden Hutchinson coming off an injury. They went out and traded for the edge rusher from Cleveland. Damn, I can't think of his name. Shit, I can't think of his name. But they traded for him in the season, and he didn't make much of a difference. Well, I mean, we played him, we saw him, and we didn't even know he was in the game. So they clearly want someone opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. Guess what? They're getting an edge rusher. Now, the question is who? Mike Green doesn't fit their culture. I don't see them assimilating Mike Green into their culture. They could take Ezeraku. They look. Let me go to my edge rusher list. Let me see who's available because I ain't gonna front. I don't forgot who. So Carter's gone, Walker's gone, Williams is gone, Pierce is gone, Stewart is gone, Green is still there, Ezeraku's still there, Scorton is still there. So it's between Ezeraku, Scorton, and Green. I think they take Donovan Ezaraku. No. I take that back. I checked that. I think they take Nick Scorton. I don't think Ezaraku is long enough. Pause. He got 34-inch arms, so I'm wrong about that. He ain't tall enough, big enough. He's 243 pounds. I think they want a more stout defensive end. I think they take Nick Scorton. So that's who I think they take. And Nick Green is on the board. Nick Green will be on the board, I believe. Lions pick is now in. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou, went to the Caps playoff game last night. That scene was electric. I wasn't there. I'm not a hockey guy, but I saw enough to know that situation was electric. Game 2 was crazy. The whole entire quarterback, well, outside of Josh Johnson, whole quarterback room was there. Jaden and Hartman got jerseys, threw them on. Mariota already had one on. Hartman was chugging beers. Jaden was taking pictures with fans and everyone that was there pretty much. It was lit, and then they went out and won. And so they're up 2-0. That was a hell of an environment. Fans in the arena went crazy when they showed Daniels rocking the red in attendance. Yeah. He was definitely there, and they were rocking the Caps jerseys. So it was crazy without question. And I didn't know you were in the DMV, Chris. That's cool to know. But yeah, that environment was crazy. It was crazy. I'm not a hockey guy, but I love to see it for the community. I love to see it. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. We getting close, y'all. So the Lions pick is in. So that means we're officially on the clock. We on the clock. Wait. We on the clock. We on the clock. All right, AP, what you got for us? Because you ain't getting out of this thing. So many people thought we was trading out of the first round. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. It's the Commanders for life. What we going to do? That's the real question. Will Johnson is still available, but those knee issues, if everybody else is passing on them, shit. I don't know if we need to be the one to stop the slide or not, but I've seen dudes who have like some kind of condition, and I've seen both sides of it. I've seen dudes who had conditions that didn't pan out, and then I've seen guys who had conditions that did pan out, i.e. Jonathan Allen with the neck, which is why he fell to us, i.e. Montez Sweat with the heart, which is why he fell to us. Here comes the Lions pick. Malik Williams, defensive tackle. So no edge rusher. So all of them edge rushers that I told you about. I told you Donovan Ezaraku was going to be available. I told you nobody was taking him in the first round. I didn't think so. Right? I said he'll be there. Like fans overrated him. Like he's a second round pick if you ask me. But I said he's cool, but that's a second round pick if you ask me because of his size. Right? He's 6'2", 243. Teams aren't coveting 6'2", 243 edge rushers. He's not like dynamic explosive. He's explosive enough, but he's not dynamic explosive. Right? He's not Abdul Carter explosive. Jahad Campbell is still available. Like it's some now. I think Campbell's injury is why teams have paused on him. We got some shit. This is the spillage we asked for is available. You got Campbell, You got Will Johnson, who I did not think was going to be available at 29. You got Nick Scorton. You got Azaraku. You got Nick Green. Shit. We got shit. We got spillage. Make a pick. Make us proud. We ain't going nowhere. We making a pick, goddammit. We got a lot of shit at our disposal. We got a lot of shit at our disposal, and we ain't going nowhere. We making a pick. We making a damn pick. All right. So, obviously, the Commanders got some shit to think about because we down to our last 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and we haven't made the decision yet. Maybe they working the phones, trying to see if somebody wants to come up before they make the selection. I just think that you're at a point now where I don't think you're getting out of this pick. I don't think anybody's coming up. I don't think there's anything anybody wants to come up for. AP wants to desperately get out of this pick. I just don't think they're going to be able to. And so you got to go ahead and make a selection here if you're the Commanders. And so Mike Green, I'm telling you, I put it on. I put it on social media. I put it on social media. This is who Adam Peters was talking about in his pre-draft presser when he said, I had a guy in San Francisco and he had character concerns. We drafted him, ended up being one of the best players in the league and one of the best players on our team. I think he was talking about Dre Greenlaw personally. I don't know that for sure, but that was my guess. And so he said he's comfortable with making that pick. Okay. If you comfortable making that pick, then let's see it. Let's see it. It's not in yet. It's about to be, though. Commercial. They got to do commercials somewhere. They got to make some money from somewhere. All right. Pick is in, guys. Pick is in. Let's do it. Pick is in. Out of the first round. Pick is in. Let's play it again.
Right on the first part.
Pick is in. We making a pick. Pick is in.
Look it up, Adam.
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, boom, boom. Boom, ba-da-dum, boom, 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 boom. It's on commercial. What you doing?
You can skip.
Yeah, but you ain't doing nothing. You ain't skipping or nothing. All you gonna do is watch this and hear the soothing music. That's all you doing. Now, I will warn you that Maxwell Hairston is still available. Of all of the picks that can make, he'd be the most disappointing. Now, if they pick him, I'm not tripping. Like, you're not gonna get a Daron Payne reaction out of me if they pick him. I don't love him though, right? Any of the edge rushers at this point that's available would make me happy. And I would love Jahad Campbell as well. A new green room. Where's the Commanders' new green room? Oh, I thought they were showing our green room. That's the green room in Green Bay. I'm like, oh, this is a new green room. I was all excited. They got me. You got me. Hey, look, we don't care about Shador. We ain't drafting his ass. Show me the Commanders' green room. Let me see them high-fiving, dapping each other up, hugging, and all that shit on the phone. I need to see the new green room. We ain't seen the shit. Don't make me wait till the Commanders log. Show me the shit now. They bullshitting. Maybe ESPN is showing y'all the green room. Maybe ESPN is showing y'all. Because there we go. Ooh, we got some new shit. New shit. Green room. Commanders. New shit.
We stopped the 32 season drought.
New shit. Commanders.
We ain't got the chairs.
Green room.
Look at that.
All right, let's see what they do. Here comes the pick. Also, keep in mind offensive line. I still think it's the edge rusher, though.
What the fuck?
Hey, easy,
Sorry.
easy. Josh Conerly Jr. is the pick. Right tackle. All right, so this is interesting. So we talked about this yesterday. If they were to take Conerly, what do you do with Brandon Coleman? So assuming that Coleman is inside at guard now, I think I've always said Coleman was a guard, and I think he's a left guard. You just put him at left guard. I love them trying to take care of the offensive line and Jaden. I'm not upset about this at all because it's not sexy. You don't get excited if you're looking for numbers. Like, I laughed at the Cowboys for taking an offensive lineman. They do that shit all the time. We don't. When's the last time we drafted a first-round offensive tackle? Can you tell me? Because I can't tell you. What are you talking about? Chris Samuels, maybe? Like, how far back do you have to go? Right? They drafted Brandon Sheriff. He wasn't a tackle. He was a guard. I'm asking you, when's the last time we drafted a tackle on the offensive line in the first round? I can't tell you, right? I'm thinking it's Chris Samuels, John Jansen, one of those two, right? Translation: you have a rarity at quarterback. You have a unicorn at quarterback. That is your investment. It is the greatest investment this organization has ever, EVER, ever had. You need to protect him. And you look at this division and you look at what the Eagles did to us in the championship game. Part of the reason we struggled was we couldn't protect him. He felt the pressure. His feet were happy. I'm shocked. I'm not going to lie to you that with all the stuff that was on the board, they decided to go in that direction. But that tells you how they feel about Jaden, and that tells you how they value the offensive line. And I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to look at this offensive line and say, we look like Philadelphia. We look like Dallas on the offensive line. And drafting Conerly and putting him at right tackle and then taking Brandon Coleman and putting him at left guard. Think about the offensive line. Laramie Tunsil across from left to right. Laramie Tunsil, Brandon Coleman, Tyler Biadasz, Sam Cosmi, Josh Conerly Jr. Think about that offensive line. Let that sink in. Let that marinate for a second as I put this in to the scroll. Let that sink in. All right. We get to the Bills. Uh-oh. I see the complaints in the comment section. People upset. They don't like the pick. Look, this is what you got to understand. When people pass on, look, the entire league right now to this point has passed on Jahad Campbell. That injury is a real thing. Everybody in the league has passed on Will Johnson. That injury is a real. You think if Will Johnson, his medicals was legit, you think he wouldn't be off the board? One corner has been taken. You think if Jahad Campbell was fully healthy, wasn't coming off of an injury, right? You think that teams would have passed on him? This is a first-round talent. Now, you still got 3 picks. He could go to the Eagles. He could go to the Bills. He could go to the Chiefs. But I'll tell you right now, this is not a great tackle draft. I told you that already. I said, if you want to tackle, you better take them early because you get to the second round 61 overall, I don't know what's going to be available for you, right? Conerly wasn't getting past the Eagles, or excuse me, the Chiefs at 31. He wasn't, right? They were either taking Conerly or Josh Simmons, one of the two. But they were. I feel like the Chiefs were going to take offensive line. Probably going to take Conerly, more likely than not. Well, we took that option off the board, and we need a tackle. Aren't you tired of trotting out Andrew Wiley? Aren't you tired of doing that? Like, you can't complain about Andrew Wiley being your tackle and then complain when they draft a replacement for him. You can't do both. You got to make a choice. You got to stand on one side or the other. You can't do both. Bill's selection is in. To those of you, I see a lot in the comment section. To those of you who said to yourself, who's getting to the quarterback? This is a very deep edge rusher class. They like Ashton Jeanty. They like Olafemi. I keep telling y'all, Femi Oladejo is a commander. I keep telling y'all that. I thought it would be Mike Green. I thought that's who they were talking about. But Conerly was available. If Conerly wasn't available, I think they would have taken Mike Green, right? Well, maybe they would have taken Maxwell Hairston. I don't know. But just know that they like Femi Oladejo. And I've been saying this throughout the process. He feels, smells, talks like a commander. They love that kid. And if he's there at 61, that's the pick. Here's the Bills pick. Maxwell Hairston is the pick for the Bills. So we get our second corner off the board. Will Johnson is not going to be, I'm shocked. But again, the knee injury makes it all clear for me. Because I remember I told y'all this on the podcast maybe 2 weeks ago. I said, Will Johnson not running a 40 at his private workout that he had for teams. Remember, he didn't work out because of a hamstring injury at the combine. He didn't work out at the Michigan Pro Day because of a hamstring injury. And I said, nobody's hurt themselves through this process more than him. And at first it was Tet, but Tet actually worked out and ran a 40 at his pro day and all that stuff. So the 4.53 that he ran was on record, right? You knew what he was, and people were comfortable with that. Will Johnson did not run a 40. And I said, I don't know if anybody's hurt themselves more through this process than Will Johnson, because the big question for him was, can he run? And he didn't answer that. Like, this is what you want. You want somebody to answer the questions. If you can run, run. Like, what you hiding? I always tell you, if dudes don't run, they're hiding something. Will Johnson didn't run. And he's had injuries. And it makes sense. I don't think he's fast. I think the tape kind of bears that out too. He's not fast. I watched Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't a burner, which is why he didn't run a 40 last year. And he was cooking him in that Ohio State game in 2023. Cooking him. I just think he struggles. Maxwell Hairston for the Bears. Tremendous ability to run. He's got tremendous ball skills. And I talked about this earlier with Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, a couple of guys that didn't have tremendous ability to recover after beating. He can recover. He can run, right? Like, that 4.28 is legit. You see it on tape. Like, one of the things I always worry about with corners, like, you're going to get beat. Like, no one's perfect. Can you find a way to get back into play and make a play on the football? Hairston can do that. Hairston can get he's just small. He's 183 pounds. That's always been my biggest knock on him, is he's a smaller corner. Doesn't mean he can't be successful in the NFL, but he's a smaller corner. Out wide with these big behemoths that exist in the NFL, that's a tough challenge. you know, we play in a division with guys like AJ Brown, wrong color, right? With AJ Brown, and you know, CD does a lot of his damage from the inside on the slot, but you know, I look at Malik Neighbors. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's a dog. So the Eagles traded up one spot so that clearly they got their eyes on somebody. They traded up one spot with the Chiefs. Chiefs moved back to 32. They're used to drafting at 32nd overall, so that's nothing for the Chiefs. And all it took was a 5th-round pick. They gave up a 5th-round pick this year. So the Eagles are now on the board, and they got their guy. This is probably Walter Nolen, my guess. Walter Nolen is gone, which was the only guy that I didn't want them to get. They're excited about somebody that's still here. My guess is they obviously lost one of their edge rushers in free agency in Josh Sweat. They lost a defensive tackle in free agency. So it's got to be one of those two positions. I think it's edge rusher. It's so many edge rushers available. Their general manager has said that they're not taking anybody that has anything to do with any kind of woman, you know, beating or, you know, assault or sexual assault or any kind of issues dealing with a woman, pretty much. Beating a woman, being in a position unnaturally or unwanted with a female. So I don't think this is Mike Green, but it's one of these edge rushers. Ezaraku, somebody like that. Who knows? We'll find out. We'll find out who the pick is. Clearly, the Eagles felt the need to come up. This is Howie. This is what Howie does. Howie is one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business. I don't know how he isn't the best, so I'll just give him his credit right now and say he's the best in the NFL right now, because this is what he's done for a very long time. He's gotten good talent. He's been proactive, put himself in a position and his organization in a position to get good football players. He's accumulated future draft picks. I mean, the Eagles have like 97 picks next year in the draft. So that's all a part of what Howie Roseman does, right? They draft really good football players. They sign the guys that are worthy of it. They let the guys go that they think are, you know, and I agree with the guys that they've let walk. Like, I haven't looked at them one time. Only guy that I think they let walk, and I'm like, is, and maybe this is Nick Amanawari, because they moved on from, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, C.D. Johnson, but even that seems like I guess the Chiefs, technically the Chiefs moved on from Justin Reed, so they could have easily taken a safety. So that could have prompted the Eagles to say, hey, come on, let me just get this pick. Let me come up, give you this extra 5th, and let me get my guy. But it could be a safety, but this more so feels like a replacement on the defensive line. They don't believe in Bryce Huff. And Bryce Huff hasn't been shit for them. This could be Jahad Campbell. This could be Nick Amanawari. I've seen mocks where they were taking Maxwell Hairston, so it could be Will Johnson. I doubt it, because the Chiefs weren't going to take Will Johnson. This feels like the linebacker. I'm gonna be honest with you. This feels like Jahad Campbell, and they don't look. I literally just said I want one, and Jahad Campbell is one of those dudes. He's similar to Micah Parsons. He's similar to Abdul Carter. Please don't let the Eagles get him. I mean, if they do, they do. I'm not tripping. But of all the guys that's left that they could draft, he's the one where I'm like, don't let him go there, right? They draft anybody else, and I'm cool. If they draft Nick Amanawari, cool. If they draft Donovan Ezaraku, cool. Whatever, right? don't draft Jahad Campbell, right? This is what it feels like they're going to get, though. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. Here comes Raj. Pick is in. I knew it. If they were coming up, it had to be for a stud, right? Somebody that fell, that had no business being there. Yeah, like that was the guy that I told y'all in like 50 different mocks. Like if he falls, you got to take him. And of course, we take the tackle, Josh Conerly. So Campbell goes to the Eagles, and they got another defense. And look, we in a division where you got Jackson Dart, but more importantly, you got us, right? And we got Jaden Daniels, and we heard him on a 3rd down or 4th down and forever, and he ran on him. This is a guy that you can use to spy and not let him do that. They didn't have a linebacker currently that could stop Jaden Daniels from running around. Now they do. So, I can't. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed that they got him, but it would have been worse if it was Walter Nolen. But this sucks too, because now they got one. We're the only team in the division that don't have one of those dudes, right? Giants got one. They drafted one tonight. Eagles just drafted one. Cowboys already have one. We don't have one. The closest thing we have is Frankie Louisville. Frankie Louisville isn't the athlete that Jahad Campbell, Abdul Carter, or Michael Parsons is. So we're the only team in the division. But again, this comes with time, right? Like the Giants earned the right to draft Abdul Carter. We had a chance to draft Jahad Campbell. We did what was best for us. The Eagles already got an ironclad offensive line. We don't. So we're trying to build that. So you can't be upset. You can't be upset. You can't be upset. I'm not upset. I understand the pick. I understand why they did it. And I'm cool with them doing what they did. I'm cool with it. I assume he's gonna be the spy for Jaden Daniels moving forward. Like when they decide, like Jaden's not getting away on this 3rd down, you just spy him wherever he goes. You go, because they didn't have a guy. Zach Bond wasn't fast enough. The Georgia linebacker wasn't fast enough. Now they got a guy that's fast enough. Let's put him in the scroll. All right, Chiefs are the last pick of the 1st round. We'll see what they decide to do. So Howie Roseman was trying to get up at 22, 23, and 24. He thought he had a trade at 22 with the Chargers. Remember, the Chargers let the clock run all the way down. Remember, their GM was on the phone. Remember, I said, this looks like a trade. That's why he was on the phone so long, because he thought that he had a trade, but I think the compensation wasn't, how he be trying to jerk teams. Like you saw what he tried to do to our general manager last year. So he tried to go up to 22 with the Chargers. He tried to go up to 23. He tried to go up to 24, 23 with the Packers, 24 with the Vikings. And just like last year, he tried to move up to go get Quinyon Mitchell, and it was unsuccessful. He he had to wait, and Quinyon Mitchell fell in his lap. Same thing happened this year. He tried to go up to get Jahad Campbell. He had to wait, and then he fell into his lap, basically, with them having to trade up one spot and just give up a 5th round pick. It's gross. I'm gonna be honest with you. This shit is gross. This shit is gross. But great pick for the Eagles. And again, for a team that athletically wants to get to a point where they're even faster. They were already fast on defense. This makes them even faster, right? But this is the thing that I look at, and I'm more worried about us. I'm less worried about every other team in the division. I'm more worried about us. Somebody just said protect 5 at all costs. That's what it's about. Like, if that's not what you about, then we're not on the same page. You've given him a premier left tackle. We still had questions at right tackle. We were going into next year thinking that we were hoping. We don't know if Brandon Coleman is going to be a success. I've already said. I told you Chiefs selection is in. I told y'all last year after one game, he's a guard. He's a guard. Simmons, what I tell y'all, the Chiefs were taking Josh Conerly, which is why they took Josh Conerly. They were going to take a tackle. They were going to take an offensive lineman. We saw what happened to Patrick Mahomes. Trust me, we saw the last time Patrick Mahomes was absolutely abused and molested in a Super Bowl, they revamped the whole offensive line. He just got abused and molested in the Super Bowl this year. They went out and signed the tackle. I don't know what the hell that's about. Like that 49ers tackle they signed for not a lot of money. Don't know who the hell he is. Good luck with that shit. Simmons is the real deal, right? So they're not going to allow Patrick Mahomes to get beat up. Period. End of discussion. Like, they're going to protect him at all costs. Simmons can move. Simmons is physical. He's getting healthier. I heard he just was able to squat 270 pounds or something like that. Obviously, that's not a lot, but that means he's back squatting. So that means he's close to getting back to where he needs to be. He probably will be ready come the start of training camp, which is all they care about. Like, can he be ready for when we're ready to start playing football? And I think there's a chance he could be there. So you don't have to love the Commanders pick. There are a lot of options on the board. Donovan Ezaraku is still available. If the Commanders truly want an edge rush, and look, Adam Peters told you in his presser, there's edge rushers littered all over this draft. They're all over this draft. He said there's edge rushers for everyone who wants one. There's an edge rusher in the first, second, third. We don't have a third, a fourth. There's plenty of edge rushers. Their guy is Femi Oladejo. I've said this throughout this process. Like, I watched that video. So I don't know. I told you guys about the video of the Senior Bowl that this YouTube channel that just started up. They had access to the Senior Bowl, like unlimited access. It was great. And those videos are awesome. And let's finish up the first round. Day one of the draft is complete in the books. Let's go ahead and clean it up and finish it with Josh Simmons. Tackle out of Ohio State. And there we go. That's your first round. So I talked about how Oluwafemi Oladejo was. He's different, man. Like, from a leader standpoint, from a juice standpoint, from a guy that you can tell he, like, in his life, I don't know how religious he is, but if God isn't first, football is. If God is first, football is second. And maybe family comes second, but he loves football. And that's all that matters. Like, they don't care. Like, look, most people put, God, family, and then football, right? Faith, football, or faith, family, and then football, right? Whatever order you have it in, as long as football is no worse than third, you're good, right? As long as the first two are faith and, family in some order, cool, right? And football's third, no, great, absolutely great. He's that guy. Like, he loves this shit. And his energy is infectious, and he's one of those guys that he greets everybody in the building, and he's a commander, bro. Like, if they can get the 61, and I told you I think he's a 4th round pick. And looking at how all the edge rushers went off the board, I feel confident he'll be there at 61. I mean, you still got Ezeraku, you still got Scorton, you got all the guys, all the edge rushers, right? That we talked about that could potentially be first round, but they're still there. I told you Ezeraku wasn't going in the first round. It's funny because when we do these things, so many people fall in love with players, and I told you there aren't 64 first round picks. They're not. There's 32. And everybody's not going in the first round. And I said, Donovan Ezeraku isn't going in the first round. So the Mike Green allegations are real, and they are going to hinder his draft status in the NFL, clearly. So he could fall to the 3rd round. Like, there's no guarantee that teams said, okay, we're not taking him in the 1st round, but we'll take him in the 2nd round. He could fall again in the 2nd round and fall all the way to the 3rd round. There's no guarantee that Mike Green is going to be picked in, the 2nd round. Hence, he could be on the board for the Commanders at 61 overall, and they could then decide to pull the trigger. But clearly, teams in the NFL decided that 2 allegations of sexual assault in first high school and then in college at his first stop in UVA were issues for them. And we were told throughout this process that teams were willing to overlook that. He was a great teammate. Coaches raved about his, leadership qualities and his ability to be a teammate and a good player and a guy willing to learn and take to coaching. Bullshit. That off the field shit was real. That teams was like, whoa, hold on a minute. Hold up. Wait. Teams were like, hold up. Wait. Not messing with your ass in the 1st round. I told y'all whoever they took was going to get a Commander's tag. I thought Mike Green had a chance to be taken because John Kahn talked about the team really being interested and having vetted him and feeling confident about who he was as a player. Maybe that was for the 2nd round if he was there at 61. And then Adam Peters at his press conference saying, the whole spiel about, hey, we took a guy. Now, they took Dre Greenlaw in the 5th round. They didn't take Dre Greenlaw in the 1st round. Right? They didn't take Dre Greenlaw in the 2nd round. Right? He didn't take him in the 3rd round. They took him in the 5th round. So, again, I'm assuming they were talking about Dre Greenlaw. I don't know that they were talking about Dre Greenlaw. I'm assuming that. I don't know if Dre Greenlaw had any issues. He could have been a team captain 3 years straight, squeaky clean off the field. And what the hell are you talking about, Louie Tee? You might be right. I don't know. I'm just telling you that he said they had a guy in San Francisco that had a sketchy past that teams said, was a character issue, and they drafted him, ended up being one of the best players in the league. There weren't a bunch of players that were the best player in the league. George Kittle didn't have character concerns. Deebo Samuel didn't have character concerns. Like Fred Warner didn't have character concerns at BYU. Like, there are not a lot of guys that he could be talking about that ended up being one of the better players in the league and one of the captains on their team. So I'm thinking it's Dre Greenlaw. And I've seen Dre Greenlaw, and I'm like, yo, Dre Greenlaw is a bit of a head case, not necessarily like some of these dudes that's out here getting thrown out of games. Like Quay Walker for Green Bay or Aaron Donald for the, formerly of the Rams. But nonetheless, he's a head case. But I think it's Dre Greenlaw, but that was a 5th-round pick. That wasn't the 1st-round pick. That wasn't the 2nd-round pick. That wasn't the 3rd-round pick. It was the day 3 pick. So it's not as scrutinized. Again, I could be wrong, and it could be somebody else, and, we'll see. But all in all, they took Josh Conerly Jr., tackle out of Oregon. So many people get hung up on the Senior Bowl one-on-one rep with Mike Green where he got bulldozed and knocked down, and they're like, oh, he stinks. And I'm just like, you can't let one rep determine how you feel about a prospect. Look, he can get bull rushed. I'm not telling you that that's not a real thing, but I think he has the ability to be a really good starting NFL tackle. I don't think he'll ever be, and you don't want to hear this about a 1st-round pick, I don't think he'll ever be a Pro Bowler. He's not Lane Johnson, right, at right tackle. You didn't just draft Lane Johnson. But I think you draft Morgan Moses. Did any of us have any issues with Morgan Moses? This man jumped false start 50 million times in every game he played in, but they never called it. And he was durable, and he was a good tackle. He wasn't great, never made it to a Pro Bowl, but you never had any reservations about Morgan Moses. You like, hey, Momo over there is cool. Like, you didn't worry about him. I think that's what Josh Conerly can be. He can be Momo. He can be Momo. And when I think about what's important, fortifying the offensive line is important. And I think this allows them to take Brandon Coleman and put him where he belongs. I told y'all, and a lot of y'all understood this, and a lot of y'all said the same thing. He's a guard. Brandon Coleman is a guard. And I go back to when he was drafted out of TCU, and they made the phone call to Brandon Coleman. They called him on the phone, and he said, you're going to help us on this offensive line wherever you help us. They didn't lock in a position. They didn't say, oh, he's going to help us at tackle. They said, wherever you help us. He's a guard, bro. And it's okay. He was drafted. This ain't Brandon Sheriff drafted in the 1st round to be a tackle, end up being a guard. He was drafted in the 3rd round. It's okay to draft a guard in the 3rd round. Brandon Coleman held us down last year. He needed help, but he held us down last year and helped get us to the NFC Championship game. Played through injuries, all of that good stuff. I commend Brandon Coleman for what he did last year. Make no mistake about it. He's not a tackle in this league. I told y'all that from the first week I saw him on the field against Tampa. He can't do it in this league. He needs to be in a confined space at guard. His athleticism will be on full display at guard when he's pulling and getting out in space and mauling people. Don't put him at tackle. Don't put him at tackle. Put him at guard. Now you got Laramie Tunsil. You got Josh Conerly. This offensive line, with Cosme healthy, has a chance to be ironclad. And you know what that means for JD5? If he's got time to survey the field, stand back there and dissect, do you know what that means? Who's stopping this offense? You tell me. I don't give a shit who you got up front. Who's stopping this offense? If you feel like your front 5 guys on the offensive line, like all of a sudden now, you don't got to keep the tight end and chip, or you ain't got to have your running backs and tight ends chip on the way out. How many times you see Luke McCaffrey or Zach Ertz or John Bates or Ben Sinnott on the way out to a route chip before they went out? How many times you see that shit last year? They had to do that shit. I got sick and tired of seeing Austin Eckler on his way out to a route. Let me get a piece of this edge rusher before I go. Nah, F that. Get into your goddamn route. Ertz, go run your goddamn route. Don't worry about that edge rusher. We got to worry about that shit now. We got bookend tackles in this bitch. You ain't happy about that? I am. Cheers to that shit. Salud. I'm excited about bookend tackles. Look, we ain't the Eagles. We ain't the Eagles. We don't have bookend tackles. We don't have an ironclad offensive line, or at least we didn't before tonight. We couldn't afford to pass up on offensive line and go get Jahad Campbell. If we had bookend tackles, if Brandon Coleman showed the ability to play tackle and they went out and got Laramie Tunsil and they felt confident that Brandon Coleman could play tackle, then they would have drafted a guy like Jahad Campbell. But clearly, they don't feel like Brandon Coleman, is a tackle. And I told you, and you even said it. A lot of you have said the same thing. He's not a tackle. We watch this team. You watch enough football, you know. Those who know, know. You see it. And it's okay to say he's not a tackle. He's a guard. I told you this team, this organization, they're smart. They're not dummies. The old regime would have went in the next season banking on Brandon Coleman being a successful right tackle, and if he failed, we wouldn't have had a backup plan. There wouldn't have been a contingency plan. We just would have been screwed with Brandon Coleman at tackle, and he gets injured, and now you're screwed, or he sucks. What are we gonna do? Remember when they did that shit with the two guards from Carolina? Remember that? Trey Turner and what was the other guard's name from Carolina? Remember that shit, Ron? You rolled the dice, didn't do shit at the offensive line, just went out and got two old ass guards, Trey Turner and what was the other one's name? Remember how poorly that shit went? They both were ass. Not one of them. Andrew Norwell. Thank you, Jefferson Montenegro. Andrew Norwell. Remember that shit? Remember that? Went into that season with two old-ass aging veteran guards who weren't worth a damn and Nick Gates to boot. Remember that shit? How'd that turn out for us? Remember the Giants game, the first one, where we couldn't block, what's the damn defensive tackle for the Giants? Oh, shit. Well, I can't think of his goddamn name. Remember that? Remember we couldn't block him? He had like 8 sacks in the first half. Dexter Lawrence. Thank you, Red Wing 01. Thank you, Jefferson Montenegro, Rashad Brooks. Dexter Lawrence, remember we couldn't block him? He had like 8 sacks in the first half of that game against Sam Howell. Doing all this shit, dancing and shit. Remember that? Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. Doing all kinds of dances on our ass. Couldn't block him to save our life. He had like 5 sacks in the first half of that game. Remember that shit? You want that again? I'm not saying that that's what this offensive line would have been. I don't think they would have been that. But going into the season with Brandon Coleman as your starting right tackle was dicey at best. I already told you. I don't think he's a tackle. Most of you already acknowledge, I don't think he's a tackle. But you were willing to roll the dice anyway. That's some Ron Rivera shit. That ain't what good teams do. You don't go in on a whim. Like, I hope this shit works. I hope it worked. Not on the offensive line. Well, look, I laughed at Dallas earlier for drafting Tyler Booker. But the one thing the Cowboys don't play on is the offensive line. You can laugh at their receivers. You can laugh at their running backs. You can laugh at their tight ends. You laugh at whatever you want. The one thing they're going to do is they're going to protect their quarterback. Period. End of discussion. That's why they took a first-round offensive lineman this year. They took a first-round offensive lineman last year. And I bet you over the last 10 years, if we look at all their draft picks in the first round, I bet you there are more first-round offensive linemen taken than any other position for the Dallas Cowboys. They don't play about their offensive line. They don't play. And it makes sense. No player on your team is making more money than your quarterback. So why not invest? You know, I said the last time we drafted the first round tackle was Chris Samuels. I'm tripping. It was Trent Williams, right? It had to be Trent Williams. Trent Williams was the last offensive tackle. I mean, it just popped into my brain. Like, bro, Trent Williams. What are you talking about? Trent Williams, I think, was the first pick of Shanahan when they got here, 2010. I don't think we've drafted a first round tackle since Trent Williams. Do you know how negligent that is? It's not like our offensive line has been, ironclad and we haven't had to worry about it, and we found a gem in the 5th round, or we signed some great offensive tackle in free agent. We ain't had bookend tackles since Jansen and we haven't had bookend tackles since Morgan Moses and Trent Williams. What's the last season those two played together? You tell me. I can't tell you. 2017, 2016? When's the last time those two played together? Trent Williams sat out the entire, 17 season? And they traded him, in the 2018 season? I believe? Or was it sat out the entire 18 season and traded him in 2019? Whatever the case may be. We still had Kirk Cousins because the 49ers wanted Kirk Cousins, and we refused to trade him. So it was he probably sat out the 17 season, and then we traded him in 18, I think. Whatever the case may be. We might actually finally have bookend tackles. Since for the first time since whether it's 18, 17, or 16, either it's 7, 8, or 9 years ago. You're talking about almost a decade ago. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, don't you want to protect Jayden Daniels? Yes or no? It's a really simple question. You don't have to start explaining yourself. Well, this guy was on the board. I don't want to hear. Do you or don't you want to protect Jayden Daniels? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then what are we talking about? Because just like when we drafted, or just like when we traded for Laramie Tunsil, you fixed 2 positions at once. You just did the same thing when you drafted Josh Conerly, because by trading for Laramie Tunsil, you effectively told Brandon Coleman, "You're not left tackle, bro. Go find another position on the offensive line." And he's like, "Bet." So you fixed one, and wherever Coleman ended up, you were going to make it better, because even Brandon Coleman at right tackle is better than Andrew Wiley. Brandon Coleman at left guard, I presume, and I can't prove this, can't prove that he's going to be a better tackle than Wiley. Can't prove that he'll be a better guard than Nick Allegretti. But in my estimation, watching him play and seeing what he has in his athletic exploits and his length and all the things that he brings to the table, he'll be a better guard than Nick Allegretti. He'll be a better tackle than Andrew Wiley. But that's a low bar if we're talking about Andrew Wiley at tackle. Now, Allegretti wasn't bad last year. Like, I'm not going to sit here and let y'all act like Nick Allegretti was awful. But you can do better than Nick Allegretti. You can do better. And that's okay to do better than Nick Allegretti. So you fixed 2 positions at once, because wherever Brandon Coleman went, he was going to upgrade it. If he went to right tackle, cool. I'm not necessarily in love with it, because I already told y'all from Jump Street, he's a guard. We drafted a guard. Shout out to Jay Gruden. We drafted a guard. But bottom line is, and just so you know, I watched the Oregon games, or Oregon game, excuse me, against Penn State. And I know Abdul Carter was compromised. He wasn't 100% healthy. Josh Conerly put his ass to sleep. Somebody get him a blankie, get him a pillow, and let's get him a bedtime story. Let's read him. Come on. It was a calm and gloomy night. Like, let's get him a bedtime story. All was well in the fairy tale land of Conerly land, right? Serena. Put his ass to sleep. I'm not telling you Conerly's the best tackle in the world, but he put Abdul Carter's ass to sleep. Rockabye, baby. Put his ass to sleep. For the first time since I'm going to say 17, we got bookend tackles. I can't speak for any of y'all, but that shit sounds good to me. Shit sounds good to me. But I digress. Let's get to the comment section. Let me pour up. And Adam Peters probably doing a presser right now to discuss the decision that they just made. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say. And they're going to tell us why they took Josh Conerly Jr. And I'm pretty sure they felt confident about who he was. They met with him. And, a lot of people try to downplay, top 30 visits. And if they're meeting with a player, that means they have questions. Not always. That ain't always the case. Sometimes you meet with a guy to just make sure, hey, this dude is the right fit for what we're trying to do, right? He's checked all the boxes. Let's just make sure he's the kind of guy that fits in our culture. So often people allow outside influences to, make up the way that they perceive top 30 visits. I always tell y'all, don't always focus on the player itself. Focus on the position. How many tackles did they bring in? I told y'all, they want tackle. They're going to do that at some point. Don't dismiss that. But don't focus on the player as much, but don't dismiss the player. Like, clearly, they either like the player or they want to talk to this player. But if they want to talk to the player, they're talking to him for a reason. They're not talking to him because they don't want him and they just want to know why the hell he had off the field concerns or issues or why he transferred 3 times. They don't want to know why this guy, didn't post numbers his first 2 years and then had success the 3rd year. They don't want to talk to him just because. Yeah, I'm interested. Let's talk to this guy. Let's waste one of our 30 visits just to talk to a player just because. They're interested in that player. Duh. They may not draft him, but they're somewhat interested in him. You're not going to get most of the guys that you talk to in the top 30 visit. That's a known fact. You still want to talk to him because you never know. They talked to Conerly, so that meant they were interested in him, but they were interested in that position overall. So I feel good about the pick. Can't wait to hear what Adam Peters has to say. Pretty sure he's talking right now about why they made the decision that they made. And in AP, I trust. Chef P is cooking up right now. Shout out to the new draft room, the new war room for the Commanders. That shit look clean, bro. It looked clean. We in the building. Stand up. We in the building. That shit was clean. That shit was clean. All right. Let's get to the comment section. Enough of me spouting off and talking. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I think this is a double up. Might be a triple up. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? I've tried diet soda when I've done keto. It tastes like shit. And it ain't exactly healthy. Even if it's sugar-free, I forego soda, period. Listen, I stopped drinking soda in the 7th grade. I knew it wasn't healthy for me, but that wasn't the reason I stopped. I stopped because soda was the acidity in soda was so strong it would break my forehead out. I would get little patches of bumps right up in this area right here. And I noticed, like, when I stopped drinking soda, the bumps would go away. I drink soda and I would boop, 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 boop. And I was like, bro, I'm not an acne guy. You see this face, you see this skin, you see how clear this shit is? I don't do acne, bro. So I was like, nah, this ain't me. I guess I won't be drinking no more soda. And I love cherry 7-Up. You talking about somebody that loved cherry 7-Up and cherry was it Pepsi or Coke? I think it was cherry Pepsi and cherry 7-Up. Cherry 7-Up for sure. Man, I love me some cherry 7-Up and cherry Pepsi. God. Man, you talk about somebody chugging that shit. That shit was so good. I would stay up for hours playing video games, eating Starburst fruit twists, and drinking cherry 7-Up. And I had to give it up. And remember, Sprite came out with like so many flavors of soda when I was in high school. Oh my God. It almost made me want to drink soda again. They were killing that soda. Sprite came out with all these crazy flavors, and I was like, oh my God, I want to drink something so bad. I remember I was fresh off. I stopped drinking it in 7th grade. By 9th grade, Sprite had all these crazy flavors of soda. And I was only like a year and a half removed. I was like, bro, I really want to try it. But I showed the type of mettle in high school in 9th grade that I have now, which is it's tough being vegan and going to a restaurant and they ain't got shit for you on the menu and you starving and everybody is effing some shit up in front of your face and you gotta be reduced to eating French fries or some guac and chips or some bullshit. It's hard. But I showed that mettle in 9th grade and it paid dividends. But soda isn't good for you. It's full of sugar. It's the worst thing you can consume. Like in terms of a liquid, you can't get any worse than soda. Not to shit on anybody that loves soda. If you're a soda drinker, drink soda. Like I always tell people, you only live once. You know, do whatever you feel like is in the best interest of you. If you have health concerns, make the right choices, make the necessary adjustments. But if nothing's wrong and you love soda, drink soda. Don't take away something that you love. I loved cherry 7-Up, but I didn't love soda enough to, like, I love cereal. Like today, I'm excited. I haven't tried it yet, but I found me a new cereal because I had to stop eating cereal when I had that health scare that I told y'all about. I had to stop eating cereal because the cereal I was eating wasn't really cereal. It was granola and it was packed full of sugar. And so I was eating that shit almost every day because I love cereal. I found me a new cereal and it doesn't have any sugar in it. So I'm like, oh my God. And I read all the reviews and it's vegan and they're like, yo, it tastes great. And I'm like, hallelujah. Now, I haven't tried it yet. So I don't know if that hallelujah is worthy of being sung, but I'm dying to try it. And it's supposed to be something like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, which was one of my favorite cereals. So I'm excited. I can't wait to try it tomorrow morning when I wake up. But if you're drinking soda and you don't love soda, but you drink it, stop. It's full of sugar. It's not doing anything for you. It's not good for you. But if you love soda and you don't have any health concerns, all right, keep drinking it. I'm not here to tell you to stop. DMV fan 123. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. We getting some spillage. There was plenty of spillage. And I would say that Josh Conerly was part of the spillage, but this was not a great tackle draft class. And this is even more the reason why I felt like taking him made a lot of sense. This wasn't a great tackle draft class. I told you that. What did I tell you about the corners? What did I tell you? Hold on a second. I just had to pose. I told y'all pre-draft, this ain't a great corner draft class. How many corners went in the first round? 2. I had on my list, I said that 4 to 5 corners was going in the first round. I'm going to look at that list in a second and see how close I came. 4 to 5 corners going in the first. 2 corners went in the first round. And Will Johnson wasn't. I repeat, was not one of them. Jahdae Barron and Maxwell Hairston were your only 2 corners to go in the first round. This ain't a great cornerback draft class. And the league spoke, and the league generally speaks about that. I talked about quarterback. I said, this isn't a great quarterback draft class. The league spoke. 1 quarterback went in the first round, or 2, excuse me. I had 2 going, not the 2. I thought Shador would go. Jackson Dart went. 2 quarterbacks went. That's what I had. Now, I didn't have Jackson Dart. I had Shador going, but 2 quarterbacks went. The league spoke. People thought Shador Sanders wasn't all that great. The league said, you're right. He's not. Okay, we'll see. But the league spoke on Shador Sanders. The league spoke on the cornerback position. The league spoke about Travion Henderson. Travion's not going to get I said, Travion, I told y'all, I said, to me, personally, it's 1 back worthy of being a first-round pick. 1. And a team, and Jeanty went 6th overall. I was about to say a team traded up for him, but that was Travis Hunter. Jeanty went number 6 overall, top 10, top 7. That was the only guy. I'm not an Omarion Hampton guy, but he fits what the Chargers do. They have a gap scheme that they run with the Chargers. They like physical backs. Greg Roman's your offensive coordinator. He fits, right? He's Gus Edwards on steroids. He fits, right? They got Najee Harris. Now they got Omarion Hampton. They can bludgeon you to death. That's Jim Harbaugh. He bust 6 nuts tonight when he got Omarion Hampton. Pause. Because now they got Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton. They can run the ball 47 times. And Herbert can throw that bitch 13 times and they can win a game 20 to 6. 20 to 13. Hey, that's not for everybody. That ain't for me. I got a quarterback that I trust to throw the ball 30 times a game and make the right decisions and make big plays and score me 30 points a game. I don't need to win the game 20 to 13. I'm good. But if that's who you desire, cool. I told y'all there was 1 back worthy of a first-round pick. That was Jeanty. Omarion Hampton snuck in the first round. I had 2 backs going. How many running backs? 2 in the first round. Omarion Hampton and Jeanty. I told you, Travion Henderson ain't a first-round back. He's not a 3-down running back. You got to be special. And while I think he has the potential to be a special 3rd-down back, I don't think he is the caliber of what the Lions got a couple of years ago with their running back out of Alabama. And so, again, I told y'all I didn't think Travion Henderson would be a first-round back. And this is the thing. When we do these mock drafts, when we go through this process, everybody's a first-round pick. Everybody's a first-round pick. Donovan Jackson was a first. If he gets to 29, I'm like, he's getting to 29. I told Rio, I said, Rio, he'll be here at 29, bro. Rio was adamant. I don't think he's going to be there. I'm like, he'll be here at 29. He ain't going nowhere, bro. He'll be here. He's an undersized edge rusher. Like, y'all watch football? Like, come on, man. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what teams are looking for. I know all it takes is one team to fall in love, but y'all know what team's looking for. Travion Henderson is 200 pounds. Since when are we drafting 200-pound running backs who don't have some elite trait? Yeah, he's a great pass blocker. But I show me the running back that got drafted in the first round because he could protect the quarterback. Show me that guy. I'll wait. Jahmyr Gibbs has elite speed, elite quickness, wide receiver route running ability. He can run inside. He can run outside. He can do everything. He was different. He is different. Shit, if you're a Commanders fan, we couldn't stop him. I don't know why they stopped giving him the ball, because we couldn't stop him. That ain't Travion Henderson. There was spillage for the Commanders, and they took the spillage that made the most sense for them because, again, I can't stress this enough. This is not a great tackle draft. You wait till 61. Every time I did a mock draft and I looked at the tackle position at 61 in the second round, I was like, damn. It ain't a lot of shit. The only guy that would be left was like Ozzie Traprio. And I was like, yeah, he's cool, but like, I'm not getting excited about Ozzie Traprio, right? It wasn't a lot of stuff. And obviously they did their homework. And I said the good thing about what they had done, they had Belton, the tackle out of NC State. That was a 4th round type tackle. Like that they had done their homework on. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. They brought him in for a reason. In case Conerly wasn't there, they had Belton pegged as the next guy that they would have taken at the tackle position. They did their homework at every level. Trust me, they got a running back sitting there at 61 that they're comfortable with. They got a running back comfortable sitting there in the 4th round that they love. They're going to be fine, right? Every position that we need, cornerback. They got Quincy Riley sitting in their back pocket in the 4th round. I don't know what they're going to do in the 2nd round if they decide to take corner. Like, if Morrison is there, I think they might pull the trigger in the 2nd round. But it's not going to be a lot of corners available that you love in the 2nd round. The only thing I can tell you is because corner didn't get abused in the 1st round, maybe, just maybe, and I think there's going to be a run on corners early in the 2nd round. And by the time you get to 61, it's going to be the same shit that if 5 corners or 4 corners had gone in the 1st round or 3 had gone in the 1st round, it's going to look like the same shit. But there's a chance that there could be a Benjamin Morrison or someone of that ilk, or even a what's the corner from Iowa State? Why am I blanking on his name? I keep thinking about the receiver Jalen Higgins. I'm trying to think about the corner. Let me just I got my notes right here in front of me. Darian Porter. Darian Porter probably, with the way that the cornerback position wasn't abused in the 1st round, Darian Porter's probably there at 61. And we'll see if they decide to go that route or if they decide to go edge rusher. It feels like Femi Oladipo is the next pick. That's what it feels like. He's the 2nd round pick. And then 4th round, they'll draft Quincy Riley, and then we'll go from there. All right. That's what it feels like. Like they mapped out how this was gonna go. Like if this goes this way, we're taking this guy. If this goes this way, we got this guy here. If he's not available, we got this guy. If he's not available and he's not available, we got this guy. Like they've mapped it out. Like he talked about this. This might be the year where we see that those top 30 visits mean something. Because I'm one that dismisses the actual names and just focus on the position, which is cool by me because we had an issue with running back, tackle, edge, punt returner, kicker, and they seem like they get it because those were the visits, right? I don't really give a shit. As long as you identify a guy that fits, I'm all for it. So let's see. All right. Coach T. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Coach T. Brown says, hey, Lou, I think it will be an edge if we stick at 29. By the way, body armor water all night. LOL. Good for you. Speaking of water, you a smart man. Let me get some up in my system. All right. Let me check on my Grizzlies. We lost the game. We were up big. The Thunder came back and beat us at home. I told you we were getting swept. I thought we would get blown out in this game by like 12, but we lost by 6. I'm really disappointed. We were up big at halftime. Did John Morant, he got hurt. I don't know if he came back in the game. I don't think he came back in the game. And that might have been the difference. Ja got hurt. Let me see how many minutes he played. Yep, he never came back. That's why they beat us. If Ja would have stayed in the game, they wouldn't have beat us. He played 16 minutes. We just didn't have enough. We fought like hell. Now we're getting swept. We're going to get blown out in game. We're going to get blown out in game 4. We're going to lose by 26 in game 4. Remember, Ja already had an ankle injury. He was playing through that. They probably was giving him injections. I don't know what happened to him. Obviously, I wasn't watching the game, but hey, I'm not mad because I didn't want to be in the playoffs anyway because I knew this shit was going to happen. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Terry writes, what the F is up, Lou? What's going on, Terry? My guy. Gonna be a great night. Want us to take my guy James Pierce, which he ended up, the Falcons traded back into the first round to take him. I didn't see that coming, by the way. Says, but you know what they say about guys with 2 first names. You know. If you know, you know. Never, ever trust a man with 2 first names. You think Pierce is a first name? I don't think that's a first name. I haven't met one single Pierce in my life with a first name. Pierce, for every person that I've met that had Pierce as a name, it was always their surname. It was never their first name. But hey, to each its own. Voices of Martians. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, I'm taking my Galaxy Buds, not the MJ. Can't get the MJ into the airport. Hey, look, whatever you got to do, man. Whatever you got to do, I ain't mad at it. You know, I'm a Samsung guy. So we here, right? You didn't say AirPods. So right there, we got a connection, right? Now, I don't have Galaxy Buds, but if I did have buds or pods of any kind, it would be Galaxy Buds. So shout out to you. That means you have a Samsung phone. Cheers, my guy. If you don't have a Samsung phone and you have some sort of Apple device, some sort of iPhone, kick rocks. I can't stand you. And if you are someone with an Apple product, but I rock with you, I'll tolerate you, despite your poor choice in electronic devices. Did you see my eyes? You see how my eyes cut down from? You see that? That's a look of disdain for you Apple iPhone users. Shame on you. When you step to the old dirty Samsung. Shame on you. Door Gunner. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, my dog eats almost anything, and he won't eat pizza with no cheese and Hey, your dog doesn't have a great palate. That's what I would tell you. Your dog isn't Mikey. Your dog, you think your dog is Mikey. He's not. If he won't eat a pie with no cheese and pineapple, then he's not Mikey, and he doesn't have a great palate. So, shout out to your dog, though. Shout out to your dog. Sean Moore, been a member for 13 months. Who writes, I'm just excited to see the draft room as I am to see the pick. The draft room was everything I imagined it would be. It lived up to the hype. It lived up to my standards. It lived up to the vision I had in my head. Shout out to the new draft room. Let's give a clap up for that. Josh Harris, man. Shit. It's the little things that make a difference. It's the little things. Tony P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Tony P writes, I think New Orleans is taking a tackle is good for us. The prevailing thought was that they were going to take a tackle. So, like, that didn't change anything, right? Like, the situations that really altered our situation, excuse me, were the teams in the top 10 that did things alternate to what we thought. I.e., like Carolina. What did Carolina take? I'm about to watch the scroll. Carolina took Tet. I didn't think they were taking a receiver. Chicago, I didn't think they were taking a tight end. Clearly I was wrong because Daniel Jeremiah said they're taking a tight end or a tight end. So clearly, I just thought the Notre Dame tight end was good enough, but clearly they want to run 2 tight end sets. So now they have the ability to do that. I didn't think Tampa Bay was taking a wide receiver, right? So that created another situation for us where you went, whoa, okay. There were certain teams like Jets were going to take a tackle. Saints were going to take a tackle. 49ers were going to take a defensive lineman. They ended up taking an edge. I thought they were going to take a defensive tackle, but they took an edge. And there were other teams like Seattle. You knew they were going to take an offensive lineman, right? And they took Gray Zable. So there were certain teams that fit right into the mold that we thought, right? Because when you do these mocks, you do them based off of team needs. And a lot of times you get it. You may not get the player right, but you get the position right because that team has a need and it's clear and you see that and you diagnose it correctly. Now, do you get the right player? Maybe not. But it was the teams that took players where you were like, whoa, like Tet in Carolina, Emeka Egbuka in Tampa Bay, Denver taking Jahdae Barron. I didn't see that coming. Donovan Jackson going to the Vikings. I thought they were going to take Nick Amanawari or Malachi Starks, a safety. So, those were the ones that were kind of like curveballs. You're like, oh, okay, shit. All right, bet. That kind of freed up opportunities for us. But again, when guys fall and the entire league universally says, nah, we're good, you need to take heed to that. Like Will Johnson, you need to take heed to that. Like that didn't happen on accident. That wasn't happenstance. Will Johnson got passed on because Will Johnson has something that teams are worried about. And he didn't run. And I told y'all on my podcast, Will Johnson not running is a problem for me. This ain't like there's certain positions where your speed and the question of your speed comes in. It comes into play. There's certain positions where you can get away with it. Corner isn't one of them. If I question your speed and you're like, nah, I can't run, and you've had injuries almost every year of your career, and now you got a knee injury and teams aren't really certain about it, okay. If you got a quote unquote hamstring injury, animal crackers, you got a hamstring injury, okay. Well, now your ass is a second round pick because you had a hamstring injury or you got a knee injury and you can't run the 40, but you can do everything else. You can do everything else, but you can't run a 40. Magically, you can't run a 40. Bet. You slow. That's translation. Let me spell it out for you. You slow. SLOW. Cool. Second round. Second round. Niners fan. Hey, what's up, Niners fan? Glad to hear from you. So, what's up, Lou? I don't love the Michael pick. Would have preferred BPA with Warren or upside with Stewart. Just don't think he has a super high ceiling. Let me talk to you for a second. Let me talk to you for a second because you my guy. We rock. And I know you remind me a lot of my guy Ree as a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. You guys are so passionate, but you either at one end of the spectrum or the other. Like you either love them or you hate them, right? Y'all are very similar. And let me tell you, you got the right guy. You don't want Shamar Stewart. And maybe Shamar Stewart turns out to be a beast. And maybe he turns out to be the next big thing in the NFL. He could be. He's obviously got the size. He's got the athleticism. He's got the, the body type, everything. Height, weight, speed, all that good stuff, right? He doesn't have the production. Neither does Mykel Williams. But at least Mykel Williams had a season where he had more than 1.5 sacks. Mykel Williams is the guy that I wanted my team to draft. And I'm not telling you that you should be happy because I wanted him. I'm telling you because he played at a premier program in a premier conference, and he was really good. And I urge you to go back and watch the 2023 tape of Mykel Williams when he was fully healthy. 2024, he had an injury. He was playing through it. And I still thought he had impacts in certain games, but really where you want to watch him do his thing is in 2023. That's where you really want to watch him. Because he took over games in 2023. He was unblockable at times in 2023. I'm telling you, he could be the next Jalen Carter, but as an edge rusher. But you can move him around. You can kick him inside on third downs on obvious passing situations. If you have a edge rusher that can get to the quarterback, but he can't stand up against the run, you put him in, you kick him inside, and he can win against guards and centers. Mykel Williams, I think, will be the truth. We'll have, look, we can revisit this 2-3 years down the road. We'll see who was right. Because you don't love him. You like Shamar Moore's upside more. I don't. I like Mykel Williams' upside more. We'll see who was right. We'll see who was right. I'm taking Mykel Williams, and I think you got it right. That's what I'm telling you. I think you got it right. You don't want Shamar Moore or Shamar Stewart. Shamar Moore. Hear me. Shamar. Hey, blame it on the blame it on the alcohol. You don't want Shamar Moore. You don't want Shamar Stewart. You want Mykel Williams. You got the right guy. And you didn't need Tyler Warren. You got, and I know, just to finish that conversation up, you have a beast tight end still. And yes, he's getting up there in age, and you could have gone 2 tight end sets. Sure, absolutely. You didn't need another one. Right. You're fine just the way you are on offense. That's not the issue. You got the right guy. I love you. I love the pick. Personally, I love the pick. Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Black Al B. Who writes, what it do, Lou? What it do, Black Al B? Happy draft day to you. Just heard the goddamn Birds took my guy. Shaking my head. Gonna be sick seeing Caleb throwing tutties. Damn it. Hey, look, man. I didn't expect it. They threw a curveball. Like, I was looking dead red fastball. I was ready to knock it out of the park. And they said, take this, Uncle Charlie. And I was like, huh. Bat stay right here. He said, on with the draft. Y'all threw a curveball. When your pick came, I was like, I was ready. I had my bat. I gave a couple of half swings, got into my little groove, and I was ready for the pitch. And then, I got frozen when y'all took goddamn Donovan Jackson. I didn't see a guard going there. I thought I was taking a safety. Lost Cameron Bynum in free agency. You know, obviously Dirty Harry's getting older and older and older. How old is he now? Like 47? Like, I just figured you'd take a safety. Got that wrong too. Okay. And there'll be other safeties. Like, it's not like there aren't other safeties available in this draft class. There'll be second round, even third. I think after the third round, safety position goes bare and goes dark. But As long as you take one within the next 2 rounds, you should be fine. King of the Bluegrass. Thank you for the food super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, somebody trades up to get Tyler Shuck at 29. Book it. Wrong. I wish I had the Arsenio Hall long ass finger. Wrong. I wish I had it, but I don't. But I can do it like this. Wrong. But Tyler Show will go in day number 2, I think. I think he'll be a 3rd round pick. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes day 3. He's not going in the 2nd round. I know there are some teams that and people that have been talking about Tyler Show. The league will speak, and it will speak loudly. If Shador Sanders is a 2nd round pick, Tyler Show probably is a day 3 pick. So I take that back. He's probably a day 3 pick. If the league said Shador Sanders is a 2nd round pick, the league is not taking Tyler Show in the 2nd round. So book that, King of the Bluegrass. I love seeing y'all predictions after the fact to see if y'all were right. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, you're going to be typing like Duncan by our pick 29. I'm good, bro. See, this is the thing. I'm a smart man, and I'm a veteran of the game. You see this right here? It's called H2O. This is your best friend when you chugging some adult beverages. Also, eating pizza, aka bread, is also a really good friend that will aid you in your quest to make it through a 5, 6, 7 hour stream. So trust me, don't ever put me and Duncan in the same sentence. Don't ever do that again in your life. Thanks. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Or thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 34 months. Almost at that 3-year Annie. Shout out to my wife. You see these parts in my head? These shits is crispy. I'm looking at them and I'm like, yo, I told her earlier, I was like, yo, you killed it this time. Because her parts be crooked sometimes. And I'll be like, yo, these shits is crooked as hell. I told her, I said, look, you know how I do draft time. I'm gonna let them loose. I'm gonna let the forehead breathe. I need it clean. And she don't like doing my hair. And at some point, I'm gonna have to get somebody to actually do my hair. Because she be bucking against doing my hair. But she did my hair and she killed it this time. The parts are clean, they straight. Shout out to my wife, man. My guy, Uncle Jay, writes, I got my bottle of Barefoot Cab, $7.99. I may even go get some pineapple pizza. Hey, I encourage the pineapple pizza, Uncle Jay. I encourage it. Hey, now, I don't encourage the barefoot, but if that's your thing, whoa, cheers. But I encourage the pineapple pizza, bro. Make it happen. Cheers. Shit, you got me contemplating going and getting a slice. Don't you push me. Don't you push me. I might do it. Trevor Patch, my guy. Welcome to the fam, man. It's been a while. Glad to have you back on board. Mob, you know what to do. Show Trevor Patch some love. Celebrate. Stand up. We in the building. My guy Trevor Patch is back with the fan where he belongs. Welcome to the squad. Trevor Patch. John Cedillo, my guy, one of my favorite. I think you might be my favorite Cowboys. Nope, not think. You are my favorite Cowboys fan. I think my guy, Chris Devers, is my second. He used to be my favorite. I think you took over the number 1 slot. John, you are my favorite Cowboys fan. No, I lied. You're my second favorite. My dad is my favorite Cowboys fan. If we count my dad. If we not count my dad, you my favorite. If we count my dad, you my second favorite Cowboys fan. So in essence, you my favorite Cowboys fan that's not family. Who writes, "Sup, Louie? Sup, John? Hope all is well. Likewise. I am good. We're getting O-line. For me, we needed to continue focusing on meat and potatoes with emphasis on controlling the line of scrimmage." That's what y'all do. Like, I made fun of it earlier, and it's still funny to me because Cowboys, I think it was more funny to me because Cowboys fans wanted a playmaker. They wanted a skill position guy. Most Cowboys fans were angling for Jeanty, were angling for Tet, for angling for anything but. And those guys weren't available. So let's say that first and foremost. Tet wasn't available. Jeanty wasn't available. Those were some of the options that Cowboys fans were hoping would fall to them. They didn't. And so they pivoted and went to the next best thing, which was, and I've seen Matthew Golden and some of the other guys, and it just, that wasn't going to happen. Booker felt like a Cowboy, and he ended up being a Cowboy, and I don't blame them. Zach Martin retires. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and you needed to replace him. And the Cowboys have always been a team that prioritizes the offensive line. So it made sense. Made a ton of sense. I don't blame them. And, you can't go wrong protecting. And Dak Prescott isn't getting more mobile, right? With every year that he has an injury and every year as he gets older, he gets less and less mobile. He's not a guy that's going to be running around here extending plays. He needs to be protected in the pocket. So this is the draft where clearly the Cowboys have prioritized the running back position. In the offseason, they signed two different running backs, right? Javonte Javonte Williams from the Broncos, and they also went and got Miles Sanders from the Panthers. So they've kind of filled out their running back position. They could draft another guy. Like, that's cool if they do. If they don't, they probably feel like they got some stuff back there. Whatever the case may be, that's not what's going to be the catalyst for your team. The catalyst is going to be Dak Prescott throwing a football to the receiver position. So you need to get yourself a number 2 wide receiver, because the dude you traded for last year, he ain't it. He's a 3 at best, probably more like a 4. But you need to go get you a number 2 wide receiver. And so that's probably what you probably aim for doing in the second round. So we'll see what happens. But you took care of the thing that the Cowboys always take care of. Can't blame you for that, which is offensive line. Hey, what's up, John, man? You my guy. Rocky D, been a member for 28 months. And y'all see them parts, man? Shit. That Madden 26 commercial with DQ, chef's kiss. I don't play video games anymore. So I wasn't paying attention to it. Somebody brought it to my attention, and I was like, let me just check this shit out. Because I really wasn't trying to watch. I was bucking against it because I just thought it was somebody trying to get me to watch the commercial because they were a gamer. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't play the games. I don't care. But I got like 4 people sending it to me. I was like, all right, let me check this shit out. Then a couple of people that I rock with DM me, and I was like, all right. So I clicked on one of them, and sure enough, I think what got me, somebody messaged me and was like, yo, he was like, they love us. And I was like, and it was the video of the commercial. So I clicked on it. I watched it. And I was like, oh shit. They do love us. Hey, we back in this bitch. Hey, y'all put the word out. We back up. We putting cases on all you son of a bitches. We putting cases on all you mother. All of y'all. We putting cases on all y'all asses. We back. God damn it. Chef's kiss, Rocky D. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, really liking the slippage. It's not slippage, it's spillage here, Lou. And it was plenty of it. I don't know if you liked what we actually selected with the spillage that was available to us. I told you at 29, there was going to be plenty of spillage. We were going to get it. And so we got it. I don't know if you love what we did with it, but I don't know if there will ever be a time. I'm not including myself in this because I understand what they did. I don't know if there will ever be a time where fans will be excited about drafting an offensive lineman in the first round. There's not going to be too many times because you can't look at, like, there's not a stat. Oh, this offensive lineman had 27 pancake blocks. Like, fans don't get excited about offensive line play. Like, certain fans do, but they're the minority. They're not the majority. Okay. The majority of fans, they can't quantify what an offensive lineman brings to the table. And because they can't quantify what he brings to the table, there's a problem. You can quantify an wide receiver. He had 1,200 yards. He had 13 touchdowns. He had 72 catches. This dude is a beast. Running back. He had 18 touchdowns. He had 1,800 all-purpose yards, 14 of it on the ground, another 400 receiving. Like, he could pass pro. Like, you can quantify what a guy does. Offensive lineman, it's a selfless job. We talk about it all the time. Like, offensive linemen, if you don't call their name, they did a good job. That's a hard job to do because your job requires your name not being called. We don't call your name. You did a hell of a job today. Every other position, the skill positions, if we call your name, either you did something really good or you did something really bad. But either way, we talking about you. We don't talk about offensive linemen. So when a guy goes in the first round of the offensive line, it's not sexy. But there's nothing more necessary than drafting offensive linemen. Because if that group isn't good, I don't give a shit how talented you are. You ain't doing a damn thing. As a wise man once said, you ain't doing a damn thing if the offensive line ain't legit. That's what we did. We fortified the offensive line. Big Mike, been a member for 28 months. What's up, Lou? You think Johnson fell not only to us, he in the second round chilling. He had a clean suit on, too. He had a clean suit on. I hope he packed 2 suits. A lot of dudes don't pack 2 suits. They expect to go in the first round. I hope if he ain't pack another suit, he'll be shopping for one during the day tomorrow. He'll be shopping for another one during the day tomorrow. Dr. B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, I need you to sing a song just for Gunners. All right. We can do that. You know what commercial I've been seeing a lot? So I don't know if y'all been on YouTube a lot, but I have. And you know what commercials coming up? It's the mattress commercials. I forgot the name of the company. Mattress. No, I was about to say discount. That's not what it's called. It's not Mattress King. Well, I don't remember what it's called. But it's a mattress commercial. And these are funny commercials. I love them. But they always end with the shit that I always sing to y'all, which is Lionel Richie. All night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night. So hopefully Gunners is still here. His dog heard that, and he's barking up a storm right now. All night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Mattress Firm. There it is. Lonely Satellite. Mattress Firm. That's the damn commercial. It's like 4 of them hoes. It's a dude with the guac dipping his chip in there and his hand is touching the shit. And he's like, and every one of them is, how do you sleep at night? Because they doing some crazy shit. Then there's a white lady in her car. She driving, and obviously if it's a yellow line and it's solid, you ain't supposed to cross that line because it's oncoming traffic. And and he's like, how do you sleep at night? And she's like, with a mattress on Mattress Firm. And then it's a lady watching these little kids. They probably like 6 years old, 5 years old. They can't reach the hoop. You're shooting the basket. He's shooting free throws. She's like, he can't make a shot. He's got weak arms. And he's like, how do you sleep at night? With a mattress at Mattress Firm. These are hilarious commercials, by the way. I love all of them. And at the end of all of them, all night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Anyway, hope Door Gunner's dog heard that, and he's barking up a storm right now. Metaphor. Been a member for 43 months. Salute to you. Maybe I need to put up a little higher. You know, I got a forehead with a lot of hair, a lot of space. Maybe I need to put it right here. That's better. I'm hoping to see the day. Follow P, follow Chef P. Hey, you ain't got to wait too much longer. We win in the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Book it. Cheers to that. Hey, if you got something in your cup, water, juice, soda, spritzer, sparkling water, bourbon, vodka, whatever, put it up. We win in the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Hopefully sooner than that, but we building this thing. We building a bully. That takes time. Like last year was crazy. You can't expect that every year, but that's the new norm. Like that's the new expectation. But whatever the case may be, we winning a chip in the next 3 years. Cheers to that shit. Hopefully it's in 2025. Cheers. Ricardo Patillo. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show Ricardo some love. Welcome him with open arms. You know what to do. Welcome to the squad, Ricardo Patillo. Glad to have you on board. John Perez, my guy, JP. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, got some elbow macaroni with melted American cheese. So you had some mac and cheese. You could have just said that. But you had to tell me exactly what you had, which is fine. I'll condense it for you. He had mac and cheese. I'm glad Hunter is going to the Jags and avoiding that trash Browns organization. Hey, I think I need some more pizza because you said avoiding the trash Browns organization like the Jags is that much better. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Who that, who that, who that, who that, who that, who that, who? Let me get some of this. Jags and the Browns are one and the same. They're not that different of an organization. Trust me. The Browns, Jags, one's cold, one's warm. That's the difference. One has a quarterback, one doesn't. Whatever. They're the same. I'm not going. I'm not. Like, I see your comments. I see your jokes. I'm good. Trust me. You'll know when I'm 2 sheets to the wind. You'll know. I'm not there yet. I'll know. I won't tell y'all, but y'all will know. Terry Maples. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show Terry some love. Terry, my guy. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Mob, you know what to do. Show Terry some love. Welcome him with open arms. Welcome to the squad. Terry Maples. Waves. Been a member for 6 months. Really appreciate you. Writes, you think we take Hampton if he's there at 29? He wasn't there, but even if he was, the answer is no. Oh, no. Why you come down here messing with these people? No, he wouldn't have been the pick. I don't think they loved him. I didn't love him. And just because I didn't love him doesn't mean they didn't love him. I just don't think he was the type of back they were looking for. But I could have been wrong. I could have been wrong. But I personally don't think they were in love with Omari and Hampton. And I wasn't in love with him. But we'll never know. Now, will we? We'll never know. Or at least we won't know until Dan Quinn or Adam Peters or someone in that organization writes a tell-all memoir 15 years from now. So we won't know. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy. Trev, welcome home, man. We missed you. Welcome home. The greatest troll of this fan base is here and in the building. We missed you. Lou, it's been a minute. Yeah, it has. I've missed you. I've missed you. I'll be honest. It's been a long road back, but in the end, he said, but in the real chat, rocking burgundy and gold, not on the sidelines in a high school Letterman jackets, trying to be one of those guys. Hashtag not fetching Gatorade. Look, I know a lot of fans that they don't do the offseason. They just show up when the games start. I know fans like that. And I know fans that I've told stories where I've had guys come at me in late August, early September. Hey, where Curtis Samuel at? Who we get in the draft? And I'm like, bro, you know it's August 28th, right? Like we about to be playing games in like a week from now. You just showing up? Curtis Samuel has been gone for 3 months now, bro. He signed in free agency with the Buffalo. Like, you just getting here? You just figuring out what's going on? But, I mean, everybody ain't locked in like some of us are. And I had to learn to respect that, too. Some people, they only care about the games that count in the win and loss column. Like, they don't care about preseason. They don't care about draft. They don't care about free agency. They don't care about none of that shit. Hey, just wake me up when they start counting the wins and losses, and I'll show up then. And look, you got to love them fans just as much as you love the fans that eat, sleep, breathe everything that happens with this team, from a new draft war room to, the first day of OTAs to the first day of the season. You got to love each of those fans. It's fans that they pop back out for the draft. They pop back out for the schedule coming out, and then they go back into their cubby, and you won't see them until we start playing games that mean something. And I get it. Look, everybody ain't invested like that, and that's cool. But for the ones that are, like myself, who eat, breathe, and sleep this shit, who have injected this shit in their veins, and it's like a drug and they need it, cheers to y'all. We here. We ain't going nowhere. We need it. And people like myself and Ed and Rico and Rio and all the other channels out there, they delivering it for you. So it's somewhere where you can get your fix. But for the ones that don't, stay in tune to every single thing that's going on, it's all good. I love you too. And I'll be here when you're ready, right? You ain't fetching Gatorade. You made that abundantly clear. You ain't going to get somebody some Gatorade. You know you my guy, though. Even though you the biggest troll, biggest commander troll that I know. You are the biggest troll that I know in this fan base, bro. But I love you. I love you. I wouldn't trade you for anybody, and I wouldn't trade you for a troll of any other fan base. You my guy, Trev. Ricardo Patillo. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Welcome aboard, man. Glad to have you. You're a newbie, but you could become a regular. And I'm glad to have you on board. My guy, Ricardo, writes, "Hey, Lou, hope family and all is well. Likewise. First time, I know this is the first time. You just became a member, and this is the first time I remember, I heard your name earlier when you became a member, and now you're super chatting. So this is all new to me, but I don't forget names. This is one thing I don't do. So I'm very good with names. So now I know you. Now you're in my database. You're in my Rolodex. So I'll spin it. If you come back around, I'll find you. Okay, I remember you. Glad to have you on board. He says, in how long we pick after Baltimore? DC up. You know what was crazy about Baltimore? I know this, you didn't ask this. You know, in real time, you were asking how long is it going to be? But in real time, Baltimore was what? Here it is, right in front of me. Baltimore was 2 picks ahead of us. And I really thought their pick was going to impact us. I felt like if Colston Loveland was available, they would take him. If there was an edge rusher we were like Donovan Azaraku, if he was, somebody that would, if edge rushers were being poached at that time, they would take him. They took a safety. We weren't taking a safety in the first round. I told y'all that. We weren't taking the safety in the first round. We were sniffing around safeties, but not in the first round. Right? Safety feels like 4th round, 6th round, 7th round, right? It doesn't feel like 2nd round. It doesn't feel like 1st round. So I thought the Ravens would impact us a little bit more than they did. They didn't. They took a safety. That had nothing to do with us. So a little bit shocked by that, but not totally like, whoa, like at a loss, right? Welcome aboard, Ricardo. Glad to have you. Shadow Striker 789, my guy, writes, or thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. I was not expecting this many tackles this soon. Look, I told you, tackles every draft, whether it's a great draft, which this is not, or it's a less than draft, which this is, tackles are going to go. How many did we have? I'm gonna go through this. This you just brought it up, so this is the perfect time to do this. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Why didn't you think 5 tackles would go? That wasn't a crazy number. How many did I have? I had 5 tackles. 5 tackles went. I had 5 tackles in my mock draft, and that's how many went. And it's probably the same 5 that I thought would go. Like, why didn't you think tackles would go? That made sense. Tackle made sense. Or you said this soon. I don't know why you didn't think that many tackles would go that soon. The Saints looking for a tackle, the Patriots looking for a tackle, the Jets looking for a tackle. That's 3 tackles. You knew 3 tackles, or at least you should have. At least you should have, even if you didn't thought the Saints were going to take Shador or some quarterback or whatever. you at least should have been like 2 tackles are going, maybe a possible third. But tackles went the way they were supposed to go. I didn't feel like it was anything out of the ordinary. Maybe I'm casual. Maybe. Maybe you're not. Maybe you are. It's not for me to decide. But this looks like some amazing spillage as of pick 17. I promise you we get an edge. At 17, I would have promised you we would have gotten an edge too. I've been promising that the entire process. So I was wrong. And you know what? I think it's only right that I offer up a 00 at this point. I offered up one earlier tonight, and I hate offering up 00s. They make me sick to my stomach because that means I wasn't just wrong, because it's shit. All of us are wrong at some point. Wrong doesn't require a 00. Blatantly and overtly wrong requires a 00. And I had been saying this entire time, the best value is tackle. They're going to take tackle. They're going to be picking from tackle. And all of the tackles, except for Shamar Moore, I have to stop calling this man Shamar Moore. Shamar Stewart were available. And so all those tackles that I talked about, they were there. Nick Scorton was there. Donovan Ezaraku was there. Hell, even Mike Green was there. And I tweeted out he was going to be the pick. So I thought the best value was at tackle. I still think the best value was at tackle, but I understand what they did and why they did what they did, because while there's a ton of value at tackle, there's not a lot of value while there's a ton of tackle, while there's a ton of value at edge, there's not a ton of value at tackle. So you take the tackle because that's a position while supplies last. They don't last very long, right? You just heard from Shadow Striker who said, damn, a lot of tackles are already gone. 5 went in the first round. This wasn't a deep tackle or offensive tackle draft class to begin with. 5 went in the first round, which is what we expected. But that's a lot when you don't have a lot to begin with. Edge, I haven't counted the amount of edges that went, but I imagine it's the number. I had 7 or 8 going in the first round. I imagine that it came close to that number. It may not have hit it. I think the number is probably 6. I don't think 7 went, but I think 6 went. Ultimately, it's close to the number, and there's still a bunch of edge rushers available. So, it felt like they could have gone edge because there were so many guys, but you got to play the percentages. We don't draft again to 61. We weren't able to get out of 29. We don't have a 3rd round pick. So we don't have all these resources available to us. So if you don't get a tackle here, you don't love the tackles in the 2nd round. Can't say, well, we don't love them in the 2nd round, but maybe we feel like the value is better in the 3rd round because you don't have a 3rd round pick. You get to the 4th round and it ain't shit there. Even though you like Belton, he might not be there by the 4th round. And then you're screwed, right? They prepared for that, by the way, with all of the tackles that they met with, including the guy from Oregon State with like 6 names. But bottom line is, why wait? That's too important of a position. Why wait? Edge rusher is deep. You can get one in the 2nd round. They want Femi Oladipo. I told you that already. I think they're going to have a chance to get him because I told you he's a 4th round pick. Many people kept telling me, oh, I don't think he's getting to the 2nd round. He'll be there at 61. Trust me. He'll be there at 61. Maybe you shouldn't trust me. Cheers, whether you trust me or not. Maybe you shouldn't trust me, but I think he's going to be there at 61. I've been saying he's a 4th round pick. I told you Travion Henderson wasn't a 1st round pick. I told you that Donovan Ezaraku wasn't a 1st round pick. I digress. Anyway. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Non-draft question. Do you think Gallup will ball? I don't know what to make of Michael Gallup. I saw him walking into the OTAs the other day talking all that shit about, happy to be, walking in and ready to get to work and all that shit. This is what I do like. Him being away from football for a year showed him what he was missing. Sometimes when you are in it, you take it for granted. Like, man, I don't care about this shit, man. I don't feel like doing this shit no more. I'm done. And he walked away, right? Raiders signed him. He got surprised when the Cowboys released him. He went to the Raiders, signed him, and he was like, yo, I can't believe the Cowboys just cut me. This is crazy. I don't want to play football no more. So he quit. And he went away for a year. He watching all these dudes play, and he's like, man, I could do that shit, man. Like, I still got ball left in me, man. This is crazy. And sometimes, like, Eddie Goldman did the same thing. Right? He quit. And then I think he realized, after sitting out for a year, like, yo, not only can I play, I'm better than half these dudes I'm watching. Like, what am I doing? And I miss it. You get motivated players sometimes when that happens. Michael Gallup, this is the thing. We haven't seen prime Michael Gallup since his second year in the league. Michael Gallup tore, and he was playing well in his third year, and then he tore his ACL. And then year 3 ended abruptly with the ACL tear. Year 4 wasn't good, and then he ended up in, Vegas for year 5, and he quit in year 5. So we really haven't seen Michael Gallup get back to year 2 Michael Gallup, or even early season year 3 Michael Gallup since the injury. So I can't tell you if he's going to be good or not, but I can tell you this. He's fully healthy now. I can tell you that. He's fully healthy. Now the question is, what does he have left in the tank? If you ask me right now if he's making a roster, I tell you, yeah. I don't think they're going to get a receiver in this draft that's worth kicking one of the 6 guys that we currently have on the roster off of the roster. Gallup, Noah Brown, KJ Osborne, Luke McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin. I don't think any of those guys are going anywhere right now. But again, I say that they draft Jalen Higgins in the 2nd round, and boop, somebody's got to go, right? I mean, just like that. What do these damn receivers have to get out of here? And the last guy to get on the roster could be the first guy off the roster, which would be Michael Gallup. Could be KJ Osborne too, right? You just never know. But I don't think that's what they're going to do. I don't see 2nd round pick being a wide receiver. I think it's an edge rusher. I think it's Femi Oladipo, but we'll see, right? We'll see what happens. Kenny Ball, he could. He's healthy, but I don't know. I can't say. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Going Commando. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB rights. Boy, this spillage, Lou. Some quarterback reaches the 20s would compete the cipher. Edge, corner, running back, still rich. A certain Alabama linebacker there too. It's a lot of stuff available, man. You got look, we talked about this in this particular draft. It didn't pay to be in the top 10 this year. It paid to be in the top 3, maybe 4, because I felt like Jeanty was worthy of being one of those guys. But it paid to be in the top 3. And it paid for the Browns because they ended up, moving out of, the second pick rather, going back to 5 and still getting a guy that they felt really good about. In the defensive tackle for Michigan, Mason Graham, and then picking up, draft capital not only for this year but next year as well. But this was a draft where you wanted to be in picks 15. Well, let's go to 14 because shit, Colts, I think they got probably the biggest. Like if you're a Colts fan, you feel like you stole in the 1st round. Like nobody stole more than the Colts. Like Tyler Warren wasn't supposed to be at 14. They were supposed to be having to draft Colston Loveland, not Tyler Warren. Like Tyler Warren is a top 7 talent in this year's draft class. He went at 14. The Colts stole. They turned their pick in with like 7 minutes left in their pick, right? Like they was like, oh shit. You know, soon as they saw who the 13th pick was, they picked up the phone and called Tyler Warren and was like, yo, we can't believe you here, man. You ready to be an Indianapolis Colt? And he was like, hell yeah. Like, that shit was wild. After that pick, the rest of the draft was like a crapshoot, like 15 all the way to 32. And there was a bunch, and everybody knew who was in the 20s was like, yo, it's going to be some shit available. And there was. People got enamored with Nick Amanawari. He didn't get drafted in the first round. People got enamored with Trayvon Henderson. He didn't draft in the first round. People got enamored with Donovan Ezaraku. He didn't get drafted in the first round. People got enamored with Nick Scorton. He didn't get drafted in the first round. It was a bunch of guys. People got enamored with Luther Burden III. He didn't get drafted in the first round. It was a bunch of guys that didn't go in the first round. Shit. Will Johnson didn't go in the first round. And again, there may be some injury concerns. There may be some health concerns that, may or may not play out. He might have a 12-year career and the knee may not be an issue and teams will just overreact and whatever. Or he could have a 5-year career and the knee is a problem and they were right. But whatever the case, he didn't go in the first round and no team decided to take him. And I really think that lack of 40 time coupled with the tape in 2024 really had an impact. Had he ran a 40 and ran a 4.48, I think Will Johnson is drafted in the first round. That's just me, right? But we'll see. Because look, so let me just say this. You Going Commando brought up a certain Alabama linebacker that ended up in Philadelphia, in Jahad Campbell. Well, guess what? He needed surgery, and he had surgery. And you know what he did? He participated in the combine because it wasn't a lower extremity injury. It was an upper body injury. So he participated in the combine. He ran the 40, ran a 4.52, and then he had the surgery. Now, obviously, Will Johnson claims that it was a lower body injury, so he was hindered by it, whatever. But Jahad Campbell participated, did everything, and then had the surgery, and he got taken in the first round. Maybe he fell a little bit because he had surgery and teams weren't sure about it. But he ran. He showed he was athletic. They said, okay. Yeah, a team said, okay, yeah, we want him. And he got drafted. Will Johnson didn't. He didn't show the 40. He didn't show the ability to run, fast down the field. He didn't show the long distance speed, and it hurt him. And I said that in my podcast. I said, not running the 40, I think it's going to hurt him. And it did. It did. Rarely even. My guy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what? We don't need a receiver. Why? We extended Chris Godwin. We have Mike Evans. What? We need defense? Yeah. And guess what? There's plenty of opportunities to get defense. So you're not wrong with that. I just didn't think you would take a receiver in the first round. It's like, this isn't a great receiver draft, but it's not a terrible. I think there's talent at the receiver position. Unlike some of these other positions, tackle is one of them where there's not great talent. There's enough talent at receiver where you could have gotten by, but there's nothing like drafting a first round receiver and you got a good one. I mean, you got a really good one. Like, you don't got to worry about this one. Like, it's certain dudes where you draft in the first round, it's boom or bust. Either he's going to be an all-pro or a pro bowler, or he's going to be out of the league in 4 or 5 years. You got a guy that's going to be good for 10 years, 10, 11, 12 years. You got one of those dudes that's just, again, you drafted Chris Godwin all over again in Emeka Egbuka. That's what you did. A more polished Chris Godwin, a more fluid Chris Godwin. Big ups to you. Cheers. You definitely needed defense. I thought you were going defense in the first round. Todd Bowles needs some more toys to play with, but that was one of the shockers of the first round. I told you, they were only like 3, maybe 4 shocking picks where I went, whoa. Vikings going Donovan Jackson caught me off guard. You going Emeka Egbuka caught me off guard. Jags trading up caught me off guard. Not for who they got, but just trading up in general caught me off guard. And I think the Bears, maybe I was tripping. Maybe I should have known. I just thought they felt good about their tight end position, but maybe they want to go 12 personnel with 2 tight ends on the field at the same time. But that caught me off guard. I don't think there was much else that caught me off guard. But your pick was one of the picks that caught me off guard for sure. Ree, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ree, writes, Will Johnson was right there. Ree, this is what you got to understand. There may have been a serious problem with the medicals. Like, I talked about this on my podcast on Wednesday night when we talked about the file. I said, here's something you got to remember. When you see guys falling down the board, there's a reason. And sometimes it might be a reason that every team doesn't subscribe to. But when you see the entire league, and remember, this isn't like every draft that we've seen for the last 50 years. This is a unique draft because every team in the first round had a pick. They had their own pick. And so every team had a pick. Now, the Rams traded out of the first round, and, there were other teams that traded out. But for the most part, every team had a pick, and every team passed on Will Johnson. So, including your Buccaneers, there's something there that you don't need as a fan to dismiss. So keep that in mind. D-Man Kmart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hi, Lou. I want to trade back. Everybody wanted to trade back. Well, not everybody. Most fans wanted to trade back, but I told y'all we weren't trading back. I know Rio was like, yo, we're not making a pick tonight. I'm like, yo, Rio's wrong. We're making a pick tonight. And I didn't think we would get out. Like, there wasn't a lot. Like, how many trades did we see tonight? How many trades did we see tonight? The Jags kind of threw me off because I'm like, oh, shit, maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're going to see like 6 trades in this first round. No. The Jags made a trade. The Falcons made a trade. The Giants made a trade. We saw 3 trade, or 4, and then the Eagles trade up 1 spot. Whoop did he do? It was really 3 trades. But yes, the Eagles trade counts too. So there was 4 trades in the first round. There weren't a lot of trades. Like, this draft went exactly the way we thought it was going to go. Or at least the way I thought it was going to go. It wasn't a lot of trades. It wasn't a lot of movement because there wasn't a lot for teams to feel like I got to go up and get a guy. I can just wait. The guy that I want to go up and get, there's another guy that is similar. There's a skill set similar to his that I can get in the second round. I can just wait. Lorenzo Simpson, my guy, Zoe, been a member for 43 months. Let me go a little higher on the forehead, or the 5 head. Let me go a little higher on the 5 head. Ha! Right. Will Cam Johnson fall? Yeah. Or will Will Johnson, excuse me. Can Will Johnson fall to 29? Yeah, he did. Once he got past Tampa Bay, I was like, let me say, once he got past the Chargers, because I thought Harbaugh would take him. Like, he's a Michigan Wolverine. Once Harbaugh ain't take him, I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Chargers don't have ironclad corners. They don't have a great cornerback position. He passed. This is a great running back draft class. Not a good, not an okay, a great. And he passed on Will Johnson to take a running back. Tells you all you need to know about Will Johnson's situation. Trust me. Joe Horowitz would have taken Will Johnson because Jim Harbaugh would have wanted to take Will Johnson. There may be more to that situation than meets the eye. That's what I think. Derek B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, on the 18-hour flight to Singapore, draft party, mob. Shit, I thought you already went. So you just going now. Damn, I'm jealous. Enjoy. So I'm jealous because not only is he going somewhere foreign where you need a passport to go, which I'm all about, but my LTN trip, I haven't said this already. I don't think I have. It's going to be canceled. It's canceled. I've reached out to all the people that had signed up to go. There were 12 people altogether that signed up to go. Shout out to all 12 of y'all. Shout out to all 12 of the people that were willing to go. Only one had fully paid, but 12 people, had paid their deposit, was signed up to go, and I had to cancel. This was a me problem. I have a significant life-altering situation happening right in that window, which I didn't plan for, obviously. That's on me. So I had to cancel the trip. So there will be no trip to the Dominican Republic, which is why you haven't heard me promoting it here of late. It's not in the comment, the description like it's been. I've taken it out the last probably month or so because we're not going now. So him going to Singapore, it's triggering because I'm like, I was finna get a nice stamp on the passport, go somewhere I never been before, have a great time, meet some of y'all. This was gonna be a blast. But family comes first, right? Family comes first, always. And I'm a big proponent of that. No matter what, family always comes first. So handle that. And maybe we'll be able to do this. We'll run it back at some other point. And it'll probably be stateside the next time because I realized it was ambitious to try to go to the DR, but I was happy with the number of people that were ready to go. And again, 12 people. I was down to have a great time with all 12 of them. Had everybody done, gone through the entire process, but it was going to be lit. I don't know if I was expecting that many people to go or not, but it was going to be a great time. But nonetheless, again, duty calls, family first. So cancel the trip. I reached out to everybody that agreed to go initially and let them know of the situation and what the options were. So shout out to everybody. But hey, Derek B, do me a favor. Go have a drink for your man, Louie Tee. And cheers to you and your beautiful wife. And may you guys have an awesome time in Singapore. I know the flight is going to suck. I'm just going to tell you. There's nothing good about an 18-hour flight. But it'll be worth it when you get to Singapore and you have a great time with your wife. So cheers. TJ Jones. Uh-oh. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, TJ Jones. Right. Or thank you, TJ Jones, for the super chat. Really appreciate you. MP, Miss Perry. Been a member for 43 months. Salute. Let me take this time to send a big shout out to Miss Perry, Playoff P. She's got so many aliases, I can't even keep count at this point. But I just want to tell you that you're so appreciated. And I want to take this opportunity to make sure you know that your presence is felt. And when you're not here, it's missed. Like, clearly you were taking care of family business. I reached out to you. I talked to you just to make sure you were good, everything was straight. Because I didn't see you in my streams, and I know generally you're there. And when you're not there, I feel that you're not there. So I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate you, and I can't thank you enough for all that you do for the Louie Tee Network, and you are appreciated. So thank you. You're like family. You really truly are. Like, you're like a big sister of sorts. You're the assistant of the Louie Tee Network. So I appreciate you and thank you for all that you do. And glad to have you back. You know, you were on a, we'll call it a sabbatical. And I knew you weren't there. I know when you're not in a stream. I know. I can tell. So welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board. You've been back for the last probably like 3-4 streams, but it's good to have you back. I just wanted you to know that. Love you, girl. Thumbs up the stream if you haven't already done so. Y'all heard the woman. What you waiting on? And I like this ratio. I know this ratio wasn't what it was earlier when it was over like 1,700 people in here, but I like the number. I'm not going to trip, but you heard what she said. Hit that button if you haven't already hit it. It's over 18. It's over 800 of y'all. Well, we almost at 800 likes, so we almost at a 1-to-1 ratio. We pretty much at a 1-to-1 ratio. I like it. I like it a lot. But if you haven't hit it, hit it. Really appreciate y'all. Matt Jensen, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Matt Jensen writes, so there's 5 good players on the board at 29. Would you not trade back? I think they tried to trade back, Matt. I think they tried. And it wasn't for a lack of trying. I think ultimately what happened was they couldn't find a trade partner. And this was not a draft where you were going to be able to trade back. I said this on the little mock draft that I did, and I said this on other shows, like your best bet, your best opportunity, if you're a Commanders fan and you want out of 29, your best bet was going to be one of these quarterback starving teams dying to get up to get their quarterback. You needed somebody to want Shador. You needed somebody to want Jackson Dart. You needed somebody to want Jalen Milroe. You needed that. And I just didn't think this was a quarterback class that was going to facilitate that. I thought Shador was going to be the guy that somebody might have traded up for. I didn't think, and Jackson Dart might have been. Yeah, I thought Jackson Dart had a chance, but I didn't think he would be ultimately. But I thought there was a chance. I was wrong. It was Jackson Dart. It wasn't Shador. So I knew it was going to be tough sledding. That's why I told you, prepare to make a pick. You know, all these people telling you, oh, Commanders are getting out. I'm like, no, they're not. Because this ain't a draft where you trading up. We had 3 drafts in the first round. 4. Jags traded up to get Travis Hunter. Falcons traded up to get James Pierce. Giants traded up to get Jackson Dart. And Eagles traded up 1 pick, and that's the one that I don't really want to count, but I have to. They traded up 1 pick to get Jahad Campbell. So there weren't really a lot of trades. And that's indicative of what this draft is. And I knew it was going to be tough for the Commanders to get out of 29. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Najee Harris punching air right now. Yeah, he probably was when they drafted Amari and Hampton because they literally drafted a guy that has a similar skill set to him, but is better than him. You know, a guy that can actually pick up his feet when he runs. Doesn't run with his feet dragging on the ground. Yeah. Najee Harris is going to start the season as the lead tailback. By week 5 or 6, Amari and Hampton will be taking the vast majority of the carries. And by week 8, Amari Hampton will be the starting running back in Los Angeles. So Najee, he signed a 1-year deal. It is what it is, right? But yeah, Najee Harris is going to be rendered irrelevant. And this sucks for him because you signed a 1-year deal. And if Amari and Hampton stays healthy and proves to be a comparable or a competent NFL starting running back, you didn't get to showcase that you're willing, you're worthy of someone giving you a deal elsewhere worth good money, like a 3-4 year, 3-year contract. Let's say 3 years, 20, $4 million, so $8 million a year. You're not going to be able to show that you're worthy of that. You're probably going to get another 1-year deal somewhere else to just be a complimentary back. And that maybe that's what he's supposed to be in the league. We'll see. But that's what it feels like right now. So yeah, he's punching the air right now. He's punching the air right now for sure. Just Andre, been a member for 39 months. What? Let me go a little higher. Yeah, right there. That's right about good, right? My God, just Andre writes, if we can fleece the Giants, it would have been nice if the Giants would have waited, but they couldn't wait that long. They wanted a guy. They saw their guy. They didn't want to wait. Just when you want a quarterback, really when you want a player, it doesn't matter what position, you are always thinking somebody else wants your player too, right? So you're like, oh, we got to go get him. We got to go get him. We got to go get him. Like the Falcons went up to get James Pierce. He probably would have been there if they would have just waited and waited. He probably would have been there. I can't assure you that some other edge rusher needy team wouldn't have taken him, but with his character concerns, he probably would have been there. Mike Green fell out of the first round. He probably would have been there if they would have just waited, and they could have traded with the Commanders and got him at 29 and wouldn't have to give up all the things that they gave up. But they weren't. They were impatient, and they thought somebody else was going to come get him, so they went and drafted him. And who was that 16? The Cardinals. And the Cardinals drafted a defensive tackle, and Cincinnati drafted an edge. And maybe Cincinnati, which we know Cincinnati don't give a damn about your past, right? You could be choking bitches. You can be slapping bitches. You can be out here doing all kinds of crazy shit, jumping out of the back of cars, doing all kinds of crazy shit. They'll draft you. They didn't need to trade up to 15, though. Cincinnati was at 17. If you were scared that Cincinnati was going to take him, you could have traded up with Arizona at 16. Maybe Arizona wasn't willing to move, and you already made that call earlier in the week, and they said they weren't trying to move. They were going to stick and pick. Okay, 15 was the last time we had an opportunity to trade in front of Cincinnati to get our guy, so they did it. But who knows what would have happened? I can't say because they jumped in front of Cincinnati, and Cincinnati never had a chance to take them. So, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, the Giants did what they felt like they needed to do. They wanted Jackson Dart clearly, very badly. So they went up and got him. And 29 was going to be too long in the process to wait. So, wish we could have fleeced them. It would have been nice. Jeremiah, been a member for 33 months, close to your 3-year Annie. Who is Nick Green? Mike Green. I must have said Nick. Hey, I don't know who Nick Green is. I'm pretty sure there's a Nick Green out there, though. I probably said Nick multiple times, too, because Nick Green is a real person. I just can't tell you who he is. I just can't tell you who he is. But I'm telling you, there's a real Nick Green. And there's a reason why I said it probably 10 times a night. I'm pretty sure I said Nick Green 10 times a night. I know I did. If you're telling me I said Nick Green, I probably said it like 10 times. I don't know who he is right now. Maybe I need to look him up. I'm telling you, there's a real Nick Green out there. He exists. And I'm telling you, I knew him, and that's why his name is on my brain when I think of Mike Green. I'm telling you, that's why I said Nick Green. You just gotta believe me. You just gotta. Frankie. Yo. Thank you for being a member for 36 months. Salute to my guy, Frankie Yo, who writes, 3 years, best content on YouTube. I appreciate you. I really do. And everyone else that continues to support the Louie Tee Network, I appreciate you greatly. But shout out to Frankie Yo and all those who continue to support as members of the MOBB, man. I can't thank you enough. Big shout out to all of you. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to Gabe Taylor, man. Mr. 3T06. Mr. 3T06. Okay. Greatly appreciate you, writes. I would like a wide receiver to pair or a trade back. I never thought wide receiver other than Emeka Egbuka was in play at 29. And Emeka Egbuka was long gone when Tampa Bay took him at 19. So I thought he was the only receiver that they might have been okay taking in the first round. And he felt like he would be like the 5th option, like after all the edge rushers, the corner, Maxwell Hairston is gone. And Maxwell Hairston was available. All the edge rushers were available, including Mike Green and obviously the guy that they ultimately took, and Josh Conerly Jr. was available. Like, there were so many players available. Jahad Campbell was available. There was so much available to the Commanders. There was no way they were taking a receiver. Not in the first round. It just didn't feel like the thing to do. This isn't a great receiver draft class. So this didn't feel like the right thing to do. So AJSTP003. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AJSTP003. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, you say do anything, huh? He gets a kicker and Big Ed will become a Ravens fan. Now, he can do anything and will be on board with it. He's not going to draft the kicker. Like, anything within reason. He's not going to draft the kicker. Ed, it doesn't want to draft a kicker in any round. So if you draft a kicker in any early round, and Ed might blow a gasket. And as we know, ain't nobody more cool, calm, and collected than Ed. Ed is as monotone as it gets. It's why I love Ed. Your whole entire home could be on fire, and Ed would be like, yo, hey, your house is on fire. You might want to extinguish that. Ed ain't raising his voice. Ed ain't changing his voice flexion. None of that shit is going down. Ed's going to be like, yo, your house is on fire. You might want to get a fire extinguisher. He's like, Ed is the equivalent of Kawhi Leonard. I love Ed. And I think that's why we all love Ed, right? Like everybody loves Ed because Ed is just chill, bro. Like the Commanders Kings isn't complete without Ed because he balances us. He balances us. Like Rio is a wordsmith. Like Rio he's got a gift for the gab, right? Like Rio talks and uses big words and he pronounces. Rio is like ludicrous. Like he is the equivalent of ludicrous. And like he pronunciates everything and I think he's underrated, but bar for bar, like ludicrous, underrated. Like went to war with T.I. and I think he slaughtered him, right? Truth be told, but that's a music head conversation, right? People don't give Ludacris enough credit. And I think that's what Rio is, right? Like he got a gift for the gab. And Ed is just so cool, calm, and collected. Like, and I love it. And so taking a kicker, Ed would lose it because he doesn't believe in taking a kicker. Not in the draft. Get one undrafted. That's cool. I don't necessarily subscribe to that all the way, but I get it. I get that mindset. Like I'm not trying to waste it. In this particular year, when you only have 5 picks, I'm with Ed. Like, nah, you can't. One of those picks can't be a kicker. If you had 9 picks like we did last year, okay, cool. You can take a kicker. You can use one of those picks on a kicker. As long as you don't do it before the 5th round, I don't give a shit what you do. But I get it. Would you got 5 picks? Nah. I get it. I get it. Ethan Dykes, been a member for 8 months. Really appreciate you. Writes, back half of this draft is nuts, unpredictable. We knew it was going to be somewhat like that. We knew the back half of this draft was going to be crazy. We knew that it was going to be somewhat unpredictable, but it wasn't a lot of trades. It was just what we thought teams were going to do, they didn't do. Again, I didn't think the Vikings were going to take a guard, Donovan Jackson. I didn't think that. I swore the Packers were going to take Maxwell Hairston. They didn't do that, right? They ended up taking Matthew Golden. Who thought the Packers were going to take it? Like, Kevin is a massive Packers fan, and me and him chop it up all the time on his channel. And he was like, bro, for all the, people out there that think the Packers are going to take a first round, they haven't done it since I said Javon Walker. Now, I got the year wrong. I said 2003. It was 2002. I was off by a year. Shoot me. Bang. I was off by a year. I said, it's got to be Javon Walker. That's over 20 years ago. 2002, 2003. Who gives a shit? That's over 20 years ago. But they picked the right time to do it. They did it in their hometown when the draft was in Green Bay, and they said, this is the right year to do it. It's a show. And they did it. And they took a receiver. That caught me off guard. So I think I said a number of things that caught me off guard. Add Green Bay taking Matthew Golden to the list because I didn't see that shit coming because the Packers, until they prove it, I knew that was a thing. A lot of mock drafts had Matthew Golden. So in my mind, I had already embedded that chip that, hey, they could take a receiver. But I'm like, until they do it, they ain't doing that shit. That's what I told myself. Until they do it, they ain't doing that shit. Well, they did it. They finally did it. And it was the guy that everybody had them mock taking. It was either Matthew Golden or it was Emeka Egbuka. And Emeka was gone. Long gone. So, well, not long gone. He went to the Bucks. 4 picks before them. But he was gone. So, yeah. Zoe life, no life. Thank you for being a member for 24 months. Who writes, AFC North went D-line, love that division, LOL. That division is one of those divisions, and I respect them for this. I respect them because they are one of those divisions that they truly compete against one another. Like, What did the Ravens do? Shit, I need to do something to combat that. What did the Bengals do? Shit, I need to do something to combat that. They wanted them divisions that they understand. This is what this division stands for. So we need to, adjust accordingly. And the trenches is big in the NFL. And I think last year was a big proof of that. Like the Eagles were one of the better defensive lines in the NFL. They were also one of the best offensive lines, if not the best offensive line. And you saw they won the Super Bowl. And you might have had one that was really dominant, but you didn't have both. And, you can get got if you don't. And I think, the AFC North is one of those divisions when it gets cold outside and throwing the ball is cool, but you ain't going to be able to do it all that much. You better be able to run it, better have an offensive line, and you better be able to have a defensive line to stop that shit when it starts happening. And Derek Henry was running roughshod over that entire division. And so teams was like, yo, we got to stop this shit. I mean, your circumstance is what it is. Like in the case of Cincinnati, you lost the edge rusher and another one wants out and he's getting older and you don't want to pay him. And so what else are you going to do, right? If you're Cincinnati, you need an edge. Took Shamar Stewart. Like, it makes sense, right? Not necessarily, it's not necessarily like tied to the division and, oh, we got to stop Baltimore from running with Derrick Henry, or we got to stop the Steelers from yada, 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 or stop the Raven, or, the Browns. It was more so one retired, the other wants out. We need edge rushers. But the trenches are important in the league, period. It don't matter where you at. Trenches are important. Teams downplay it, fans downplay it, but it's important. Very important. Kevin, my guy. Kevin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Was hoping for Will Johnson, but Golden gives a threat. I really thought you could have beat Philadelphia last year in the wild card game. Jalen Hurts was coming off of an injury. He wasn't right, and he wasn't good in that game. They were struggling to score. Your defense was playing really well. You just didn't have enough offense. And then you had, I think, 2 receivers go down in that game. What's the receiver from North Dakota State? He went down with like a knee, and then the damn receiver from Nevada went down with a head, which he had like, I don't want to say he had a guardian cap on, but it felt like he already was trying to protect his head, and he still ended up going out with a head injury, and that really crippled you. Like Josh Jacobs tried to do it by himself. He couldn't do it that's what led him in the offseason to say, we need a number 1 wide receiver, because he tried to do it by himself in that Eagles game in the playoffs, and he couldn't do it by himself, right? He needed help. And unfortunately, injuries took place. But you don't have a number 1 receiver. You never had a number 1 wide receiver. Watson wasn't a number 1 wide receiver. Dobbs, look, they all just came to me. Watson isn't a number 1 wide receiver. Dobbs clearly isn't a number 1. He's more of a number 3, if you ask me. Watson is a number 2. You had 22 twos, right? Or 2s and 3s. Now you got a 1 in Golden. You needed it. Like, you've been running from the first round wide receiver for too long. It's good to see you finally came around and said, all right, let's end this madness. This is too much of a narrative. It's too much of a story. And shit, we need one. Now you got one. Good for you. I like it. I like it a lot. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we need Will Johnson. A little worried D hasn't been addressed much in big overpay of Kinlaw. Don't worry too much about finances. Don't concern yourself with that. But what I will say is, Will Johnson would have been a nice piece if there wasn't an injury issue with him. Like, the worst thing we could have done is draft Will Johnson. We get to week 3, and he has an injury and he can't play again in week 7. He comes back in week 7. He plays for 1 week, and then week 8, he goes down again, and he's done for the rest of the season. What would you have said then? What if Will Johnson and his Commanders career was marred by injury, and by his 3rd season, he was, washed? That's what you don't want. We've done that enough. And look, somebody might draft Will Johnson in the 2nd round. He might turn out to be a stud, and the injury situation might not be a real thing 4 years from now. But right now, it's a real thing. And he can't run. And this is all a part of the evaluation. I remember evaluating Derek Stingley Jr. Like, his freshman season was 2019 with Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and all those guys, and they were so dynamic. And his rookie year, you couldn't throw the ball his way. Like, Derek Stingley had it locked on one side of the field. It was like he had a whole side of the field shut down. You throw it at your own peril, throw at your own risk. And then COVID happened in 2020. He came back in 2020. He had no choice. He had to play in 2021. And you could tell he was disinterested. Like, he had injuries, but they were nagging, but they weren't serious. I'm ready to go to the league, bro. I've outgrown this. Like, 2019 is the apex of my college career. You can't get any better than that. I will never be surrounded with more talent than that. I'm ready to go to the league. And, people were like, yo, he didn't have a great 2021 season. I'm like, yo, he's the best corner. I liked him better than Sauce Gardner. Both of them came out that year. And I said, Derek Stingley is the better of the 2 corners. The Texans took him number 2 overall, and it was the right decision. And he's been the better of the 2 corners, if you ask me. Stingley is that dude. And so that's not what happened with Will Johnson. Stingley could run. Dudes weren't getting on top of Stingley. He just looked disinterested. He didn't look like he cared. Will Johnson is getting blown by. Even in 2023, when they were going to the national championship, he couldn't stay in front of Marvin Harrison Jr., who is not a burner. Not a burner. So I was like, yeah, I don't know. Then you go in 2024 and dudes are running by you. Like, I don't know, bro. Then you tell me, oh, I'm good enough to do all the agility drills, right? The 3-cone and all the different agility drills. But I can't do the 40 though. Right? I can do the 20-yard shuttle and all that. I can do the short shuttle. I can do the 3-cone. But I can jump broad and vert and all. But I can't run a 40 though. I just want to, my hamstring won't allow me. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Translation, you're slow. So Will Johnson was there, but just so you know, the entire NFL, all 32 teams, because if the Rams thought Will Johnson was that dude, they're not trading out of the 1st round. They just would have taken him. So all 32 teams looked at Will Johnson and was like, we good. Yeah, we good. I'll pass. Maybe it's a mistake. We'll find out. But right now, all 32 teams said we good. Somebody eventually will take him, and they'll be one of 32. And so the other 31 teams may be in fault. But remember, all 32 teams passed on him. He wasn't a 1st-round pick. So even the team that eventually takes him said, nah, we good in the 1st round. That includes the Commanders. We'll see. Tizzy Bang. Been a member for 42 months. Wait. There we go. Salute. Help me off the ledge. I'm highly disappointed. Well, I've said a lot since you put this comment out. I said a lot, but let me just reassure you that the most important thing, this is what you got to remember, Tizzy Bang. The most important thing as a fan should be protecting Jayden Daniels. The most important thing as an organization should be protecting Jayden Daniels. Surround him with talent. But before you surround him with talent, you better be able to protect him, because it don't matter if you got guys he can get the ball to if he don't have time to get the ball to those guys, right? Just think about the NFC Championship game. I thought he played well considering the circumstances. You think about all three of the Eagles games. He was under duress. At least the second game, which is where the comeback happened, he was able to sit back there and make some plays happen. But he still was under duress. He still had to move out the pocket. Think about the play to Olamide Zaccheaus for the touchdown. He had to roll out of the pocket and find him down the field. He was never comfortable against the Eagles in any of the three games. That's a team we got to play twice a year, and that's a team that won the division and won the Super Bowl. If you want to beat them, you better be able to protect Jayden Daniels up front. For as much as we talk about stopping the run and stopping Saquon Barkley and this, that, and the third, you better be able to protect Jayden goddamn Daniels. Well, Josh Conerly helps you do that. Because much like I said, when you traded for Laramie Tunsil, you upgraded two positions. Same thing applies here. You just upgraded two positions. Because Brandon Coleman ain't no damn tackle. Sorry, not sorry. He ain't no tackle. Well, now we don't have to worry about that experiment. That experiment is dead. Dead, I tell you. Now we got two tackles, bookend tackles. And now you can kick his ass inside the guard where he belongs. Put him at left guard. Hey, Nick Allegretti, you had a bang-up season, bro. I appreciate you. You know what? You and Andrew Wiley can battle it out for right guard while Sam Cosmi is on the mend. Go ahead. Battle it out to your heart's content. Guess what? We got depth on the offensive line like nobody's business. I ain't seen this much depth since 1972, and I was still in my dad's nutsack then. So, shit, my dad was like 15 then. So, I ain't seen this much depth since 1972. Neither have you. You should feel good about this offensive line. And if you love Jayden Daniels, then you love this pick, because protecting him should be the first. Like, getting him weapons is cool. Getting help for the defense is awesome. If Jayden Daniels isn't comfortable, then we're not at our best. Jayden Daniels back in the pocket, comfortable with a pocket around him, is the best thing for this team. Without a legit offensive line, Jayden Daniels helped this team put up damn near 30 points a game. We weren't producing turnovers. We weren't getting short fields like some of these other teams out there. We didn't have a dynamic run game. He was our leading rusher last year. The hell are we talking about? He did every goddamn thing. Now you got a legit offensive line in front of this man. We saw what he can do when the offensive line is protecting him. Shit, we saw what he can do even when they weren't protecting him. Now you got an offensive line in front of him that can stand up with the Eagles and the Cowboys and some of the teams in the division. Yo, them Cowboys games, I keep telling y'all this. We don't have Eagles or Giants problems. We got Cowboy problems. Them two games, he started the second Cowboys game and they sat his ass out in the second half because he was getting his ass whooped in that game. And we didn't need it. So they was like, F this shit. He was getting his ass whooped. If he was dominating them, they would have kept him in there. He was getting his ass whooped in that second Cowboys game. We know what happened in the first Cowboys game. It wasn't pretty. He hung in there, and eventually he got his shit together. I think that might be his highest passing game of his career, but that's aided by an 86-yard Terry McLaurin touchdown. And, at the end of the game, now still, that's a hell of a throw and run and catch and all that bullshit. But he got his ass whooped in that game. That was not a good game. He threw interceptions. We scored up until the end of that. We had 16 points, right? Like, that wasn't a good game until the end. We weren't good in that game. Don't fool yourself. You know better than that. We had 16 points. We scored a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a field goal, and then Terry had the big touchdown. That wasn't a good game. Don't fool yourself. We had 10 points. 10 whole points. Up until that whole sequence of events. 10 points. And Jaden ran for one of those 10, the one touchdown that we had for those 10 points. He ran for that touchdown. Great block by Ben Sinnott, by the way. God, that was a great block by Ben Sinnott. Pancake block. I remember John Bates being hyped because Ben Sinnott put somebody dick in the dirt. But that's nor here nor there. You don't have to worry about that shit anymore. If Josh Conerly is what he's supposed to be, and Brandon Coleman can be what I think he can be at guard, F Micah Parsons. Kick rocks. You ain't going to be just lining up over some poor, hapless guard or center and winning. Bullshit. I don't give a damn about who the Eagles draft. Jahai Campbell, this, that. F all of that shit. Now we got an ironclad offensive line that can protect JD5. If that don't make you feel good, I don't have nothing for you. I tried. Take command for life. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Thank you for being here. Mob, you know what to do. Show them some love. Welcome with open arms. Glad to have you on board. Welcome to the squad. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. CGM87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I guess they're fine with the D giving up 24 plus a game. No, they're not fine with that. And you think the draft is over? You think the draft is done? Like, we don't have no more picks. I know we don't have a lot of picks in this draft. I'm aware. Like, we only have 5. And I told y'all this from the jump. And maybe you didn't believe me. Maybe you was like, yeah, Louie tripping, or, you know, you want to believe what you want to believe. And I get that too. Like, as fans, we believe what we want to believe because ultimately you want what you want. And I told y'all, as fans, we never get what we want. I can't speak for you. Maybe you have. I never get what I want as a fan. So I don't look for that. I don't look for what I want. I look for what's real, right? What's realistic. And sometimes that doesn't even come into play, right? But I told y'all that 29 didn't feel realistic to get out of. I said 61 felt more realistic to get out of. That still feels like something that could happen. Like, you could get out of the 61 and end up with 2 third-round picks. That still feels real. We'll see. Take 1, turn it into 2. That feels real. And that's the last pick you have that can do that for you. I mean, theoretically speaking, you could turn a 4th-round pick into a 5th and a 7th, but I don't give a shit about that. You know that. I don't care about 5th, 6th, and 7th-round picks. 5th-round picks, it's on the fringe. Like, you could sell me on a 5th-round pick. 6th and 7th-round picks, like, they're crapshoots. Roll the dice, kiss them, and hope they come up nice. 5th, 1 through 5, I'm like, all right, what you got? 6th and 7th, it's whatever, right? The D, like, I've seen people like, well, this defense hasn't gotten any better. Actually, it's gotten worse. How can you say that? You don't know that. I think the defense is better than it was a year ago. How can you say it's a worse defense? You can't say that. And even if you feel that way, this offense is better. Not that it wasn't already really good last year, but it's better. But this defense is better. We can stop the run. Can we get after the quarterback? different story for a different day. I mean, look, we weren't great at getting after the quarterback last year. I mean, who were we kidding? Our Achilles heel was stopping the run. You still got Frankie Louvu. You added Jacob Martin. You got all these guys on the defensive line. They're going to add an edge rusher at some point. Like, they're going to be able to find ways to get to the quarterback or at least affect the quarterback. Maybe not sack him, but bottom line is we'll be in the same position, but you feel better about not giving up a 65-yard, a 70-yard, a 60-yard Saquon Barkley touchdown on the first run of the game in the NFC Championship game after you just went on this 20-play, 7.5-minute marathon drive that took up the first half and you got a field goal out of it. You'll feel really good about not giving that shit up. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy writes, surprised but not upset. O-line is now stout for years to come. I watched Conerly erase Abdul Carter in the playoffs. That he did. Like I said, hush, little baby, don't you cry. Conerly's going to sing you a lullaby. Put his ass to sleep. Now, he wasn't 100% healthy, but it was his shoulder. It wasn't anything in his lower extremities, but, still needs his upper body to function. But look, that ain't my problem. I'm just telling you what I watched. Oladipo coming in at 61. Ha ha. Hey, I think you on to something. I think you got it. I think you got it all figured out. E. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DCJ writes, Hogs 2025, build that wall. That's what it's about. Like, it's not sexy. Getting a receiver, getting an edge rusher, someone where you can quantify what they bring to the table. Oh, he had 12 sacks last year. Oh, he had 1,200 yards receiving last year. That's sexy. What's not sexy is drafting a dude where you can't quantify what he did a season ago. But you know what is a necessity? What they just did, drafting a tackle. Something we haven't done in a very long time in the first round. Carlos Bolares. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Carlos Bolares writes, Lou, you trying to sell us a Honda when we could have gotten a Benz. All right. So let me say this. I understand where you're coming from. There were things out there that you probably liked better. And again, Donovan Ezraku, Jahad Campbell, whomever. These were shiny objects. Mike Green. These were shiny objects that were somebody. I was about to say Nick. Mike Green. These were all shiny objects that were out there that probably enticed you. You were more intrigued by them than Josh Conerly. But make no mistake. Look, let's not act like Oregon wasn't a playoff team and Oregon wasn't one of the best teams in the nation. Yeah, they got smoked by Ohio State in the playoff game. Let's not act like they weren't one of the best teams in that. Like they didn't beat Ohio State the first time those two teams played. Like they didn't beat Penn State, right? Like let's not act like they weren't the number, I think, 2 or 3 seed in the playoffs for a reason. Like, and Conerly was a huge part of that. He was absolutely outstanding for them. I'm not telling you that he's Orlando Pace or he's Trent Williams and he's about to come in here and be a Hall of Fame tackle. He might be, but that's not what I see from him. But what I can tell you is he can be Morgan Moses. Did you hate Morgan Moses? Yes or no? If you hated Morgan Moses, then you might not like Josh Conerly. If you respected Morgan Moses, what he stood for and his ability to get the job done, then what are we talking about? Like, Conerly is gonna be solid. We had Andrew Wiley at tackle for the last 2 years. Why are we having this discussion? I'm lost. Somebody help me. You want Andrew Wiley starting again? You want Brandon Coleman starting over there? He couldn't cut it at left, but he can cut it at right, though. Oh, he just turns his body, and now his punch hand is different, and his steps are different, and now he's going to be better at right tackle. Stop that shit, Aki, before I send shots to your body. Come on, man. Y'all know this shit. Y'all watch this shit just like I do. You know better. He couldn't cut it at left. He can't cut it at right. He's a guard. We just drafted a tackle, so he doesn't have to play tackle. He can play guard. I don't understand what you're upset about. Because if you didn't do it at 29, the shit wasn't getting done at 61. That's just the facts. We could have drafted Anthony Belton at 128. Maybe he might have been there. Maybe he wouldn't have been. You want to roll the dice and find out if he would have been there? I don't. There would have been some options potentially available. How good are they? You might have been drafting Andrew Wiley all over again. And who knows? Josh Conerly Jr. could be Andrew Wiley all over again, for all I know. We'll see, right? I'd rather take my chances with a guy that played in the Big Ten, in a power conference, in a Power 5 conference, and stood up against Abdul Carter and put him to sleep. I'd rather do that than roll the dice on Ozzie Trapio, who's playing in the ACC against who? Donovan Azaraku? Shit, they were on the same team. Maybe going up against him in practice every day helped him. I don't know. But I'd rather take my chances with Josh Conerly Jr. That's me. But I'll take the Honda. Hondas are very reliable. No. The Benz is Trent Williams, right? No, you didn't just draft Trent Williams. I agree. You didn't draft that. Morgan Moses is a Honda. He's never injured. He's never in the shop. He never needs work. He's always available. He always runs. He gets you from point A to point B. He's reliable. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? He might even be better than the Honda. But if you're telling me the floor is a Honda, Benzes end up in the shop, and they cost a lot of money to fix. I ain't met one person with a Honda that complains about maintenance. Not one. Not a single one. They both foreign cars. One doesn't cost you an arm and a leg to fix. The other does. It's like having a Range Rover. It's nice. And when it's driving and it works, it's great. But you know how much it costs to fix a Range Rover? You said a Benz. You know how much it costs to fix the tail light, or hell, a headlight on a Benz? I had a Benz once upon a time. And there was windshield wipers on the Benz. Headlights. Right? And the headlight went out and the windshield wiper stopped. And the windshield wiper on that Benz headlight was $500. Fix the headlight was $850. I ain't never met a Honda that it cost that much to replace a headlight on in my life. Again, I'm giving you practical information. Like, I'm a practical dude. I told you that already. So your analogy, I get it. Give me the Honda. Benzos, they're cool. Trust me. I love Benzes. I love that Benz that I had. It was great. But soon as that hoe started having issues and shit that needed to be fixed, I couldn't afford that hoe. My best friend had a Honda when we were in high school. He got it from his parents. That shit worked all through high school and into his college years. That same car they were driving for 10 years, they gave it to him, and that shit drove for another 5 years, and they had no issues. Give me that shit. Don't give me the Benz, because I know it's going to be some problems, and them shit's going to cost. But again, that's just me. You might prefer the Benz. All right. Ethan Dykes, my guy, writes, Johnson and Green fell for a reason. Talk to him. Off the field issues for Green, Johnson, the medicals not checking out. And Ian Rappaport told us that. I told y'all, I said, when guys fall on the board, as fans, it's easy for them to say, why didn't we take this guy? He's sitting there. Everybody passed for a reason. That didn't happen on accident. Everybody passed for a reason. Tell him, Ethan. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go get me a couple more slices of pizza. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's get to it. Wilfredo Elias, been a member for 35 months. Damn, you're close to that 3-year Annie. I'm reading your comment. Wait a minute, Lou. What happened to protect JD5 at all costs? I told you, some people got the stomach for that. Like 2 years ago when we were losing games, there was people that, that said, lose. I don't care. Let's get the number 1, number 2, number 3 pick, whatever. I said, y'all don't have the stomach for that. It was people that wanted to beat the Cowboys in week 18 that year. I'm like, are you stupid? I don't care about it's the Cowboys. I'm like, hey, you need to sit this one out because you don't get it. I saw Cowboys fans bitching and complaining. What's the name of their return man that ran the touchdown back on our ass? Damn. I can't think of his name. It was like, if he would have just taken a knee or let that shit go in the end zone, which it wasn't going in the end zone, or if he would have just got tackled, we would have been getting Ashton Jeanty right now. which they wouldn't have. I don't know. I don't know where they would have ended up with one more loss and one less win. They could have been at the 6th pick, and maybe they would have gotten Jeanty. But they beat us. And I told you, we know what we're doing. We effed the Giants a couple of years ago when we let them win with Tommy DeVito. And, you know, we know what we were doing when we let them win, the Cowboys win this year with shit, he's in Baltimore now. Cooper Rush. You're putting a rush on me, and I like to know you better, baby. Let Cooper Rush get him a dub, right? Cool. You know, Cowboys fans feel good for a week, talk their little shit. Hey, we going to the playoffs, and we winning 2 playoff games and doing something your organization ain't did since the mid-90s. Shut your ass up, sit down, and leave me the hell alone, right? They did all that shit. They didn't affect our season, and we hurt them. They took a guard instead of taking Ashton Jeanty. Like, Booker might end up being a Hall of Fame guard, and that's cool. He ain't gonna hurt us like Ashton Jeanty would have. So, again, mission accomplished. We know what we're doing over here, right? We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. He said, this fan base is so funny. Sometimes, like, subscribe. He said, this fan base is so funny sometimes. It is. But you should be used to it by now. I am. I love this fan base. They family. And I get it. And I understand. And I know what it is. So I don't get bent out of shape when they tripping about stuff, right? Because that's a part of the job. It's what I signed up for. He says, like, subscribe, and hit that like bell, y'all. Got more character. Shout out to Via. Got me feeling, oh, shit. Shout out to Via. Yeah. I was like, what? Shout out to Via, man. We got some of that at the crib, too. A1. That Via is for sure. So I hope you use my promo code when you got it. Rel Goated. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we had to take the tackle. The division D-line is getting stacked. It is. All right. I won't say we had to take the tackle because of that. We just needed to protect Jayden Daniels. That's the off-season priority. Like, if you are intent on proving to Jayden Daniels that you're serious about surrounding him with great talent, protecting him, taking care of him, all that good stuff. I think they've shown that in this first offseason, after Jayden Daniels showing what he can be with less talent, with less protection, I think they've had a great response to him showing them what he showed them last year, which is, I can be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but you got to give me some more stuff too. Like, I'm already that dude without it. But if you give me some more stuff, I can be the best quarterback in the league. I'm one of the best. You want me to be the best. Protect me. Give me some more weapons. Well, they're in the process of doing that right now as we speak. I love it. I've always told y'all, don't worry about what nobody else doing. You take care of what you need to do, and we'll be just fine. Carter, B82. Let me put this up on my big screen so I can see it, because I was struggling just now. Carter, B82, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right. As much as I wanted a sexy pick, this was the responsible and smart thing to do. Still a lot on the board for day 2. Absolutely. Like, I knew there would be a lot available at 29. And if it's a lot available at 29, guess what? It's only 4 picks left in the first round. All of them aren't going to go. So that stuff is going to spill over to the second round. With that said, we picking all the way at 61. So a lot of that spillage that we talking about, that's just gone way before we get on board. But again, how spillage works, either you take advantage of the spillage when it hits you, or, and I'm not saying that we didn't take advantage of it, but the teams at the top of the next round going to take advantage of it. But the players that they would have been choosing from if the spillage didn't hit them, that shit's going to wave back to the next group of teams. And the players that they were going to take, had that spillage not hit them, that shit waves back. And that's where we at. We at that second wave that's going to go back. And I'm cool with that. Because initially I was like, man, I don't know. Second round, 61, I don't know how much stuff going to be back there that you're going to love. It's some stuff that I like. I don't know how much of it I'm feeling good about the shit. Like the cornerback position. So like Darian Porter is a guy that I really like because he got a lot of upside. I don't know if he's going to be good in the NFL or not, but I like the upside. He's going to be available at 61, I feel like. I mean, all it takes is one team to see the same thing that I just said and say, the upside is crazy with this dude. He got things you can't teach, and I'd rather have that than a corner that's 6 feet, 193 pounds, and just take that guy. I'd rather take the 6'3", 195-pound corner that runs a 4.3 and just figure out and see what he can do. But, like, Will Johnson, Trey, Trey Amos, Siobhan Rebel Jr., Azariah Thomas. Like, these are all dudes that's going to come off the board probably before a Darian Porter. Like, none of them dudes came off in the first round, which I didn't expect most of them to, but you never know what some of these teams are tripping off of, right? None of them dudes came off the first round. So they all still there. You assume that most of those dudes will get picked before a Darian Porter. And look, I always tell y'all, I don't know what's going to happen. And my job isn't to make the selections. I'm not a GM. I just want the options to be available so I can know that this dude was available. Like, they had a chance to take Donovan Ezeraku. They had a chance to take Travion Henderson. They didn't want him. They didn't value him higher than Josh Conerly Jr. You got your answer. So leave it alone. That's it. They value Josh Conerly Jr. And again, Ezeraku, deep position in the draft. Travion Henderson, deep position in the draft. I don't feel the need to have to make that selection in the first round. Whereas tackle is not a deep position in the draft. I feel like I need to do that right now, or else I might not feel comfortable with what I'm getting. Conerly is a plug and play. You wait to the second round, you wait to the fourth round, might not get a plug and play. So a lot of stuff still on the board in the second round. Absolutely, Carter. Tony P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. You saw what I was about to do there, right? Lou, I'm disappointed we couldn't trade back, but I love the pick. I'm not disappointed because I didn't think we were going to be a trade back anyway. I felt like we were going to actually have to stick and pick. There were only 4 trades in the entire first round. Really 3, because I don't really count that Eagles trade, even though it happened. It was literally move up one spot to get the guy just to make sure we get him. Nobody else gets him. But we really had 3 picks. 3 trades. So that tells you all you need to know about this draft, how teams felt. And look, we took our time just like the Chargers did. There weren't many teams that took the time all the way down. We took our time all the way down. We tried our hardest to get out of that pick. We just couldn't. We tried. We were working the phones. I don't think they wanted to select there. They wanted to get out. But ultimately, the choice was make a pick. So they did. And you say you love the pick? Look, if you like it, I love it. You love it, I like it. If you love it, I love it. If you like it, I love it. Whatever the case may be, we on the same page. Glizzy McGuire. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hopefully no more tight end running back chips on every route now. I brought that up earlier. Yeah. Like literally that was a staple of our offense last year. Is when you see Eck go out, or you would see Ertz go out, or you would see Bakes go out, or you would see Ben Sinnott go out. They had to get a piece of that edge before they went out there and ran their route. That slows you down. Obviously, you want to have as many eligibles available to you. And if dudes got to stay in and chip, or they got to get a piece of somebody before they get out there, that slows them down and getting into their route. So hopefully this eliminates that. If it's 4 guys rushing and you got 5 guys blocking, you should be able to block them without having somebody having to chip. Chip should only happen when they got more than you can account for. Well, if they rushing 5, you should be able to pick it up with just 5. They rushing 4, you should definitely be able to pick it up with 4. Last year, if a team was rushing 4, even when they were rushing 4, we felt the need to chip, get a piece on the way out. If they was rushing 5, we definitely had to get a piece. Anything over 5 and shit, running back might have to stay in, tight end get a piece on the way out. Like we was doing extra shit. Receiver, like Luke McCaffrey would be in the slot. Hey, before you go out and run your little shallow cross, Luke, get a piece of this edge rusher on the way out. Like, let's dead that shit. Let's get our guys out in the route, right? I'm with you, Glizzy. Go on, Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Right, shaking my head at fans. You all demanded build the trenches, right? You're protecting your franchise QB and stopping the Abdul Carters of the world. If he starts at right tackle and Coleman succeeds at left guard, this line could be elite. Relax. There it is, right there. All right. What are we talking about? I'm so confused. Why this is a problem. Again, I get it. When you get to the draft, we talked for months about X, Y, and Z. Nobody was talking about Josh Conerly. Nobody was talking about upgrading his offensive line. You were talking about edge rusher. You were talking about corner. You were talking about receiver. You were talking about safety. You were talking about possibly linebacker, whatever. You weren't talking about tackle. It's the same thing that happened with Jahan Dotson. I know that's not a great example, but we talked about all those receivers that year in the draft, and Dotson was one of them. They traded back and got Dotson, and everybody was like, yo, we just whiffed. What the hell did we just do? Yada, yada, yada. And Dotson was really good in his rookie season. especially before the injury. Whatever the case may be, it's a similar case to that in terms of, I think it's a lot more of the unknown. A lot of people don't know Josh Conerly Jr. They don't know what he brings to the table. And it's not sexy, and I've said this already, and I think most people understand this concept. It's not sexy to draft the offensive lineman. It's not. Cowboys fans were upset when they drafted Tyler Booker because they wanted a skill player. They wanted a running back. They wanted a wide receiver. Shit, they probably would even taken a tight end. They wanted somebody that they could quantify their numbers and say, look what we got. It's not sexy to draft a tackle. It's not sexy to draft a guard, because what the hell did we just get? You got a good football player. You got a guy that had 44 starts in college football in the SEC, in the toughest conference in football. You got a guy that gave up no sacks last year. These are all great numbers, but people don't get excited about that shit. So it's hard to get excited about offensive linemen. It's easy to get excited about a wide receiver or a tight end or a running back or a corner or a linebacker. Someone where you can quantify their numbers. He had 8 sacks last year. He had 13 QB pressures. He forced 3 fumbles last year. Like, these are numbers you can quantify. Only thing you say about a lineman is he gave up 0 sacks. He had XYZ pancakes. That's cool. He had 12 pancakes. 8 of them could have came in the game against Texas A&M State. I just made up some shit, right? It could have came against Alcorn State. All right, cool. You don't know that. If they say he had 12 pancakes last year, 8 of them came in one game, you won't know that. So it's hard to quantify with an offensive lineman. It is what it is. I love that. Super chat going, Commando. This is perfect. You said it perfectly. Ricky D. Hustle. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Conley was a Ron pick. What up, Lou? AP, we trust. Are you questioning him? I see you said this was a Ron pick. What about this makes it a Ron pick? Tell me. I want to know. What about this pick of Josh Conerly Jr. makes this a Ron pick? Tell me. I'm all ears. I'm listening. Open my ears up, because I might be missing something. And I want to hear it. Because maybe you on to something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. So tell me, why is this a Ron pick? I want to know. I definitely trust AP. Ethan Dykes, my guy. Right. Jordan McGee will be our Campbell Carter. LOL. You think so? I don't. I love your wishful thinking, though, but nah. Jordan McGee is good. He ain't that kind of animal on defense. We eventually need to get ours. Everybody in the division got one now, except us. All right. Parsons in Dallas, Carter in New York with the Giants, and now Campbell in Dallas or Philadelphia, excuse me. Everybody got one except us. So we'll buy our time, but eventually we'll need one. The beauty is there really ain't no other quarterbacks in the division right now look, we got the most dynamic quarterback in the division. So you need one of those to defend us. None of those teams, Jalen Hurts is not he's not Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson. He's not like he's a gifted athlete. I don't want to sit here and act like he can't move and he's not a problem on 3rd and 8, but he ain't Jaden Daniels, right? Neither is Dak Prescott or Jackson Dart. And so you don't need necessarily one of those guys to defend the other three teams in the division, but you definitely need that if you're playing us because we got a dynamic quarterback. So on that note, we got time, but we need to go get us one of those. I ain't gonna front. I'm envious. I'm looking at everybody else having one of those dudes, and I'm like, shit, I want one too. Shit, why not? It ain't Jordan McGee. I like your wishful thinking though. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Protect 5 at all costs. Love the Conerly Jr. pick. And there are a lot of people that love picking guys in the trenches, but there will be way more fans that are outspoken about how we didn't maximize the value of the pick. There were a lot of better players on the board, yada, yada, yada. But at the end of the day, I'm all about trying to protect 5. I love the initiative that they've executed this offseason of let's get 5 protected up front because the Eagles don't do anything. Like, that's the team to beat in the division. They won the Super Bowl. They won the division. They beat us 2 out of 3 times last year. That's the team to beat, right? We're not worried about the Giants. We swept them. We're not worried about the Cowboys. We split with them, but they weren't a playoff team last year. They got to prove it. We went to the NFC Championship game last year. And the team we lost to was the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's the team we're worried about. And if we're being honest with each other, right, we keeping it a buck. The only thing that stopped us from really beating the Eagles last year, because, yeah, defense was ass. And they weren't great. But they got enough stops in that game. And a 4th and 5 where clearly there was a hold that wasn't called, happened, whatever, right? Like, that shit happened. It is what it is. You know, you got the Mikey Sanders still play out of bounds where he hits a dude and could it not have been called? If you ain't gonna call the holding penalty on 4th down, then you shouldn't be calling Mikey Sanders still for that hit on 3rd down. But whatever, like, it happened. A lot of shit happened on 3rd with this defense in that game that could have gone either way. It went the Eagles' way and it benefited them. Cool, whatever. Defense wasn't great. We knew that. We knew that going into that game. But the biggest reason we lost wasn't the defense. It was because the offense turned the ball over and we couldn't protect Jayden Daniels. You can't prepare for turnovers. You just try not to do them, right? You don't prepare for dudes to fumble or interceptions to be thrown. Just you go into the game saying, hey, we're going to execute. We practice all week. We're going to execute. We're going to do the things we need to do. You don't plan for fumbles and turnovers and interceptions and shit like that. They happen. But what you are supposed to be able to do is protect your quarterback. We couldn't do that in any of the Eagles games. Well, now we should be able to do that. Now we should be able to do that. Protect 5 at all costs. That's the name of the game. We lost in the NFC Championship, if you ask me, because that Austin Eckler fumble, look, you cannot blame 5 if you want to, but the fact of the matter is 5 was on the run. He couldn't get enough on that throw. He threw the football. Eckler had to go down and dig it out and catch it and then try to get up. And when he got up, he wasn't ready to protect the football and it got poked out. If that's a good throw from Jayden Daniels, you're not even Austin Eckler isn't digging that shit out of the ground. He's catching it and turning up the field. So again, some of those turnovers, some of the things that happened in that game were byproducts of just not being able to protect 5. Well, now we feel like we should be able to do that. How can you not love the pick? Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. He writes, JCJ is the pick I'd expect had we traded back into the mid-30s. Our first round or 4th and 5th best tackle. Again, it's not a great tackle draft. So you need a tackle. You value the tackle position. Yeah, you take the 4th or 5th best tackle at. First of all, usually 4 or 5 tackles go in the first round. So what are we talking about? We're at the back end of the first round. So that makes sense. In most drafts, 4, 5, or 6 tackles go in the first round. So you're at 29. We're not at 17, and we took the 5th best tackle. If that were the case, then this would have been an excellent tackle draft class, like the one in 2013 where Jake Matthews came out in. I think Jake Matthews might have been the 4th best tackle taken in that draft class. He ended up being probably the best tackle of that draft class. But again, that was supposed to be a quote unquote great tackle draft class with Luke Jokel at the top of the draft going number 1 overall. Or what's that? I think it was Luke Jokel going number 1 overall. Whatever the case may be, this wasn't that. But this was a draft where, 4 or 5 tackles. How many tackles went in the first round? I think we counted up. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 went in the tackle. We took the 4th tackle taken in the first round. And if you consider him the 5th best tackle because he wasn't better than Josh Simmons, cool. Okay. The 5th best tackle in a draft where there's not a lot of great tackles. Okay. I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, okay. There are 25 solid edge rushers, probably 5 elite. How many edge rushers went in this draft? Before we picked. Let's count. 1, Abdul Carter. 2, Mykel Williams. 3, Shamar Stewart. 4, James Pierce Jr. So 3 edge rushers. 3 edge rushers. But you also had the Falcons trading up for Jaylen Walker. That's a 4th guy because he's probably more than likely an edge rusher. Let's see if it's another one. So most of the guys were defensive tackles. And then Jihad went behind us. So Jihad would have been the 5th if we would have taken him. It's the same thing as taking Josh Conerly. You either take the 5th best tackle or the 5th, I don't want to say the 5th best edge rusher because I think Jihad Campbell was probably ranked higher than that. But due to his injury, he ended up where he ended up. But you either taking the 5th guy taken at the edge or a linebacker position in the draft, or you taking the 5th tackle. We took the 4th tackle at that time because Josh Simmons went after Conerly Jr. I don't want to say it's the same, but it could be the same. I prefer to protect my quarterback, to be honest with you. Again, I'm a fan. I get it. It's not sexy to draft. I've said this multiple times. It's not sexy to draft an offensive lineman. Even a defensive tackle who might not be the sexiest to draft, at least you can say, hey, he had 13 pressures, he had 6.5 sacks, he had 10 tackles for loss, 5 batted balls. Like, you can quantify what kind of impact he can have. Can't do that with an offensive lineman most of the time. So I get it. You say, meh. In AP, we trust, but man, this should have been Jihad or Green. Hopefully, helps our run game, though. So I thought they were comfortable with Green, but there's no guarantee that they were comfortable with Green. I could have had the wrong guy. They might have been comfortable with James Pierce and not Green. And I could have had it all wrong. Right? Never know. Something that I realized last year, and that became abundantly clear for me, is that you can't fake or you can't fabricate team chemistry. Either guys in the locker room get along and they play for one another, or they don't. Last year was a case of a great locker room full of really good dudes who meshed and gelled together and created this bond that was unbreakable, unshakable, and it helped this team win and overachieve way more games than they were supposed to. You can't understate or undersell what it means to have guys that can really coalesce in the locker room. So, again, I can't tell you that Mike Green's not a great teammate. I can't tell you that he's not a coachable guy. I can't tell you that he wouldn't have been an excellent addition to this team, but there's some shit. I mean, let's be honest, it's some shit. You got to really take that into consideration. Some shit. BA, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who write. Love the pick. Moves Wiley and maybe even Allegretti to backups when Cosme comes back. Got way better. Now we need cornerback and edge. That's it. That should be the mindset. Like, you just, and I said this, you got better at two positions because honestly, you just upgraded right tackle with Conerly, and then wherever Brandon Coleman goes, the assumption is he's going to upgrade that position. So just like when we traded for Laramie Tunsil, you got better at two positions because Coleman was going to, at that time, he was perceived to go to right tackle. But you got better at left tackle, and Coleman was going to upgrade the right tackle position. Well, we weren't sure about that. Now you get Conerly. He's expected to upgrade the right tackle position. And now, once again, Coleman is going to upgrade a position. But this time, I think it's more where he's probably more naturally suited to be. And so that makes me feel good. I can't speak for anybody else. I feel good about him being at guard where I thought he should have been all along. And clearly they felt that way after the first season he had, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have been hell-bent on trying to find a tackle. I think they're going to look for, I don't know if you get cornerback and edge in day 2, but you'll get cornerback and edge at some point in this draft. This is my guess. We only have one pick in day 2, which sucks because this is where the true value is in this draft, rounds 2, 3, and 4. You're going to get, I think, one of the two tomorrow or today. You're going to get one of the two, edge or corner. Could they take a receiver? Could they take a running back? Sure. I'll say this. Out of the next 2 picks, so second or fourth round, you should come away with at least one of the two, if not both, edge or corner. You should come away with one of those two. Feels like this next pick is going to be BPA for real. And the fourth round pick is going to be interesting because if you get a corner in the second round, then you don't need Quincy Riley, who you think could be there. I think the second round is all about edge, and it's all about Femi Oladejo. So we'll see. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, C-Mac, thank you for the super chat. Writes, hey, Lou. Good with offensive tackle. Excited NFL schedule comes out May 14th. Can't wait. Bart Scott, can't wait. 2 questions. 1, how does your perspective for day 2 change? And is there a greater urgency to trade back, or is there BPA? 2, what do you think we need to address in this draft to beat the Eagles consistently, and why? So to answer your first question, the perspective for day 2 doesn't change. It was always best player available, or if a guy meets a need and you're not that far off from best player available, take him, right? Because sometimes BPA and best play and your needs don't meet and they don't match. I think the goal for them was always to get Femi in the second round. That still exists. That opportunity still exists. Again, I don't know who's going to be available, and they may say, "Shit, Femi got to wait." Yeah, and hopefully he'll be there in the 4th round, guys. Or we'll take somebody else because this dude that's here is just too good to pass up. But I'm thinking Femi is the guy that they want, and they value him at 61 overall. So I don't think anything has changed. I think they feel good where they are, and they're going to stick to the plan, right? Now, I've talked about this already. There's a chance that they can get out of 61. There's going to be a lot of talented football players. There are going to be teams that look at, because this isn't a blue chip draft. I've talked about that already, but this is a starter draft. You can find quality starters. And at 61, there will be a starting caliber player available. Will the Commanders elect to try to find a trade partner so they can get out, pick up a 3rd round pick or multiple 3rd round picks, which they currently don't have any? I think so. But once again, it takes 2 to tango. It takes 2 to tango. What do you think we need to address in the draft to beat the Eagles consistently? I think with the changes that we've made, and you continue to be aggressive in the draft, you're in a position. We got Jaden Daniels. That gives us a shot. We already beat him once. Consistently is a tough, phrase to use when you're playing a team like the Eagles who just won the Super Bowl. I don't know what consistently means. I'm assuming if you play them 3 times, you beat them twice. I don't know if we're prepared to do that. But what I don't want is for them to feel like when they play Washington, it's an automatic win. And I don't get that sense right now. But after they won 55-23, they probably got an abundance of confidence when it comes to us that they shouldn't have. But I get it. I beat you by 32 points. I feel real confident about what we can do. So that's going to be exuded by Eagles fans and their players and et cetera. But what I want to do is establish that, hey, we here to stay. And every time you play us, you got to strap up and you got to know that you're in a dogfight. You're not just going to get a win. And so I think most Eagles players that have played against Washington just felt like, hey, we finna beat them. I need that to go away. And I think that it has a chance to do that. Like Jaden Daniels coming back in the second game like he did, established that. I was watching a podcast. Darius Slay got a podcast now, right? He's still a free agent, if I'm not mistaken. He might have found work, but I think he's a free agent. And he had his former teammate, Quinyon Mitchell. Excellent rookie season, was the best corner in football as a rookie this past year, and got a tremendously bright future. And he was talking about some of the worst moments of his rookie season. And he said the worst moment was when he gave up the touchdown to Terry in that game where Jaden came back. And so, and then him and Slade started tripping about when one give up a big play, the other one ended up giving up a touchdown on that possession. So he was like, that was their running joke or whatever. And so, long story short, you want to beat the Eagles, you're going to have to be able to protect up front, stop the run. 2 of the things that they focused on clearly this offseason. And you're going to have to give Jaden more weapons. Done that too. So they put themselves in a position to compete with the Eagles at a high level. and force the Eagles to respect us. Maybe they don't right now. Maybe they do. We'll see. But I don't really care about none of that shit, to be honest with you. What are we doing to get better? And as long as we do that, I think we can beat anybody, right? Rah-rah. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rah-rah writes, there's nothing to spy if Jaden is cooking in the pocket. There you go. Like, you can have Jahad Campbell and you can rush him. You can drop him back as a spy to wait on Jaden to run. But if he's got ample time back there to survey the field, it doesn't matter if you got a spy or if you rushing Jahad Campbell, right? Or you rushing Michael Parsons. If he got time to throw the football, he finna cook. You get it. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy. Writes. So saying Quinn starting at Coleman at right tackle was a lie. LOL. So he didn't. So, okay, let me defend him real quick. He didn't say that he was starting. He said we're going to try him at right tackle. Well, they were going to try him. And then the guy fell to him. Like, you don't know what you're getting in the draft. Conerly Jr. could have been gone at 16. All the tackles that they envisioned being available that they thought, you know, would have made a great commander could have been gone. And they could have had to go in a different direction. And they could have ended up trying Brandon Coleman to start. Like, they could have drafted a 6th-round tackle, and they're like, nah, 6th-round tackle ain't starting for us. But we're going to try Coleman over here. That could have been the case. It just fell the way that it fell, right? Unless Conerly starts the left guard. So, curious. O-line is stacked now. And I told you, I'm really excited about Wiley and Allegretti being backups. I can't speak for anybody else. I'm excited about that because, to me, that's what they're supposed to be. Both of them are supposed to be backups. We got tremendous depth. The only thing we don't have is like a legit backup left tackle. Because I don't love any of the guys that we have right now currently. Conerly, I guess, now could play left tackle if need be in a pinch. So that does help. He does help in that regard. John Perez, my guy, JP. Who writes, not upset at the pick. Beefing up the O-line to protect Jaden was important. A lot of talent still available in round 2. Wide receiver at 61, maybe. Everything's on the table. I still think it's an edge rusher, though. Everything's still available. That's the important part, is remembering who we got at quarterback now. This ain't the Sam Howell or the Dwayne Haskins or the Ryan Fitzpatrick or the Carson Wentz days. We got a legit signal caller who is taking the league by storm, and your priority number 1 should be protecting him. Excuse me. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B, right? Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Mr. Ron B? Dallas, Philly, and the Giants are drafting edge rushers because they know they got to deal with one of them ones. They got to deal with JD5. Drafting a good offensive tackle to protect him makes sense. Amen. You preach it to the choir. I totally get it. And I subscribe to that theory. Kind of talked about that already. Ethan Dykes, my guy, E, writes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Also, side note, they took one of my crushes, Hale. Yeah, they did. You had Conerly Jr. I think he might have been your last one that you had on the list. So look at that. Look at that. Spencer Creech. Thank you for super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, like the pick, a little more boring than DN cornerback, in my opinion. Of course it's boring. Like, that's the problem with a lot of people, is that they don't acknowledge the value. They talk about it's offensive lineman. It's not sexy. It's not exciting. But it's necessary. That's what's important. Yoshi, Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Yoshi writes, wow, I'm speechless. You don't pick an offensive tackle over Mike Green. Especially if it's effing Josh Conerly Jr. We by far had the worst draft pick by need in the first round. If you thought Peters was different than Ron, think twice. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Look, Yoshi. This is all I'm gonna say to you. We saw what he did last year. This draft is one pick in. He was giving credit for the best draft of any team in the league last year. Now, you could agree to disagree. You could, say, what are you talking about? Jaden Daniels had the greatest rookie quarterback season of all time. Mikey Sainristil was an excellent player, made big plays throughout the course of the season. You got Brandon Coleman starting for pretty much the entire year and dealt with injuries, and you still got 17 games of him playing and probably about 13 of them as a starter, which is insane at the left tackle position. There was, John Baptiste played and gave you some quality snaps. Same could be said for Johnny Newton. I mean, to a lesser degree, same could be said for Ben Sinnott, even though he wasn't a pass catcher. He was blocking his ass off. Like, you got a lot out of that. And Luke McCaffrey, to a lesser degree, as a pass catcher, but more importantly, probably as a kickoff return man. You got a lot out of that draft class from last year. That was round one. Let's see what the rest of the draft looks like before you talk about him not being this, that, and the third. But even if you don't love what he's done, I keep promoting, hey, he's built up enough equity where you should be able to just say, all right, I respect what he did. Even if I don't love it, I respect it. So he's not Ron. Like that we're not gonna do that. That's what we're not gonna do, is start putting Ron Rivera on him. Because how many times we went to the NFC Championship game with Ron? Let me ask you, how many times? I didn't hear that. What you say, Yoshi? 0. Oh, okay. I heard that. None. Yeah. All right. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Do you think JCJ will convert to right tackle easily? If you could play left tackle, you should be able to play right tackle. Like, tackles, the only thing you do, I mean, you're doing a couple of things differently, but everything you're just doing, you're mirroring it. So if your punch more likely than not was with your inside hand, which is when you're on your right, you're on the left side, it's with your right hand. Now he's on the right side, it should be with his left hand, right? You stab him with that inside hand and you get into your set. Whether you punch with both hands or you stab him with one hand and keep him off, off kilter, or whatever the case may be, you just mirror everything. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit of adjustment because he was really a left tackle, but he should be able to play right tackle, no problem. I don't think that's an issue. If you could play left, you could play right. If you could play right, you can play left. You might not be as good at left, or you might not be good as right, but you should be able to play both. So we'll see. I don't think they would have drafted him. They literally had him in for a top 30 visit. I'm pretty sure they went over all of that, and I'm pretty sure they discussed if he could move to the right side. So they already had Laramie Tunsil. It's not like that trade happened after the fact. They talked to him, and they knew they were going to be drafting him as a right tackle. So I don't think that's an issue. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, y'all complain about Wiley. Got a right tackle. Your best player has time now, so he's going to be better. Mad about the pick. Can't win with this fan base. Fans want what they want. I learned that a long time ago. Fans want what they want. And what they didn't want was Josh Conerly Jr. They didn't want to tackle, right? That wasn't going to satisfy them. Not with all the stuff on the board. And I already said there was going to be a lot of spillage, a lot of stuff on the board. But You can say it till your face turns blue, but once it happens, this is the end result. But yes, this fan base, it's one that it's hard to satisfy. But I liken it to all the rest of the fan bases in the NFL. Like, it's hard to please everyone in a fan base. I think there's a number of fans that get it, and you wouldn't believe how many fans, the older ones especially, obviously, that talk about the Hogs and kind of building the offensive line and all that good stuff. So yeah, all that stuff exists. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, what are the Grizzlies doing? 29-point comeback. We're not better than the Thunder. And well, Ja got hurt. That I haven't watched the game yet, so I got it on record and I'll be able to check it out. But Ja got hurt sometime in the second quarter. We were up 71-55 at halftime, and when he got hurt, I think it was like 71-44 or something like that. We were kicking their ass pretty good. But he got hurt, and once he left, they knew they could come back, and they did. They're better than us. I told you we were getting swept. You hate giving up that kind of lead, but your best player gets hurt and doesn't come back in the game and only plays 16 minutes. And in those 16 minutes, you were dominating the game. I get it. So, Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Joe Rockhead writes, a lot of this fan base cried over O-line since 2008, nonstop. And now we're crying about giving it extra attention. Wash your face and get your mind right. Let me do it for you. You need to wash your face and get your mind right. What's wrong with y'all? I don't know, man. It's a lot of fans that they talk that offensive line talk until it's time to walk that offensive line walk. It sounds good to say, yeah, I want to upgrade the offensive line, but ultimately, they're more enamored with the shiny things, the wide receiver, the tight end, the running back, the edge rusher, the corner, like the positions that are skill positions where you can quantify. I've always said that it's not fun drafting an offensive line, and this was proof of that for a lot of people. D for the win. Been a member for 12 months. Who writes, I'm cool with giving the 25 MVP a wall. Let's see if he wins the MVP this year. Obviously, he's high up there in the rankings. Having a great offensive line is going to help that go a long way, for sure. Red Wing 01. I like you speaking that into existence, though. D for the win. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wing 01 writes, not sexy, but smart. Facts. Conerly needs to build up his play strength. Yes, he does. I don't think anybody's doubting that. But he will keep 5 clean. Also allows Coleman and Wiley to kick inside if Cosby isn't 100% in August. Massively up the offensive line depth. And I think we were already building towards that. I told you the offensive line depth was starting to get really good with the moves that were made. Just off the strength of trading for Laramie Tunsil, you upgraded the depth of the offensive line. Adding another offensive lineman in Conerly, who you think has a chance to be a starter, upgrades the offensive line's depth even more so. So I love it. I think you're on to something there, Red Wing 01. Swaggy P, been a member for 30 months. Who writes, some don't like the pick, but it's an essential pick. And that's what it boils down to is it's one of those picks where you don't have to love it initially, but eventually I think its worth will play itself out. It'll play itself out. Coach T. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Sanders to Cleveland in the second round pick with number 1. They 33rd overall. he might fall right into their lap. They didn't do nothing. They just waited. They just kind of surveyed the landscape, and boom, he fell into their lap. Possibly. My guess is yes. Yes. That's exactly who they would be taking 5th overall. Right. That's my guess, but we'll see. Zaydu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zaydu writes, people are forgetting we are building around 5 and maximizing around his contract. Why do you think we brought Tunsil and Debo? Y'all didn't see how Stroud and Mahomes were running due to protection issues. Come on, people. Not only that, but when you look at what we've assembled and how you maximize a player's or quarterback's play, it is imperative to give him an opportunity to be successful behind a competent offensive line. And while this offensive line was competent last year, they had their faults and their struggles. And yeah, we were banged up, but that's not we played the Eagles 3 times and Jaden was under siege all 3 times. We played the Cowboys twice and Jaden was under siege both times we played the Cowboys. Those were probably the 2 best pass rushers we saw all season, and he was not comfortable in any of those 5 games. Maybe the second Eagles game when we scored 36 points and came from behind and beat them. But he wasn't comfortable in really any of the Eagles games, any of the Cowboys games. You play those teams twice a year, every year. Like, it's not rocket science. We make fun of Ron Rivera, but one of the things Ron said that I truly believe in is you have to build your roster to beat the teams in your division. That's the first order of business, is winning the division so you can get a home playoff game. Then you go from there. I think building up the offensive line gives you a chance against Dallas, gives you a chance against Philadelphia. Gives you a chance against the Giants to a lesser degree. And yes, I watched the Texans go all in for Stroud, but they ain't going all in on the offensive line. They went all in on the skill position players. I think that's what you see a lot of teams do. All right, Caleb Williams last year, great example. They built this tremendous, pool of talent around him, skill sets at multiple positions, like 3-4 different receivers. Back in DeAndre Swift, a really good tight end, and all of that was great. And offensive line was ass, so you couldn't get it to all those weapons. What's the good in having all that stuff if you can't protect? Thank you for that super chat, Zato. Timothy Swindell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Jaden better be the least sacked quarterback in the league. Were you prioritizing protecting Jaden? Then he better be protected straight like that. I mean, what do you want? Like, yes, they're prioritizing protecting Jaden. You say that like it's a bad thing. We'll see what Josh Conerly does. We don't know if he's going to be great in the NFL. He's making the switch to right tackle. That could be a little difficult on him, but what are we talking about? Voices of Martians. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Voices of Martian writes, S24 Ultra, Galaxy Buds, and Galaxy Ultra Watch. You're my guy. You're my guy. You're my guy. We would get along very well. But, I mean, once you told me you had the Galaxy Buds, you ain't gonna have a iPhone and Galaxy earbuds. So, like, they make it so everything that you buy is Apple. They're so full of shit. That's what I'll tell you. They're so full of shit. Caps took the 2-0 lead. Lakers lead tied their series. Yeah, JP, you having a really good time right now. Where your Red Sox? Atop the division in the AL East? Like, it's probably a trifecta for you right now. You probably feeling really good about where you at. Wait, you a Dodgers fan right now? I think you're a Dodgers fan. You dropped the Red Sox like a bad habit. I think you're a Dodgers fan. They're like third in that division right now behind the Giants and the Padres, but not by much. So it's early in the season. One thing I can appreciate is my Braves were absolutely ass to start the season off. They had a home stand here recently that they took advantage of. Some bad teams, by the way, Twins and Cardinals, but that's no here nor there. That's not my problem. Ultimately, I looked around the league to see where we were in our division and where we were in the league, and everybody's gotten off to like modest starts. Like, it ain't nobody that's 20-3 right now. Everybody's like 15-7, 14-8, 13-9, 12-10, 14-10, 15-11, 15-9. Like, everybody's hovering around the same spot. That's good stuff. Like, we're not that far behind. That's what I'm gonna say. But your Lakers series is gonna be very interesting. This game 3 is gonna be big in Minnesota. See what they do when they go home. If you take care of business, I liken it to what the Knicks were able to do. If you're able to do what the Knicks did, which is go to, the opponent's home, win a game on the road, you're going to win that series. They go there, they take care of business, they go up 2-1. Now you have to win game 4. They go up 3-1, you're cooked. So Zab Strip 2265. Stand up. Mob, you know what to do. Show Zab Strip 2265 some love. Welcome him with open arms. Welcome to the squad. Zab Strip 2265. DJ 23, been a member for 26 months. Pineapple on pizza and Android. Time to unsub. No, you didn't do me like that. No, you didn't do me like that, DJ 23. You one of my guys too. Really? Hey, that's all I'm gonna say to you. Do what you feel like you need to do. Obviously, I know you kidding, tongue in cheek, but my disdain for iPhones remains. I'm not relenting off of that. Like, if you got an iPhone, you ain't shit. So shout out to all my Samsung and Android users out there, man. Stay strong. Stay strong. Coach T. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. And y'all gonna stop talking about pineapples on pizza. Shit is delicious. If you haven't tried it, then shut up. If you have and you don't like it, okay, fine. It's not for everybody. But we're not gonna sit here and act like pineapples on pizza ain't bomb. We're just not gonna do that. Coach T. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Sanders in the bargain bin, red light special. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. That's demeaning, but second round, I didn't think. This is why I'm glad he didn't show up at the draft. Like, now I will say they didn't show Jalen Milroe not once. They didn't show him not one time, and he was there tonight. He was there. When Booker got drafted, who do you think that was hugging him? That was Jalen Milroe. They didn't show him not one time because they knew he wasn't going in the first round. So that was that, and Shador took all the pressure off of him. If Shador would have gone at 9, then they would have turned their attention to a guy like Milroe. But Shador didn't go. They kept showing him in Texas at his draft party. By the way, that has to suck. You throw an entire party for everyone to come out, support you, expecting to get drafted, and you're just waiting to hear your name called, and it doesn't happen. Everybody has to go home. And that second day, like, I'm pretty sure he's not going to have all those same people over the next day. Maybe he will. But it doesn't feel like all those people would be willing to come back out that next day. Like, yo, you got it. You know, maybe they'll come back out. I mean, yes, no, they're gonna come back out. It's at night. What are you doing on a Friday night? Maybe a lot. I don't know, but I think they'll be there. He's not in a bargain bin or he's not a red light special, but I'm surprised he didn't go in the first round. I'm shocked. I will say that. I am definitely shocked he didn't go in the first round. Ash, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Luther Burden to the Texans or any O lineman for pick 34. I thought they had a chance to go with a wide receiver, did the Texans, but I thought their first initiative should be get an offensive lineman. So they were one of those teams that I thought would do that. Them trading out in the first round, allowing the Giants to come up and get Jackson Dart, puts them in a position where I think they can try to get multiple offensive linemen. Like, I think in the first round, they might have, drafted Josh Simmons. They might have drafted Josh Conerly had they just stayed there, but they didn't. And their offensive line needs revamping from top to bottom. They got rid of everybody almost. So how do you do that? You get as many picks as you can, and then you go to work chipping away. So they started that process. They need a receiver. I thought Emeka Egbuka was in play for them at 25. They traded the pick away to the Giants, obviously, to get Jackson Dart. And so now they got to figure out what receiver makes sense for them. Clearly, they got the Giants' 34th pick overall. So they got a sense of, what they're looking for, what they want to do. And we'll see, right? Then we can kind of talk about what we think the Texans are doing and what direction they're going in. I think it'll be an offensive lineman at 34. Let's see what offensive lineman didn't go. Let me pull up my phone. See which ones didn't go. And then we can go from there. Like the next real offensive lineman that you get excited about is Arante Ursi. All right. So they could take an offensive lineman, but I think that's a little early for him. So like Burden or one of these skill guys might give you the best value in the second round, early in the second round at like 34. Santiago Tradell, been a member for 15 months. Really appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let's see where we at now. JD Sports Talk. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, that Giants defense is going to be scary in the division. I think they jumped the Cowboys. Dex, Tibbs, Golson, Burns, Carter up front, secondary too. Your secondary needs work. They did a little something last year. They drafted a second round safety out of Minnesota. They drafted a really good, corner who had a really good rookie season out of Kentucky last year. I don't know why everybody's name is escaping me, but I think Banks is still a liability. I really don't think you got any good corners right now outside of the guy you drafted last year out of Kentucky. And he's a nickel, and I don't think his coverage was all that great, to be honest with you, last year. I think his tackling was crazy. Phillips. So Up your front seven is crazy right now. There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, I shouldn't say your. The Giants' front seven is crazy right now. Because you're one of us, JD Sports Talk. But the Giants' front seven is crazy. I agree. They still need secondary help. But their front seven is wild with all the talent that they have up front. No question about it. But they got to go out and they got to perform. And, obviously with their GM and coach situation being on a hot seat, it's a really interesting dynamic there, right? Because if they don't get it done, heads could roll sooner rather than later. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, y'all complained about the pick we made. We can make sexy picks for the next few years. Now the O-line is done. Yeah, I mean, again, you preach it to the choir. It's a lot of people that didn't love the pick, and they're not going to love the pick until they see the results on the field, right? It's one thing to kind of tell them, this is what you're getting. You should be excited. It's another thing for them to see it firsthand and be like, all right, they did the right thing. But ultimately, you don't like this feeling? You don't like drafting offensive linemen? Well, get it out the way. Like, this is the equivalency of eating your vegetables first before you eat your dessert. Get it out the way. Knock it out so you can enjoy your dessert. Right? JD Sports Talk, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Started O-line right now. You wanted Hampton? I didn't want Hampton. I wasn't a Hampton guy. So yeah, that I was all good with that. Y'all knew. Most people knew that though. Hunter Hodovic, and yes, I feel good about the offensive line now. Been a member for 37 months. Really appreciate you. Hunter Hodovic. Rights. T. Always love drafting trenches. Hope all is well. You can't go wrong. I mean, you don't know if it's going to pan out, but you can't go wrong swinging for the fences in the trenches. You just can't. Always feels like a good idea to draft an offensive lineman when you can. Steve, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Steve writes, Lou, you're the man. No, you're the man, Steve. Fun draft night. Here comes my double up on the next one. Okay. Let's do it. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Steve. Really appreciate you. Steve writes, Lou, double up. Yes, sir. Double up. Good show. Best available is Shamar Moore. I know I said it. I had to have said that at least 10 times tonight. I'm ashamed of myself. Between Nick Green and Shamar Moore. Hey, you gotta blame this. You got to. I'm going to, at least. I know I've said that at least 10 times, 20 times. But y'all know who I meant. Mike Green and Shamar Stewart. And the likelihood is neither one of them will be Commanders, right? I mean, who are we kidding? But he says the best available is Shamar Moore. He might have quit NCIS season 3. That show has been on forever. They got like 50 spinoffs, right? NCIS Seattle, NCIS Detroit, NCIS Los Angeles, NCIS Chicago. Like, what are we doing? Stop it. Stop making more of these. Quit. Leave it alone. Don't do it. I don't like it. That's a good one, Steve. Shamar Moore is definitely on the board, and he's gonna have to quit NCIS season 35 to make it happen. Yeah, I deserve that. I really do deserve that. Hove, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Giants took Carter. Philly took Campbell. Conerly was the necessary pick. JD5 O-line is complete. Tunzel, Coleman, Cosme, Biotish, Conerly. I love it. That sounds like the makings of a dominant O-line. And that brings a smile to my face. Put a smile on your face. Come on now. Make everything better. Put a smile on your face. We got an offensive line. Y'all not happy about that? What alternate universe am I living in if y'all not happy about that? I love it, Hove. Hove! Miggy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Miggy writes, sup, Lou? I hope we get Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt behind this new O-line. Might be nasty. That right tackle pick will be impactful on the field and financially to pay Tunzel. I don't know if like drafting a tackle, right tackle, is like super beneficial to paying Tunzel or not. Like I don't know if there's any impact or bearing on that. But I feel like behind this new offensive line, running the ball should become more of a thing and more impactful. And you want a back that can take advantage of that. And I like Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, but we got a lot of picks. Okay. That's not an accurate statement. We got some picks, and you might be able to get a better running back than him. He's one of those guys that if you haven't been able to address it in the second or the fourth, sixth or seventh, he may still be there, and maybe you entertain doing it then. And I wouldn't be opposed to it, by the way. Right? We talked about that. Oh, been a member for 18 months. Who writes, but damn, I really wanted a DB at 29. I didn't. I wasn't enamored with any of the safeties. Amanda Warrior would have been very interesting. I was not a Malachi Starks guy. I didn't want anything to do with Maxwell Hairston. I did not expect Will Johnson to be available, but clearly he's available for a reason. So I'm good. I didn't want to fool with it. So I'm good. I still got PTSD from Bryce Love. So I'm good. Stephen Dent, been a member for 5 months. Really appreciate you. Writes, Conerly, solid pick. HTTC, hyped the pick tomorrow. So let's talk about tomorrow. I'll be with the Commanders Kings, obviously, for day 2 of the draft. We only have one selection in day 2, which is 61st overall. Shador Sanders is still available. Everybody that didn't go in the first round is still available, right? Luther Burden III, Donovan Ezaraku, Shador Sanders. All these guys are still available. You expect those guys to go very early. Travion Henderson, very early in the second round. I think those are guys that you expect to go within the first, 7 to 10 picks. All of those guys I just named. With that said, I talked about spillage at 29. Well, that spillage extends into the second round because the guys that didn't get drafted in the first round, now they go into the second round, right? And the guys that you thought were going to be setting the table in the second round, that if the guys that are sitting the table now would have gone in the first round, they're now in the second round. So, hopefully the spillage from the first round pushes some of those guys back to the late stages of the second round, and the Commanders can take advantage of it, either via a trade that allows them to net a couple, of third rounders, or you just take a guy that's extremely talented, feel good about it, and then you move on, and you don't have a pick till day 3 after that. So we'll see. To me, the pick, I've already told you, it's Femi Oladejo. That's what I feel like it's going to be. Frank McLaughlin, my guy. Frankie, baby. Aloha. What's going on, Frank? Frankie, baby. Aloha. He says, Lou, aloha. Sorry, haven't super chatted in a while. No need to apologize, man. Save that. Anytime you show up, it's a party, and I love it. Really appreciate you, man. You do a ton. You don't need to apologize. Work's been busy. Get that bread while it's hot and there to be got, right? Charge it to my head, not my heart. Never that. If I can, ain't no problem to get the gap where the true players at. You ain't got to worry about that, right? That was a fun first round. Love the way the O-line will be next year. However, I feel it was not it wasn't BPA. I agree. Now, if you want to challenge, was that BPA or not? I would agree that wasn't BPA. You took a need at a position that was weaker than the other positions where there was more talent. And I'm okay with that. But as long as you don't try to sell me on you took the best player available, I'm cool with that. If you try to tell me we took the best player available, I'm not buying that. Now, again, I'm gonna ride with whatever they do. But whatever you say can be criticized. Your actions obviously can be criticized as well if they don't pan out. But don't try to tell me that you took the best player available because you didn't. You took a good football player. You did not. Like, the fifth best player at a position is not better than the first or second best player at another position, depending on how we rate those players, obviously. Because Josh Conerly Jr. is better than the third best tight end in this draft. But he might be the fifth best tackle. So, I get that. But at the same time, Josh Conerly Jr. is not better than Jahad Campbell. Period. End of discussion. I don't need to elaborate. I don't need to explain myself as to why. He's not better than him. But if you look at where we are and what we're trying to do, it makes a ton of sense. And it makes perfectly good sense why you would go attack the tackle, especially in the climate that we're in this particular draft where the tackle position isn't great. And we got the 61st pick. We don't have 9 picks in this draft. We don't have multiple second-round picks, multiple third-round picks. We don't even have a third-round pick. So you got to be strategic in how you attack the draft. And I think they did the right thing. You'll find an edge rusher at 61. You'll find an edge rusher at 128, right? You'll find a corner at wherever you don't find a corner, whether it's 61 or 128, you find a corner. Or you can go and get Jalen Smith in the 6th round and feel good about whatever the case may be. You'll find some stuff, but tackle was going to be a lot harder if you passed on it. And I think that's what this was. So I agree with you. This was not BPA. He says, what do you think? Keep up the great work. Love you. Likewise. And so I just explained it. All right. You my guy. Frankie, baby. Aloha. Shout out to my guy, Frank McLaughlin, man. Billy D. Marcus. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Billy D. Marcus, writes, sup, Big Lou? Sup, Billy D? Some of our sad commanders' brethren will be okay when JD5 is comfortable as a mofo in the pocket slinging that rock. Yes, we still need help on defense, but it's only year 2. Protect the franchise. Let's go. Yeah, they'll be all right. They'll come around. Like the ones that aren't, thrilled about this pick, they'll come around. Don't worry. But, this is a part of, like, we're going to have some of these crazy discussions this offseason because we got to talk about our fan base and we got to talk about the expectations. I'm telling y'all, the expectations is going to be crazy this year. We're going to have a conversation about that because these same fans that are going nuts, that are questioning AP, that, it's the same old, this is a Rivera draft. Like, we have a conversation about those fans. And look, they still family at the end of the day. I'm not denouncing them. I'm not telling them to go kick rocks. You're not a part of this family. I'm not going to do the low-hanging fruit thing. If you don't yada, 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 then you're not a real fan of this team. That's bullshit. You can feel however you want to feel, but it's a real thing. It's a real conversation, too. So we'll have that at some point. Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Black Al B writes, yo, Lou, been wanting to ask this forever. Uh-oh. It's been a while. We've been chopping it up for a while, so I'm a little nervous. Do you gotta be a Commanders fan to join the mob? Oh, no. If not, just then take my money. Sign me up. LOL. No, you don't have to be a Commanders fan. First of all, you have people that gift memberships, and a lot of the people who are members of the mob that aren't Commanders fans got gifted memberships, and they don't deserve it, to be honest with you. But they got gifted memberships, and here they are, right? Then you got people that are members of the mob, and they're not Commanders fans, and they weren't gifted. They just are members of the mob because they've been rocking with me for the longest. So, no, you don't have to be a member of the mob, a Commanders fan to be a member of the mob. No, because there are plenty of fans of other teams that are members of the mob that aren't just Cowboys, Eagles, or Giants fans that happen to be in the chat and somebody gifted 10 memberships and they got one of them. There's people that have been rocking with me since 2014 or 2015 or 2016 that was like, yo, I got to be a part of the mob. I love it. And you can do that as well, for sure. You know you my guy, Black Al B. We do this all the time. Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Black Al B writes, gonna suck to see a guy with the same government surname as mine on the Packers and potentially torching my team's secondary. Hey, look, man. Matthew Golden I think he's a dog. But make no mistake, the production isn't lights out, and people question his real speed. Like, his game speed may not match his, combine 40 speed. And so there's a lot of things he's got to iron out himself, but he's a dog. Like, I love me some Matthew Golden. I think he's going to be a really good football player. I think he's got a chance to be Stephon, Diggs, right? And be a number one receiver that hurts teams. And unfortunately, you got to cover him. And I say that, but also your defense was diabolical last year. Like, Brian Flores was insane. And I know you didn't get it done down the stretch against the Lions and then ultimately in the playoff against the Rams, but it doesn't take away from the fact that your defense was damn good all year last year. And bringing back Byron Murphy and keeping everything intact gives you a chance to cover guys like Matthew Golden. So, and you're not done yet, right? Obviously, you got plenty of draft picks left to figure out, if you get a couple more positions on that side of the ball secure. But that's a hell of a pick by the Packers. You probably didn't see it coming either, right? Because the Packers don't take first round wide receivers. Now you got to deal with him, and he just happens to have your last name. So, welcome to the party. Spence Calise, been a member for 32 months. Good start to the draft. Takes two to trade. Obviously, it does. And look, we worked the phones all the way down to the final seconds of our 10 minutes before we turned our pick in. Adam Peters tried desperately to get out. He wasn't able to. It's okay. It's all right. It's not right, but it's okay. We're gonna make it anyway. I lost my voice, but y'all know what I'm saying. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. I told y'all we weren't getting out of 29 because it takes two to tango. This just wasn't a draft to get out of the first round. I'm still shocked that the Atlanta Falcons came up to get James Pierce Jr. Like, even when they did, even if coming up to get him, but again, you had to find a team that was willing to move, right? They found one, and so they took advantage of it. Diego Santiago, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Diego writes, shout out to Gabe Taylor. Shout out to Gabe Taylor, man. Shout out to Gabe Taylor. Pick 61, laughing my ass off. You know damn well he ain't going to. He says, hashtag raise hell, hashtag HTTC. Chill, guys. We will be okay. We'll be fine. Yeah, this isn't new. We've been here before, right? Overreaction after the first pick. Yeah, we've been here before. Right? It's not a big deal. At least for me. I'm not tripping. Kimura, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Kimura writes, at work tuning in for a minute while sipping water. Happy with the pick. Heard Will Johnson got D Rose legs. You ain't shit for that. I mean, that's what they saying. They saying that the knee ain't good for the re-up. So yeah. He'll go in the second round though. Right? He'll go in the second round, but that first round shit, dead. Dead, I tell you. Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Black Al B, who writes, as a person of a team whose O-line is always leaky, I was ecstatic to see our trenches get fortified even more so. Yeah, it feels like your tackle position is always legit, and inside is where your problems lie, So I just wasn't thinking about interior offensive line because this is a pretty deep draft class of interior offensive linemen. The tackles stink, but the interior is pretty decent this year. So you can find yourself a good interior offensive lineman, I think, probably all the way into the fourth, possibly the fifth round. But will you find Donovan Jackson in the fourth or fifth round? No, you won't. Right. And we can say that about a number of positions, but I just thought, when you do mock drafts and you look at what the team needs, you try to do the logical thing. You try to make sense of it. And the easy low-hanging fruit with the Vikings is, they lost Cameron Bynum. They need a safety. Here's Nick Emanuori, or here's Malachi Starks. Problem solved. And they're like, yeah, but there's a number of safeties that we like in this draft, and you're not going to find Donovan Jackson in the second or the third round. So let's take him, and then we can get us a safety later on down the line. Okay. Understood. I get it. I understand why you would be ecstatic about that. I'm low-key ecstatic about getting a tackle. We haven't drafted one since Trent Williams. So I get it. Totally. I think Trent Williams was 2010. Like, that's how long it's been. So I get it. Frank McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Frankie baby. Double up. Hit you with the alohas. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Lou, what are the Steelers doing at quarterback? Your guess is as good as mine. I said this already. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to end up in Pittsburgh, but they still need a quarterback of the future. So I don't know if they believe in Tyler Shuck. I don't know if they are going to try to move up to get Shador Sanders in the second round, because it costs a lot less to move up in the second round than it does in the first. I don't know if they like one of these, Quinn Ewers or whomever. Like, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, because right now it doesn't feel like they have a plan. It feels like they're just kind of going off a whim. And if you don't love any of these quarterbacks, then don't waste your time. I get it. But geez Louise, right? I mean, what are we doing? I don't know. He says, surely it can't be Mason Rudolph right now. It's no, it's not Mason Rudolph. I promise you, they're not going into the season with Mason Rudolph as their starter. But he's comfortable in Pittsburgh. I'll say that. But I could see them adding 2 more quarterbacks, like some sort of veteran that shakes free after the draft, or adding Aaron Rodgers and a rookie. Like Aaron Rodgers has already said that he doesn't mind mentoring, so they add a rookie in the draft at some point and add Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers your starter. Mason Rudolph is the backup, and the young guys backing him up and learning. So, we'll see. But hell no, they're not going into the season with Mason Rudolph. I can assure you of that. Anyway, whoo. Cheers to night 1. We'll be back tomorrow for the after party. I'm going to be with the Commanders Kings tomorrow for day 2 of the draft. And then after that's done, you can come here to the Louie Tee Network if you haven't had enough of the draft fix. And we will be live for the after party. After the day 2 is the after party. And you just come here, kick it with the kid, Louie Tee. So I really appreciate y'all, man. This was fun as it always is. I feel good. You see my eyes? They low. They low. They feeling good. I'm feeling good. But I'm not trashed. I'm not, there was one stream where I was done. And somebody was like, yo, I felt bad for you, bro. And I was like, nah, I don't think I was like, and then I watched it back. I was like, oh, it was bad. Sometimes I can feel it like when it's really bad. But I felt good tonight, man. I paced myself. I told you I would, because if I would have gone through and gotten to the 3rd bottle of 21, it was over. It'd have been over, bro. It might have been law time, right? I might have been out on the floor, and y'all might have had to call the paramedics for me. But look, man, I'm a soldier, right? Y'all know what it is. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, your man, Louie Tee. Day 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft is in the books. I feel good about what the Commanders did, and I'm looking forward to seeing what day 2 brings for the Commanders. Maybe they trade back out of 61. I told you before all this stuff started that 61 felt like the more plausible trade back scenario for the Commanders than 29 did. So I'm not moving off of that spot. We'll see if they can get out of 61 or not. But in any event, Josh Conerly Jr. is the pick. Every team in the NFL made a decision in round 1, whether it was to stick and pick or trade out of the first round or trade back. I think the Rams traded out of the first round altogether, and the Texans did the same. So outside of those 2 teams, everyone else made a first round selection, and only about maybe 4 or 5 surprises along the way. Very intriguing first round. Shador Sanders, which was the big name in round 1 that we knew they would be highlighting, did not get drafted. So he got the Will Levis treatment. He'll be there, on the camera. And it won't take him long to get drafted in round 2. He might go to the Browns at 33 overall. But the fact that he didn't go in round 1, it was definitely a storyline. And it's one that they'll be talking about all day tomorrow until the draft takes place. So that's probably where we'll start tomorrow's coverage. And obviously that's not where we will end it, but that's where we'll end tonight's coverage. If you're a Commanders fan, you should be looking forward to tomorrow, but understand we don't draft till 61. Lots going to transpire in front of us, and that's going to dictate what they decide to do. And it may not dictate BPA. It may just dictate, well, don't love the running backs that are available, so we'll just wait till 4th round, or vice versa with edge rusher. Don't love the edge rushers here. We'll wait till later on in the draft. Or don't love the corners here. We'll just get one later. Whatever the case may be, we'll talk about all those things tomorrow. But that's going to do it for me, your man Louie Tee, here on my 2025 NFL Draft Party. Day one, it was a blast. And it was a blast because all of you out there were here kicking it with me and made it so. So with that said, I'm going to glide to the side, let you, get back to whatever it was you were doing before I rudely interrupted you. Or if you're on the East Coast, get some sleep. Shit, it's late. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. You're on the West Coast, it's 1 o'clock. If you're on the, in the Central time zone, it's late everywhere, goddammit. 2 o'clock there, 3 o'clock in the Mountain time zone. Go to sleep. We got to do this shit again tomorrow. All right? Wake your ass up. We got to win tomorrow. Yeah. So get you some rest. Anyway, I digress. I'm your man, Louie Tee, signing off. Draft party in the books yet again. What a success. Thank you guys for each and every single one of you supporting this. Until then, next time, draft after party tomorrow night will be over on the Commanders Kings channel for day 2 of the draft. If you want the recap of everything and then some, tune in to the after party. But we will be live during day 2 of the draft. Hopefully you'll meet me over there and in the rest of the Kings. Until then, you guys have a good one. Take care. Peace.